Okay, guys, I do believe we are live again, and I'm going to try something and see if we can get it going one time here. Is it going to let me? No, it's not. Okay, I apologize. I'm gonna do one thing here real quick. We're gonna get synced up. I promise. Because I want to do one thing and see if this works. I'm coming, girl. Okay. All right. One more thing here. Okay, I'm going to try something.
Snowflakes in the sun, warm hearts on the run, a silent night that changed her life. But she rose with the morning light where sorrow tried to stay. She built a brighter way. Now every July, love leads the fight, and darkness can't survive the light. It started with one broken heart, one brave soul. Now 1,000 voices echo, one purpose, one goal. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. Tears to morning praise, a stage of stories that amaze. Comeback kings and queens arise with truth and fire in their eyes. We don't wait for December snow, we bring the miracle down below. Joy wrapped in every word we say, a gift that never fades away. It started with one widow's vow, one divine spark. Now hope is streaming through the dark, a light that leaves a mark. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. So here we are, voices raised like northern stars. Not just surviving, we're rewiring what it means to heal the scars. To anyone watching, to anyone near, you're seen, you matter, you belong here. We're standing in a circle of hope, and every voice becomes a rope. Lifting one, lifting many, this 24-hour anthem of revival. Her grief became a mission, now we echo it with pride. We rise, we give, we pour out all our light. This is Christmas. The hope-filled way.
Duh! We got it. We made it. We are dancing. It was happening. I have tried like to play that for you guys all day long because that is why I could not fall asleep last night because I was like dancing till 2 a.m. making our video. So that was really exciting. I hope you guys love the song. You're going to hear it again and you're going to hear it again and you're going to hear it again. So anyway, I had to press reset. We had to like reboot so that we could be both on Facebook and YouTube because as much as it's like great to get everybody over there, I still know like many people are on Facebook. So, and our next guest, who thank you for waiting like 5 minutes to be very patient with me. So hopefully guys, let me put this disclaimer out there too. I believe your link should still work, the same link for my future guests. So if it doesn't, then message me. So anyway, I'm just going to bring her on here, my sister, Miss Allegra Pacheco. How are you, my friend?
Good. How are you, Elena?
Good. Thank you for waiting so patiently. You're like, where are we going? What are we doing? What's happening?
I trust you.
So, oh, wow. Like, number one, thank you for being here again. Thank you for being a sponsor. Havana's 13 helped sponsor us putting this on and everything that has gone into it. So this is going to be your time. I know that you have so much to share from your heart, and we are here to provide hope, love, and inspiration based on our own experiences, based on, you know, things that we've been through. And I just want to give you time to let it go. Share it, girl.
Okay. So I wasn't too sure what I was going to speak about today, but I kind of have a message for someone out there. And I'm going to start off with starting over. So if there's someone out there that's starting over today that maybe found themselves like in a really dark place, and they are just kind of waking up or sort of feeling like, wow, you know, what was that? Because there's times in life that life hits us really hard, and it hits us so hard that we may not know how to move forward. And that's kind of what I want to talk about today, is starting over, what that entails, what that means to people, what that means to me in general, and how I did that. And
Now,
first of all,
can I ask you before we move forward? Because I love when you get in your zone and you start sharing, you are a powerhouse. So I want to ask you, can I give you full screen for you to just share from your heart, or do you want us side by side
Sure.
interview full screen?
Sure,
Okay.
we can. Yes.
Okay, because I think you got it. Every time I hear you get going, you're so powerful. Your message is so strong that I just want to give you that opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Oh.
So, as I was saying, there's someone out there today, and if I get emotional, that's me. But I'm grateful to be here today, speaking to you, who's starting over right now. Now, you may feel that you're all alone, and that you're not loved, and that you're not cared for. Maybe you went through a life-changing event. Maybe you're going through an illness. Maybe you are experiencing grief right now. I just want you to know that those are all emotions and things that happen to us. It's part of the human experience. And for me, I definitely would have made it out of my dark days had it not been for God, first of all. And second of all, the people around me that love me, that have always loved me, that have always had my back, that have always been there for me. Those are people that are key in my healing journey. And although I'm not going to go into detail with you today about my healing journey, I do know that there's someone out there that needs to know that it's okay to start over. Whether you're starting a new career, whether you just started a new relationship, whether you're starting a new hobby, whether you're starting brand new, all alone. I just want you to know that it's okay to start over, and it's okay to give yourself permission to start over, because many times, and especially in my case, we may feel that we've messed up so bad that we're not welcome, that we're not loved, that we're not accepted, and that we're not cherished by God. And I just want you to know that those are all lies. Those are all lies that are told to you to keep you in a place of darkness and despair and no hope. But I'm telling you that there is hope, and there is a creator, and our creator is so amazing. And if you trust in creator, there are so many things that I call miracles that have happened in my life that are just so amazing. And when I talk about shame, I want to get into that topic because I feel that shame disconnects us from our creator. Because how many of us have ever done something that we're not proud of? How many of us have ever really just fucked up in life? How many of us have made some decisions that we really wish we could take back? Well, I'm here to tell you that there's some decisions that you can't take back, but you can start right here, right now, from this moment, and you can start moving ahead. And many times, many of us are our own enemy. Why? Because of that shame. We sit there and we think that we're not worthy of moving forward, that we're not worthy of forgiveness, that we're not worthy of love. And I'm here to tell you that's all a lie as well, because you are worthy, you are loved, and you are amazing regardless. And sometimes whenever we're in a place of despair and we need hope, we don't know where to turn. I'm telling you that if you hold on and you just keep on moving through it, and you grow, and you give yourself permission to grow, and you want to grow, because I have seen so many people that are in a place that they have a new beginning to start, and they refuse to, because they stay stuck in victim mode. They stay stuck in guilt. They stay stuck in shame. They stay stuck in unforgiveness. And I'm telling you that if that's you today, honey, let it go. Forgive yourself. Forgive those that have harmed you. And open your heart, because God is there reaching out his hand to you. You have to grab it, and you have to fight for yourself. Nobody's going to come to your rescue. Nobody's going to fight for you. So many times we sit there and we search for someone that has all of the answers. And I can relate, because I did too. For many years, I carried sadness in my heart, because when I was a child, I lost someone that was so important to me. My older brother, he was everything to me. And I lost him. He passed away in a car accident. And because of that, it led me down a road that I was seeking that love outside of myself. And I'm here to tell you that you will never find it outside of yourself. It's within yourself. It's with your creator. It starts with your creator, with God. And you are worthy of a beautiful life. So many times, because we've made mistakes, because we've gone down this path for 30, 40 years, we think that we have to continue. Stop the bullshit, turn the fucking car around, and let's go. Let's move in the other direction. Let's move towards happiness. Let's move towards peace. Let's move towards joy. Let's allow ourselves, before we pass away on this earth, to experience that, because we're all worthy of that. All of you, and especially those of you that I'm here talking to today, because I know that you have to hear this message. I'm here to tell you that it's okay to stop fighting. It's okay to stop fighting what has been. and move on to your future, because you deserve that. So many times we stay stuck in a shitty situation, in shitty energy, in shitty places, in places that we're not valued, loved, and respected, because we think we're not worthy. And I'm here to tell you that's also a lie, because you are worthy. You are worthy because you are made. You are worthy because you breathe. You are worthy because you are God's child. And I also want to tell you that if you are struggling with self-love, self-respect, self-admiration, there's hope for you, but it takes work. As I was mentioning before, it's one thing to manifest and to just sit there and believe that things are going to fall from the sky for you, but you have to work. You have to get up, and if that means crawl, then crawl. If that means crawl with your hands and knees to your destination, then do it, because forward motion is always motion. And I want to give a shout out to those of the people that have been there for me, my family, my parents, my daughter, Elena, all of the Unleash You family, Michael, Julie, everyone that has been there for me. I really want to tell you guys that I appreciate you so much. All of my friends that I have had that have been there for me, that have loved me, that have accepted me, that have been there in my healing journey, thank you so much, because we all need someone. We all need people around us that are going to speak life into us, because every time that we go outside, we have somebody telling us how horrible we are, how we're not good enough, how we're not worthy, how we're not deserving. And I'm here to tell you that that's not true. When you surround yourself with a group of people that want to see you rise, that want to see you do amazing things, it's a game changer. So if you're stuck in the past and you can't move forward because you're afraid, let your training wheels go. You can do it. I believe in you. I really want you to know that it is possible to change your life. And I am an example of that. The person that I am today, I don't even recognize. And I mean that in an amazing way. I was always a beautiful person, but sometimes trials and tribulations really bring out our inner beauty if we choose it to. Because when we go through hard times, sometimes that allows us to feel compassion and empathy for others. And this world really needs that right now. This world really needs love right now. And part of my mission is to help increase love on this planet. And the way that I plan to do that is to help people start with themselves, self-love, self-admiration, self-respect. So if you're learning about that and you're new to that, I want to give you a few tips on how to start. Something that was really helpful for me was, first of all, increasing my connection to my creator and really just starting to feel the love, feel the joy, feel the admiration from creator. Second of all is to give myself everything that I wanted someone else to give me. So for me, being a single mom most of my life, that was a partner. That was somebody that could complete me. That was my other half. And that didn't work for me. But I'll tell you what did work for me was me falling in love with myself. And if you've never fallen in love with yourself, I highly suggest it. It's an amazing feeling. And once you have love for yourself, you can extend that out towards others, because we can't give what we don't have. So self-love, self-care, to me, what is included in that is taking care of your body, taking care of your mind, and taking care of your spirit. And there's various ways to do that. And I'm going to talk a little bit about movement As I mentioned before, if you're starting over again and you're in a place, it doesn't matter how you start getting out of your past, whether you walk, crawl, run, hop, skip, jump, start moving. And part of self-care for me, a huge part of self-care and a huge part of my healing journey has been movement, because there was a time that I had so much sorrow and so much pain that was in my heart and in my soul that I didn't want to be here anymore. I was tired of it, tired of carrying all that burden. And I started crawling on my hands and knees because I didn't want to feel that anymore. I wanted to live. I wanted to be happy. Part of what I started doing was physical activity because I had no words. And I'm actually surprised that I'm sitting here today, even speaking to you, because those of you that know me 4 years ago, 3 years ago, before I joined this organization and had all of the people around me that have supported me on my journey, I couldn't even speak because I had no words. I just had sadness. And if you're sitting there and you're on the fence and you're undecided whether you want to be here or not, I'm here to tell you that it's worth it. Keep going. Keep going and find those people that will take care of you and love you and support you and have your back. And also, don't let people who don't do that stick around. Be willing to move forward. Be willing to move into uncharted territories and try things new. Try new things and meet new people and have new adventures. Because the past, we can't change it. All we can do is move forward. And I'm here to tell you that there is always a brighter day ahead for you. And thank you so much for your time today.
Girl, you are killing it. We're not done yet, but you're just like killing it. So I'm over here. I'm moving. You said keep moving.
Yes.
So but no, like let's talk about some things because in a matter of what, 3 years? Has it been 3 years? I think since we
4, yes.
Has it been 4?
Yes.
Like it's been beautiful to watch this journey unfold. And when you said like sometimes you got to leave people behind and you need to surround yourself with the people that truly love and believe in you, it's we've created that. Like we are going to do that. And so to watch you take full screen, and I'm here watching. Like people might think I'm like hightailing it out. No, I'm here watching. But because it's another level. It's another step. And when you believe in someone so much, this is what hope looks like. This is what hope looks like. And I just love you so much for it. So for somebody that is kind of still in that space of not believing their voice matters or not believing they even have a story worth telling, what do you say to them right now?
I really want to say to them that there are no coincidences, and the things that you've gone through in this life, those are all things that can help somebody else. And if you can help somebody else, you know, like for the longest time, I was afraid to share my story because it involved things like breast implant illness. I'm a breast implant illness survivor. And to me, it was really embarrassing to talk about my breasts on TV or wherever I was talking about it. But as I started sharing, I really realized how much people really had to hear that, how many people really had to hear that, especially women, because I know that there's so many women out there that struggle with their looks and their self-esteem and their self-worth. And whoever's gone through something, your story is valuable and it matters so much. And it really can change the path for someone else out there that is listening, because what I've learned from sharing my story is when you're vulnerable, you allow other people to be vulnerable. And vulnerability is kryptonite. It's amazing. It is just, for the longest time, I was not vulnerable. I had this big, tough shell on me.
Mhm.
I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to hear about it. And I definitely did not want to be vulnerable as far as anything that I was sharing, the heartache, the pain, the illnesses, the trauma that I had experienced. I was like, well, some of this stuff is really embarrassing. I made some really poor choices. But at the end of the day, we all make poor choices. Why? Because we're human. That's part of being of flesh. We're going to make mistakes. Now, what do? We pick up and we move on. And I'm very, like you were saying, this show that you're having is amazing because every single person that has been on this show has a message for someone else. And even if you think that the things that you have been through are so minor, or, oh my gosh, nobody would understand. Yes, they will. Yes, they will understand. And yes, you can touch somebody's life. And yes, you can change someone's life.
Yes.
Just by sharing your heart and your soul.
Amen. And I also feel like, do you, and I know this was me at one time, and I'm curious to get your take on it. Did you ever feel like you were afraid to talk about the things that you were going through, or the things that you felt ashamed of, or just the things you were struggling with? Because did you ever at one time try to talk to anybody and it was like not received well? It was like put down, and so you just thought, I'll deal with it all on my own, because I tried that one time and it was a horrible experience. Like, did you ever experience anything like that?
Certainly. And for me, that started like when I was 12 years old and my brother passed away. After he passed away, there was my parents that I could talk to who certainly understood. But outside of my family unit, two people, no one understood. And whenever I would speak about my brother, the topic was changed. We would start talking about something else. It would get really awkward. And I often felt like, oh shit, I shouldn't have brought that up, because now this is a really weird feeling. What I have learned, though, is that when you find like-minded people that really support you, and people that have been through some stuff as well, it's a game changer, because that's where you find compassion, you find the empathy, and you find people who really listen to you. So if there's someone out there that, you've shared your story and you kind of feel like, oh my gosh, I am known to be a recluse. In other words, like, as I've healed, I have shared, and then I come back, and that's with people too. That's just how I deal with my situation is, I still encourage people, even though you feel like that, keep on searching for those people, keep on searching for communities. And this is definitely one of them, where you will find understanding, you will find love, and you will find hope. Mm-hmm. For sure.
For sure. And that is really important to stress too, because, and I think you and I have talked about it. I think Tish was on earlier and she mentioned, like, we can be very introverted, very within ourselves, but when we're in that zone of passion, that we believe in something, that it's purposeful to us, you would never know we are introverted, because we come out like, bam. And I see that in you, being introverted. And then when you get in your zone, it is like, watch out, there she is. And then you're like, okay, I'm done. I got to go, like, recharge.
Yes.
That's totally me. And I think if people realize that just because we come out here and we share what we're passionate about, and we share what we believe in, and we're pushing and we're going, it's because that's our purpose. That's, we've taken these experiences, and now that it's up to us to share them, to let others benefit. But then in an open environment, you can get a little introverted again. So it's I just know that I've seen it, and I know that, like, you're kind of the same. And I think that's why we gravitated towards each other in the beginning, and we were both kind of like, hi.
Hi, see you.
But
Yes.
I think people need to understand that you don't have to be this like huge outgoing personality all the time, but when you're passionate about something that is so important to you, you actually become that, because people will gravitate towards you. So what's next for you, girl? I'm gonna go ahead and sit back down since I did my little jog in place. What's next for you as you know you're expanding into your Havana's 13 stuff? Things are growing. Like you got a lot of things happening in your life right now. What's next for you?
So I am going to continue to grow Havana's 13. And as far as that goes, I feel like the mission has sort of developed into a larger thing as far as, it started off with just looking good and feeling good. But at the core of looking good and feeling good comes self-love, self-worth, and self-respect. And because of that, that allows you to love yourself, which, as I was mentioning, increases the vibration and the love on this earth right now. And so that's definitely something that I'm interested in. I'm also a fitness instructor, so I teach virtual fitness classes online, as I was saying before, fitness, movement, dance, walking, climbing, whatever it is, motion has been a huge healing tool for me. So I will continue to do that. And I really just want to say something about that, because I have met so many people that are on a fitness journey, maybe starting, as I was mentioning, starting over, starting from scratch, that have these misbeliefs about working out, that, you have to be a triathlon athlete. And I'm here to let you know that you don't. I'm a very different fitness instructor. I don't have a 6-pack of abs. I have, extra weight that I carry.
I call it goodness. We got goodness.
Yes.
All this goodness.
I got extra goodness. And I think that when you really just start to realize that it's not about looking a certain way, but it's about just really being good to yourself. And so many times we're taught that working out is a punishment, but when you really flip the script and you look at it and you're like, wow, I'm doing this for me. Like before I got into fitness, I used to celebrate birthdays. And when when I would celebrate my birthday and someone would be like, do you want to work out? I would be like, work out? I'm going to eat some cake and have a shit ton of food. No, I don't want to work out. But then I realized, that as you start growing on your journey and you start seeing it as something that's good for yourself and good for your body, then it changes everything. So definitely continue on the fitness thing. I also have live events right now in the area that I'm in. We started doing a few live events, dance fitness events, twice a month. And other than that, just keep on creating and keep on inspiring. I do have a few things coming up as far as coaching goes that I might be doing with self-love, self-care, a few challenges that I'll be bringing out as well. But for the most part, really just focusing on Havana's 13 and really sort of highlighting other women that are doing amazing things out there. And thanks, Elena, because that, as I mentioned in my last interview with you, is something that you have inspired me, because when I met you, it wasn't all about you. And that's why I love you so much, because it's never all about you. And that is something that I believe in as well. I would rather not be on stage. I would rather not be in the spotlight. And those of you that know me, like when I dance, I would rather have you guys on the stage and me in the crowd, because that's just who I am. And the fact that you have that spirit, Elena, to me, that really just says so much. And it was someone that I said, wow, she really gets it. She gets it. She gets what this is about. Because in the end of the day, I've seen so many people that talk about self-love, self-care, this and that, but they're lacking care for others. Mm-hmm. And if they truly love themselves, they would have love for others, because we can't do that unless we have it for ourselves.
That's
And
huge. That is, you bring up a beautiful point. Like you really do. Because we do talk about the self-care, self-love, but when it is all about self, how much can that truly be genuine? And somebody brought it up, I think it was Michael earlier, about that intention behind it
yes,
all, right? And so, wow,
yes.
that's big.
Yes, and I think that, when we shift it from, I see so many people out there that they just want it to be about themselves. Like they just want to be the star. And to me, we're all stars. We're all celebrities. We are all people that have value to add to others. And it's really about time that we step into that role, and that we stop playing small, and that we live to our full potential for what God has us here to do on this earth.
And that's the beauty of it, of really, why does God have us here? He has us here for a purpose, and that's what we're here to do. Let's rock and roll. And I do want to tell you, I wore this one. This is the one.
I saw it. I love it.
It's my favorite. Is that the
Yes.
angel one? Is that the angel?
Yes.
Or what is it called?
That's an angel aqua angel quartz.
Ooh,
Yes.
yeah, that's
angel
right.
aura quartz. I
my
saw it
angel
right
aura.
away. I love it.
Yeah, I love it. I get compliments on this all the time, every time I wear it. And the one guy, he asked me, like, what is it? I'm like, I don't know. It's just the most beautiful one. And so that came from your shop. It came from your shop. So thank you.
Thank you.
So yes, so we're going to, wrap things up here. We, unless you can stay, we had somebody, we have extra time. There's an open spot. So I don't know if you got somewhere to be, you can go, or we just kind of still hang out. Maybe we answer some questions,
Sure.
whatever you would like.
Sure, we can answer some questions.
Okay, so let's answer some questions. What I want to do real quick is I want to try to, we're going to play our song one more time, okay? And then we're going to answer questions. So this will give people time to post their questions, because there's a little bit of a delay, and we'll let's see here, because I want to be able to dance for a minute. Okay.
Yes.
Tish is on here, but send some questions in for Allegra and I to be able to answer, because we do have a little bit of time before our next guest comes on. So let me do this here real quick, and I'll let you guys hear this song one more time.
Snowflakes in the sun, warm hearts on the run, a silent night that changed her life. But she rose with the morning light, where sorrow tried to stay. She built a brighter way. Now every July, love leads the fight, and darkness can't survive the light. It started with one broken heart, one brave soul. Now 1,000 voices echo, one purpose, one goal. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. From midnight tears to morning praise, a stage of stories that amaze. Comeback kings and queens arise, with truth and fire in their eyes. We don't wait for December snow, we bring the miracle down below. Joy wrapped in every word we say, a gift that never fades away. It started with one widow's vow, one divine spark. Now hope is streaming through the dark, a light that leaves a mark. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to northern stars, not just surviving. We're rewiring what it means to heal the scars. To anyone watching, to anyone near, you're seen, you matter, you belong here. We're standing in a circle of hope, and every voice becomes a rope. Lifting one, lifting many, this 24-hour anthem of revival. Her grief became a mission, now we echo it with pride. We rise, we give, we pour out all our light. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. Help one person every day. That's how we change the world. That's how we heal the hope-filled way.
I am. I'm going to be playing this like all night at like 3 a.m. So here we go. Let me get Allegra back on here. Was that not awesome?
Yes.
That was me last night. I'm not kidding. I'm like, okay, I gotta keep it moving. So nobody sent any questions in, so that's okay. But I want to talk about how did you know how did you know it was time? How did you know you were ready to start sharing? Because I remember an experience where you were invited to speak at a church, but how did you know I'm ready?
Well, to be honest, I don't know that I ever knew that I was ready, but I knew that I had a purpose. I knew. So when you feel that calling that God has for you, it's something that is just, it doesn't let up. It doesn't matter how many days go by, how much you try to look the other way and be like, oh no, that's not me, it's someone else. And then God's like, no, honey, it's you. So I kept on hearing that calling, right? And for me, there were things, you know, the healing journey is an amazing thing. There were times that I've even looked back within the past 2 or 3 years, and even though I still get emotional because that's my connection to spirit, I feel that the hurt, the pain, the sorrow, sharing, that helps that ease. It helps it go away, because when you speak about it, when you acknowledge it, when you actually look at it and you say, yes, this hurts, man, this really fucking hurts. And I'm sorry for cussing, but sometimes that's how it is. Sometimes we are so hurt. And in my instance, I refused to look at that hurt. I tried to bury it with things, that I thought would help me get over my pain. And in the end, it only made my pain worse. So I feel that when you start sharing your story, not only does it help others, but it's huge in the healing process. It's huge when you can actually look at the pile of shit that you've been in and say, I was there, but I'm not anymore. And I choose to move forward, because you cannot heal, you cannot move forward unless, as I was mentioning before, you choose to. And it's easy to stay in victim mode, and it's easy to stay in a pile that is comfortable. You know, oh my gosh, my life sucks, everything sucks, everyone sucks. I've been handed the worst cards and this and that. And I have lost people that have been so close to me because they refuse to look at their pain and they refuse to look at their hurt. And today, the reason why I share my story is for them, because they may not be here today. And if they are, they may not be here as far as being okay. But there's too many people that walk around with this pain and hurt inside when you don't have to do that. You really don't. And once you start unpacking it and sharing it and saying, you know what, that was a really hard time, but I choose to move forward. That's when your entire life starts to change. And for me, sharing my story, it was so hard at first because I had such an emotional charge to it. And I realized that the more that I shared and the more that I saw that people could relate and the more that I saw that it touched other people's hearts, that is priceless to me.
Yeah.
Because I don't believe that we're here just to make money and to go to bed and to wear nice things. I believe that we're here to help each other. And that's a message that I really, really, really want to hit hard, is that we are here because we are brothers and sisters. And it doesn't matter where we come from. And it doesn't matter what side, what town, what race, whatever. We are all here because we are God's children.
Yes.
And part of being God's children means that we love each other. We love each other unconditionally. And even though we have differences, and even though we may not agree with other people, part of what we're here for is not just to look cute on social media and to be like, hey, I'm the coolest, I'm the best, I love myself, I'm the baddest. No, it's not about that. It's about touching other people. It's about taking other people that are in a pile of shit and telling them, hey, come here. I can help you. I know the way. I know the path. And I feel that that is our purpose. Not only is that something that we ought to do, I think it's something that God expects of us because we're here to show other people the way. That's part of what we do for our brothers and sisters, our family, is that we show people so that they don't have to suffer like we have suffered.
That is beautiful. And we've got some comments on here that, like, Tish is like, wow. And Mandy says the choice is always ours. It's the internal pain that kills. We can't heal from what we don't face. And you know what you bring, Daniela says, amen. You bring a great point forward that if you've gone through the experience and you're here to speak about it, it is our responsibility to be that light, that pathway to the one that is still sitting in it. Like, what else did we come through it for? Right?
Exactly.
Wow. It's just beautiful.
Thank you. Yes, and for me, that's kind of like the connecting part because I know that, if you're my friend on Facebook or if you know me or you've seen me, you see me talk a lot about self. But when it comes down to it, it's about self, but it's also about giving to others because to me, when we give to others, that just increases our self-worth so much more because we're doing God's work. And if you can help somebody, like when I speak about breast implant illness, sometimes it offends some people. And I used to not talk about it because it offended some people. But what I've learned is that sometimes we need those people to tell us the truth that we don't want to hear, the truth that we don't want to face, that maybe we are in denial of. And that's one thing that I have learned on this journey, especially the last few years, is that it's okay to be honest with people around you, especially when you love them. And it's okay to have people be honest with you when they love you. And what I always ask myself, when somebody tells me something and it kind of stings, I always ask myself, do I trust this person? Does this person have my best interest at heart? And those were questions that were so powerful, especially when I was leaving a narcissistic, abusive relationship. Because when you're leaving a relationship like that, many times your mind is cloudy. You don't know here from there. You have no idea. So that was one tool that I used that really helped me assess who I had around me and who I actually listened to, because
that's huge. That's huge. And I somebody needs to like drop that down in the comments to ask yourself that question, because man, when you're in those spaces, number one, if you can't think clearly or see it clearly, but number two, you never know what their intention is. So to ask yourself those questions, that's huge.
Yes, and for me, that really helped put clarity to so many situations. And I can remember like a few examples, right? Like, right after I had gone through one of the worst times in my life, I had people around me, my family, that was telling me things, right? And I would ask myself, do they love me? Yes. Do they have my best interest at heart? Yes. And many times when I was in that space, I might have wanted to do something, but because they were there guiding me and telling me, you know, I really think you should look at this. I really think I don't agree with this. Those things are so powerful. And especially when you may not have the discernment because you're cloudy and you're coming at a situation that may be horrible, but that to me is always a light. It's always a question that is like a light bulb moment. Like, you know, if I have somebody that's telling me, hey, you should do this, you should do that, I always ask myself, do I trust this person, and does this person have my best intentions at heart? Because when we can be a little bit, I guess you could say, indecisive when we're in a space that we're healing, that maybe something just happened to us and we just don't know what happened. The thing that I like to, I'm a very visual person, and I see like a cartoon of somebody sitting there with all these stars going around their head. That's kind of a visual of what it's like when you've gone through something that has been life changing and that has altered your entire path. And when we're in that state, it's really important that we can find clarity and balance, and maybe like that one focal point that we can focus on to start moving forward and moving ahead. I feel like having that support is so interesting and so powerful. And I'm inspired to share a few things if I can.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this. So yes, go right ahead.
So part of what I did when I started to work on myself and to work on my self-love and self-respect and self-love was I did a lot of affirmations. And I know that there are some people that agree with them and that don't agree with them. But for me, they definitely worked. And I will tell you that when I started doing affirmations, it was one of the weirdest things ever, because I did them in front of the mirror. And when I would do them, I would say the words, but I never really felt the words. And if you know, you know. It's sort of like when you start, you know, when I started doing affirmations, and I'm going to actually share a few that are great affirmations for building self-esteem. And I'm getting this from a book by Louise Hay. And Louise Hay is someone that my mother told me about when I was younger. She would always give me tapes and, you know, different information. Louise Hay is really good on positive affirmations. So I'm just going to read you a few affirmations for building self-esteem. And if you have a notepad and paper, and this is something that you struggle with, is self-esteem, self-confidence, and self-worth, then I recommend that you go ahead and write these down. I'm just going to give us a couple. So the first one is, I am loved and wanted. The second one is, I am creative and talented. The next one is, I know how to take care of myself. Now this one is a really powerful one, and this one is one that I had to do over and over and over. I forgive myself. And lastly, would I feel that we are conditioned and programmed since the day that we are born, the opposite of this, but I'm here to tell you that I accept myself as I am. And I want you out there to accept yourself as you are. And once you accept yourself as you are, it sets forth a path for you to become so much more. And that's about all I have, Elena. Thank you.
Whoa, that's beautiful. That right there, girl, like, wow. This is what it's about. Like, whoever's ears this falls upon, is needed, and you are that vessel right now. So that's just beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for pouring into us, and thank you for sharing that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sister.
You're welcome. Love you. Love you.
Love you.
Wow. Okay, I gotta plug something in real quick right here. I'm losing some juice on something as we're got all of these. There we go. All right. If that was not like amazing, like, can you even just feel her power, feel her love? And Judy, I see Judy on here. I love you, Judy. Love you. So I am looking for. I'm going to do something real quick, guys. We are live, so I need to. Can I invite? Okay, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to exit out. Real quick, I'm going to be sharing the link to join because I don't know if it changed the link when I had to reset. I don't think it did, but I'm going to FYI, I reset, and this is the link. Not sure if it's the same or if it changed. Okay, so I'm going to put that in. This is called being live, so we're going to let that go right there. All right, because I'm looking for, we were supposed to have Miss Jackie on here, and I do not see her. So what I'm going to do right now, guys, is I actually have a video, and I hope that it will play. We'll see if it plays, but it's one of, let's see if I can find it. I'm going to try, and if it doesn't, then it doesn't, and that's okay. But this is a replay from a guest that I really, he's one of our kings, and he wasn't able to connect and be here this time, but he spoke with me at another time. And if I could play his message, it's really important. So I want you guys to stay tuned, and we'll see if it takes, if it does. And here we go.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. It's so good to like see your face. People will probably not even believe this is the first time we are connecting.
Right.
And you are one of the kings in the Surrender to Rise edition coming out. An amazing story. So tell us, where are you tuning in from?
We are in Eastern Kentucky, Harlan County, but we are
Nice.
actually fresh here. I actually was raised in Oklahoma. We just moved here, so we're just starting a new chapter here in Kentucky right now.
Eastern Kentucky. So we're neighbors because I'm in Indiana. So there we go. So let's get right into it, because you have an amazing story, and your surrender, like, you could pick which times, right? Which moments. Just pour into people today. And I know that you're no stranger to talking on camera, so just pour into people today.
First off, I just want to tell you thank you so much for this opportunity. This is so awesome. And this is something, since the change of my life, that's been on my heart, is actually trying to write a book, but I never knew where to start. And then I found YouTube, and YouTube led me to you, and God just opens crazy doors, whenever you just give it over to him, So I struggled for many years, about 19 years, with a meth addiction. It started very early when I was about 14 years old. And it progressively got worse and worse and worse. And I would try to climb out of it. And then every time I'd try to climb out and fall, it seemed to go even deeper each time. And but I just want people to know that they're, like the title of my chapter, nobody's too far gone. I went so many years believing that I was too far gone, that there was no hope. I'd always known Jesus. Luckily, that seed was planted in me very early. And so I always knew of him, but it took me a long time to learn how to build an actual relationship with him. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, just whenever you give in. I think the small statement of let go and let God is bigger than people realize.
Yeah, and the way that you state that, it's gosh, that's like the greatest act of trust,
Yes.
right? It's almost like, you know, jumping and just trusting that the net is going to be there, whether you can see it or not. When you let go, but trust that God is going to catch you wherever you are. I always like to say, if you simply reach out for him, you will not miss, because he is that big. So by you saying that you felt like you were just too far gone, is it because you felt like maybe you had asked for his help and then he gave you some, and then you fell
Yes,
back?
absolutely. I think one thing that we need to understand too and to know is whenever you're trying to bring someone fresh to God is to let them know that, like y'all were talking about earlier, it's not just give it to God and everything's going to be okay. There's going to be struggles. Depression's going to be there every once in a while. I mean, it's not just going to take it away. And I think I went through so many years of having that understanding of thinking that if I just gave it to him, it was a cure all. And so I would give it to him. And then once that struggle came, it was immediate, like, okay, well, that didn't work. So then it was just a stumble right back into the old routine. And I think whenever you finally get the concept that he's there as a friend to get you through the hard times, he's not there to just take it all away from you. It's a life changer. It's a life
Yeah.
changer. And it's like you said earlier about that statement not being plastic. Something so small and simple being so life changing. Mine was when I went to recovery that last time, there was a preacher and he said that nothing around you is going to change until you change you. And that struck me so deep because I went so many years, I think, trying to build this wall of trying to make people think I was something that I wasn't, because looking for validation and but still my core wasn't changing because I just wanted my surroundings to change and everybody else to be okay and think that I was okay, but still living in that struggle. But yeah,
Wow. And when I remember when I heard like stop living plastic, okay? My struggle at that time was I knew my marriage was over. Um, but I refused, like divorce was not an option to
yeah,
me,
yeah,
right? I had kids, so my son's their dad, and I remember like wiping the table. Divorce is not an option. Divorce, like how like you shouldn't be having to tell yourself this,
right.
right? Because things went really bad. But one day I heard God say, I was at a stoplight, and I heard him say, "You will never become who I intended you to be in this marriage." And I was so against divorce. And so it's like it almost seemed like it just came out of nowhere, but I stepped forward to do what I knew needed to happen. And so sometimes God's lessons, man, they're not what we think they should be.
Yeah.
And I'm sure like reading your chapter, there were many turns that you had to take to get to where you are today that were not where you intended to be. What can you tell to the person that feels like they're too far gone right now?
Just to have trust in yourself. I mean, and have trust that he is big enough to be that change for you. He is big enough to be that friend for you in those situations. And don't try to do it all on your own. Because when you're trying to fight those types of lifestyles or situations on your own, you're only setting yourself up for failure every single time. And like I said, just simply said, I mean, let go and let God. And it's so real. And you know, before I figured it out, my daughter, she was 8 years old. And so the first half of her life, I was fairly an absent father. I always made sure I was there. She knew that her dad was, that her dad loved her. I taught her about Jesus from a young age, even though I was way off the rails. But whenever I did finally let go and let God, we were able to get custody of my daughter. We got her out of a fairly bad situation. She's 19 today. Happy birthday, Miracle.
Oh, happy
Uh,
birthday.
she's in her first year of college. And, but yeah, see, I mean, it brought me from being someone that was almost ashamed to be around my daughter to being a provider and showing her the correct route, and not just telling her the route to take, but showing her that, she saw me go from this to this.
That's
You see.
beautiful.
So that's another thing we've got to understand too, is it's not just our words, it's more so in our actions. And our strongest tool to change other hearts is our testimony. That's what he says. By the words of our testimony, we're going to show other people, and the actions of our testimony, we're going to show other people.
And I love that. And you brought up something that I don't think we've heard yet today, and it's the friendship with God. That's why I call him my God. He's my main man. He loves to have a sense of humor, and then he loves me in my hot mess. Like, we are best friends. But very rarely do you hear that part of it, of the actual friendship that you establish and build with him. Because he's not some entity that is just like so formal that you can't reach in every day. Like, it's a friendship. So when you say it like that, it makes me think, especially as adults, you know how hard it is to make friends with people?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of hard sometimes when you feel like you don't belong, or what do I talk about? Can I sit here? Am I cool enough? Like, and so maybe some are looking at God like that. Like, we're not even friends. How would he even hear me?
Right.
And so how did you strengthen that friendship with him, that relationship?
I think it was just a sense of just giving in and realizing the pain that I was causing people around me without even realizing it. And
that's a big one.
I don't know. I've always wanted the opportunity for my testimony to get out. And that's whenever I found YouTube. And it's not like it's some big thing, and that's not really the point of it. The point of it really is just to reach people with my story so they can see that there is hope, that they're not too far gone. And
Yeah, because as people read your chapter, how many years were you using drugs and addicted? Like how many years of
19
that?
years.
19 years.
Started when I was about 14, and I didn't get truly saved out of addiction until I was 33.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's why you can say you're never too far gone.
Right. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. I mean, and luckily, whenever that transformation happened, I think it came at such a specific time, because right after we changed our life, my wife has a very amazing story too, her testimony. But in that moment, that's when things were transferring in the drug world, where we were having the fentanyl epidemic. And I can almost guarantee you that neither one of us would probably be sitting here today if we had not been transformed in that moment. And it's powerful. And I don't know. God is he's big, and he wants to be your friend. And if you just can understand that he's there for you through the struggles and the hard times, it's simple as that. Is just realizing, like you said, that he's a friend. He's not a cure-all. He's there to help you get through the struggles. And you're never going to be perfect. Never are you going to be perfect. And I spent even the first few years after my transformation beating myself up because I wasn't to where I thought I should be. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it wasn't until the point that I understood that no matter how far I go, I'm never going to be able to say that I'm perfect, because we're not perfect. We're not perfect. But once you give into God, what God does is he gives you the strength and the want to turn and do the right thing, right? Because it's not by our works. and we're never going to be able to do the good works that we expect by, you know, what the law states. But what it is it's a fuel to want to do the right thing once you're friends with him.
Ah, I love that. I love that friendship makes you, you know what? Because it reminds me of something that says when we love our kids better, they do better. When we love our husbands or wives better, they do better. Like when we love ourselves better, we do better. And so when you think of that friendship, he wants us to do better, you know, and just imagine if we all were locking arms and everybody wanting to do better because we all love God. That's my dream world right there. And that's why we do little things like this, because, and I shouldn't say little things like this, because by you sharing your story and everybody that's been on here sharing their stories, by us spreading this, it can go far and wide and we can make a difference. But just imagine if everybody could develop that friendship and just want to do better.
Right. That's it. That's what it's
it.
about.
I love it. I love it. Oh my gosh. Oops. Oh my goodness. Where am I at? So he is amazing. David is amazing. And I just had to play that little snippet. You'll see more of the snippet later on this evening. But that's just a touch of the power of God. And David is amazing. So I saw Ivy's question there, and I said, hey, you can click on his face and order the book. His chapter is amazing. But as we have our next guest on here joining us live, we are going to bring this queen up. We've got Miss Jackie Melendez. Hey, beautiful.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm rocking and rolling, girl. I'm sitting up. I'm standing, or sitting down, standing down.
You're in between.
Yeah. So good. Christmas in July. This is our 4th annual, and you have been here for many years as part of it. Share your passion and your hope and your dreams and just pour into people tonight.
Well, July is a beautiful month. Besides Christmas in July, it's your birthday. It's my oldest son's birthday. And I have received July as my middle of the year. So I had a lot of work at the beginning of the year, a lot of things that I was excited but nervous about. And listening to David and you just a moment ago about how amazing God is. I didn't grow up with the knowledge that I was allowed to ask questions or say, hey, God, why this? Or why me? Or, hey, can you help me out with this math test? Because I don't like math, you know, or why is my mother so sad? Or why is my father drinking? You know, those things. Or this is normal. So I thought it was normal. Yeah. But as I've gotten older, and since last year that you introduced me to the amazing book of Jesus Calling, I don't have mine right with me. Yeah. Mine is by my bag because I take it with me. Just like I take my wallet, my cell phone, I take that book with me. And I feel each message every day is for me. And if I don't see it in the beginning when I read it, by the end of the day, I'm like, oh my God, the message. So in saying that, my goal has always been to connect with people. Because I think it's so important that we have a connection, because that's what we're supposed to do as human beings, as children of God. I never grew up that, oh, you know, Elena's from Indiana and Rosanna is from Texas and this one is from Ireland. I grew up that God loves us all. So that's always been my norm. That's how I raise my kids. But I've learned really to surrender. And I think also it's my 55-year-old menopause self that, sorry, but about certain things I don't give a damn anymore. Not that I don't care, but certain things are not my concern anymore.
That's awesome. Yes. Not that you don't care. They're just not your concern anymore.
You know, I'm at the age that I go to Costco to shop for dog food and groceries. And if I see a comfortable top, I'm getting it. I'm at that that stage that it doesn't have to be name brand. It just has to look good, feel good, and I'm comfortable. So I've learned to surrender not only to God, Jesus, but I've learned to surrender to the journey that I'm in. My body, my spiritual, my mental journey, and some things are not my concern. And I feel so relieved. I don't feel a pressure of having to do this or show up there or having to post here. I'm showing up for myself for the reasons that fulfill my spiritual thirst. And I'm happy with that.
I love that.
I'm at ease.
Yes, and you got people here that are like going, yes, they love the, what is it? Your menopause self. Bam.
Yes, yes.
And you've come out, you've been talking about it, you own it. Like we need you. Like all of us in this like stage of our lives right now, we need you. We need you to be that pillar. We need you to like inform us. We need you to talk about it and make it okay that we're like all hot messes right now.
And I criticize myself when I'm doing a video, whatever. Like an example, right now, I'm happy that I don't see the light reflecting in my glasses because of you. Because I asked you, Elena, how do you have your setup? It was a simple question that I've asked many other people before. And you were the only one that turned around and took a picture of your setup and said, this is what I have. This is where I got it. And you sent me the link. Yeah. Not, hey, you have to join. It's going to cost you $5,000. I'll let you know in 17 months. No, you were like, here, because I need you to do what you need to do. And you've always been patient with me. And when it's been radio silence, you'll send me a message. Are you good? Are you okay? And I'll be like, oh my God, I'm going through this on the 3rd. We connect. And I feel like we never dropped off.
No.
And we keep going. And that's why we were meant to meet the way we did. Yes. It was destined.
Yes. Yes, it was. Because, I want to call it an accident, but God knew different,
Yeah, no, absolutely. So I criticize myself. I'm like, oh, it's not enough lighting. What's in the background? How should I look? And again, it's not that I don't care. Certain things are not my concern anymore. So I made a deal with my son while he's at work on his days off. I'm using his room, his space. And that's what I've been doing. I just need to connect with you later on how to drop these videos because I'm not. Yeah. And I'm fine with saying I'm not techie like that. Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, but, and that's a great point to like make right now. Jackie has a show on Prosperity TV Network that will be launching very soon. And because it's important, the power of the pause, and it's important, but this is a prime example. She doesn't know what to do. She's not super techie. And I'm like, don't worry about it. I got you. Like the important thing is get your message out because
exactly
need you. Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's the same thing with perimenopause. I never knew the word perimenopause. That's trending now. But back then growing up, you heard my aunt and my godmother and my mom talking about, the curse or the midlife or the change, or in Spanish, la menopausa. I didn't know what that was. I wasn't allowed to know. There was no conversation. And then those 3 women were not present in my life when I was going through it, Yeah. So I didn't know. Elena, there were times that I don't know if I was losing my mind. Is something wrong with me? My joints hurt. I can't pick up a glass of water. I have itchy ears. I've had itchy ears for 15 years. That was a symptom of perimenopause.
Wow.
And until I went and I had HRT, which is a hormone replacement therapy. And I found a great OBGYN who's a menopause specialist. I got on the meds, and within 3 weeks, no more itchy ears because of all the estrogen that was just simple stuff. I thought I was really losing it.
Wow.
I thought
but see, those are things to talk about because I would have never, I would never think like itchy ears. What does that have to do with all the other stuff? Like
exactly. So
I'm going to ask a question real quick.
Go ahead. Ask me.
I just want a hands up. How many of you out there are so ready for Jackie's show, The Power of the Pause? Because we need to know this stuff. I mean, and it'll be great to see, because I know it's like a delay. We'll let the hands go up because we need your show. We need your expertise. You did the homework because there was no one there for you to explain to you why you felt you were losing it. But because you did that, you're going to be a pillar to help us learn what all of this is going on about. So
Absolutely.
yeah, Tish says hands up. She's like, I got questions.
No, absolutely. And you know what? As you prepare for perimenopause, it helps you navigate and manage your menopause even better, because you're going to have that awareness. You're going to have the resources. You're going to have the support. And it's not only for women.
Yeah.
What about all the men in your life? Hey, Charles better get ready.
Yeah, they're afraid to walk by us at the wrong time.
Yeah, I would tell my kids I'm not feeling well, and my oldest son would tell the rest of the crew, my other kids, mommy's going through it, so leave her alone.
Leave her alone.
Isn't that sad?
Yeah.
I wasn't able to explain to them. I wasn't able to. I didn't know what to say to them.
Yeah.
And my boys needed to learn, because they will have women in their lives, whether it's me, my daughter, or their girlfriends, their wives, their partners, you know.
Yeah,
so it's for everybody. Absolutely.
It is for everybody. And you bring a good point to it, because, okay, you got Yada on here going like, Nita and Nena, so ready.
Absolutely. Yeah. It changes everything. It changes your skin. It changes your vision, your dental hygiene, your hair, your skin, your libido, your intimacy changes. You know, how does it change your intimate game when you hit 50, or starting to date after you've been divorced? A lot of women from the ages of 45 to 55 get divorced during that time. And also, on the sad part is, we don't have that mental health awareness and being, you know, that well-being, and it affects us as far as suicide too. So there's that scale. So we need to talk about it. It's so important. And I know we're gonna connect after you rest up. I need your help in saying, Jackie, drag this and put it in the box.
Yep. And we'll get you launched right away. Plus, just so people know, our hashtag, which I'm not big on, like, I don't know about that stuff, but I created the hashtag Hope Never Sleeps.
Okay.
So when I get done with this, like tomorrow, we'll get on it. Because people need you. We got Yada saying she's got lots of questions too. And then Tish Ross said, my shoulder hurts like hell, and I think it's menopause, and I'm blind.
That's called the frozen shoulder. Tish, I've been going through it for the last few days, especially we've had a lot of rain in Jersey. It's been so bad, Elena, that it's hard for me to brush my teeth. I have to bring my head down, or even to comb my hair. It's horrible. It's like it's going to fall off. And all that, after going to sports medicine doctors and all that, menopause. After a while, they said, there's no more injections we can give you. Have you got hormone therapy? And I was like, hormone therapy? What are you talking about? I didn't know.
Wow.
I didn't know.
And so that came after all the injections, when that could have probably been something to look at first.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, because I started my perimenopause era between the ages of 39 and 40. So on the average, it's 45, but you can start as early as late 30s, unless you've had a hysterectomy, and then you go into menopause the next day.
Wow.
And then how are those women prepared? How are they having support? You know, how are they replenishing all that they now don't have? Wow. We don't have that conversation enough.
No, we don't have that conversation enough.
No.
So I am so excited for your show to come out, because the moment that you started talking about this, you are so passionate about it, and that's your thing. Like, it is your thing. You know information at the drop of a hat, and you know your shit when it comes to this. That's how I know you have like dug into this for so long.
I was looking for a GYN that would talk to me about menopause. Every time I went to someone, you'll be okay. It's a normal process. You'll handle it. And then I started looking and doing more research. You know, you and I have had conversations, and you've said, you know, you got to look into this and research. And I did. And it took me about 3.5 years, 4 years to find a menopause specialist, GYN doctor.
Wow.
I found her last year. I called and I said, I want to have a conversation with the doctor about menopause. And the woman said, not a problem. I went in there. I didn't need a gown. She said, sit down. Tell me what you're going through. I just started crying. She listened to me for over 45 minutes. And she listened to me. I felt heard. I felt validated. And she said, it's not in your head. You're not going crazy. This is part of the process of what you're going through. Now, let's see your history to see how I can help you. What can you take? It was amazing.
Wow.
She was amazing. That was the best visit. And I've gone to doctors all my life for different things. And yeah, after I started taking HRT, hormone replacement therapy, Elena, within 30 days, I felt like a superwoman. I felt completely different.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. And so Yada says, are you listening to yourself, Jackie? We don't have those conversations enough. So the show, she's
yes,
like,
Yada, yes. I get the message. I hear it.
So that's kind of, I mean, honestly, like, let's talk about that for a minute. That has to feel really good to know that you are tapped into something that people need. We need you. We're ready. We're waiting on you. Like,
I know. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying, like, in terms of in this space, people sometimes come out and try to wonder, like, who do I help and how do I serve and what's this look like? And it's like, we're the ones that are like standing here saying, like, are you coming? That's what we need you.
Yeah. No,
and
no,
so,
yeah.
Yep, that's gotta feel good. So to the one that is like needing hope, needing that goodness poured into them, what do you have to say to that person right now?
Wow. Hope is a beautiful thing. I've learned hope from you, what you do, how you touch people's hearts, how you are always willing to give, to share. You give so much of yourself. Like, I'm so happy that I know you. And I also learned a different type of hope when it comes to God and giving myself permission and taking the time that I need so I can be ready. Hope is so fulfilling in so many different ways for different people. It all goes back to God and surrendering and giving of myself, whether it's just showing up and say, I'm here for you. God, I'm coming. I'm going to be there for you. But just, I'm grateful every day. I hope that I can always be a better person. My kids always would tell me when they were younger, I want to be just like you, Mom. And I would tell them, no, I don't want you to be like me. I want you to be 10 times better than me, 100 times better than me. Help people, love each other, respect each other, because they're my legacy, like Marilyn was talking about, right? Everybody has a purpose. Everybody has a drive. Everybody has a legacy. So hope is my legacy. I always hope for the best. I always, even when I've been shut out, doors closed or put aside, I always hope for the best. You know, I never say, well, that person is blah. No, I always hope for the best. Sometimes it gets me. My kids tell me you're too nice, but that's just who I am. So hope for me is healing. It's an overflow of love from God. It's having patience for myself and being empowered by God's love and other people that serve him like you do. So that's hope for me.
I love that. It's a big hug. So yeah, this Christmas in July, it's amazing to have you be a part of it. You look absolutely fantastic, and I can't wait to talk to you and get those files sent over so we get your show kicked off and off the ground, because you got a whole tribe of viewers waiting for you, because you are bringing value, but it's from your heart because you
Yeah.
genuinely care. And that's what makes the difference. That's what
Thank
sets it
you.
apart.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
I love you, beautiful.
I love you too.
Thank you for being with us tonight. And go back and read the comments because you got people asking, they got questions.
Okay. Now I gotta take care of Yada first.
There you go. There you go. All right, beautiful. Love you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye. Oh my gosh, she's awesome, right? She's awesome. And I'm telling you, the power of the pause. That's the name of her show. The promo video is already out on our YouTube Prosperity TV network. Check it out and let's get in waiting line for her to release her first episode because she's just powerful. She's just powerful and she knows her stuff. And like I said, she serves with her heart. All righty, guys. So we are bringing up our next. We got Nikki Cuesta on here visiting now. So we are bringing up our next guest, who also, couple things. He is a king in the Surrender to Rise book series. He is a king in his book. They actually are all getting their copies of their books this coming week. But he is a king, and he was at Surrender to Rise live in May. But not only that, he is a sponsor of Christmas in July this year. He's a silver sponsor. So I want to bring up Mr. Spencer Fothergill. Hello, my friend.
Hello.
There you are.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I cannot hear you. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Let's see. Do I have... Can you hear me? Yes, no. Oh, well, maybe he'll be coming back. We'll see where he's at. You got tech issues. You got to love the tech issues. Here we go one more time. Let's try again. We'll be see what he comes on. Tish says, Spencer. Hello. Now I can't hear you. Can you hear me though? Okay, now I can't hear you. Let's see here. Let's try one more thing. I feel like I can hear. Let's see what we're going to do. I feel like I can hear if you're touching, but I can't hear. Yep. Ivy says, nope, can't hear him. Nope. How about now? No. Can't hear you. And your microphone is on. Try yeah. We'll see what happens. Okay. Live. Different mic. Yep. We'll see. The first time I could hear him, but he couldn't hear me. And so him coming back on, then we couldn't hear him. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if he comes back on. In the meantime, should we dance again? I better wait and see if he can come right back on. If not, I'm going to make him listen to our song. I'm going to have you guys sick of our song before. Yep. Ivy says, dang tech. I know it. Let's see. We'll see what he's got going on. All right. Well, maybe we will dance to our song one more time. Anybody want to dance to the song one more time? Let's see.
Snowflakes in the sun, warm hearts on the run, a silent night that changed her life.
I'm gonna go ahead and add him. I think that we can be here again. So I'm not gonna play my song if I can bring him on. Are you there? can't hear you, man. No, what the heck? Let's see. No, your mic is on. This is like really weird. Oh, are you there now? Nope, I hear an echo. Let's see. Say something. No, it's super crazy. That's really weird. Okay. Well, I'm gonna play our song and see if you can try. I don't know, maybe from a different device or something. Because I can. Okay. So we're back to the song, guys.
But she rose with the morning light where sorrow tried to stay. She built a brighter way. Now every July, love leads the fight, and darkness can't survive the light. It started with one broken heart, one brave soul. Now 1,000 voices echo, one purpose, one goal. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. Tears to morning praise, a stage of stories that amaze. Comeback kings and queens arise with truth and fire in their eyes. We don't wait for December snow, we bring the miracle down below. Joy wrapped in every word we say, a gift that never fades away. It started with one widow's vow, one divine spark. Now hope is streaming through the dark, a light that leaves a mark. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. So here we are, voices raised like northern stars. Not just surviving, we're rewiring what it means to heal the scars. To anyone watching, to anyone near, you'll sing, you matter, you belong here. We're standing in a circle.
Okay, I see that we have him back on here, so we're going to try again because I want to use the time for him. So let's see what we got. Hello?
Hey, Queen.
We got sound. Yay! Yay! Woo, woo, woo. Hello. So are you on your phone? Baby. Are you on your phone?
I am on my telly.
Okay.
That's
okay.
Right.
Let's go. So we're talking about the good stuff, the heavy stuff, the pouring hope and inspiration into the world. And this, I can just give you like full screen because you're amazing when you pour into your people. So just start talking, just share.
You woke up today. Doesn't that feel good? Doesn't that feel good? Wherever you're at, whatever you're doing, whatever you're going through, like this moment right now, you're breathing, you're alive. I got a message from one of my really good friends' dads today that she overdosed and she's in ICU at the hospital. And I haven't seen her in a couple weeks, but she's been messaging me a lot lately. And back when I was using, she was one of the people that I would spend time with and hang out with. And I've tried many times to reel her in. I've even taken her to a couple meetings, and she was just honest with me, like she didn't really want nothing to do with that. Her dad messaged me saying that she's not going to recover. This is it. This is the last time.
Wow.
I'm getting ready. I'm going to go see her. Hopefully she'll still be, her heart will still be beating when I go see her. At the same time, I had a friend last night call me and ask me to come pick him up in Wilmington, about 2 hours away. He got kicked out of rehab. This life is so precious, Elena. This life is so good, and we abuse ourselves, and we listen to lies. We listen to the lie that we're not good enough, and we need that drink to feel good, or we need that. For me, as a man, we need that woman to feel good. We need that drug. We need to buy that thing. And I'm just, life is such a gift, you know?
Yes, it is. It is a precious gift. And can I ask you, so when something like this happens, do you ever stop to say, okay, God, why me? Why did you pull me out? Why did I come out of this to now speak to you and some others didn't?
So it took, God never left me, right? He never left me. I left him. And I neglected my vessel, my temple that he gave me. When I got clean from all of that, it took that surrender. I mean, it took me getting on my hands and knees in my brother's backyard, just 1.5 miles from where I'm at right now. I live in Laurel, Delaware, and my brother Aaron Shirey, him and his wife Elizabeth, they had let my son and I move in their house, and I literally went out in the backyard one night at like 3 a.m. and I prayed to the Lord Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit, God, please help me. And I was on all fours on the ground, and I mean, it took with everything, crying, pleading, and he did like that. I mean, it was gone, and I think that I think addicts, like nobody that is an addict in anything made the decision to say, hey, I would like to be that helpless one day. Mm-hmm. Like you never think that's gonna ever happen to you. That's not gonna happen to me. I'm having a good time. And then you try one thing, and then you try another thing, and then eventually it spirals into something else. And then so I think it does take, for a lot of people, it takes that desperation, you know? If you're desperate, that's pretty good, because what's next is gonna be great, you know?
Do you feel that when you're talking desperation, but do you feel that there's a fine line between those that still have that hope, that they still want to, they still believe or love themselves just a little bit to know, like, I need to do better? Because what's the difference between getting to that point of desperation and that point of desperation, but that takes you over, and like you don't really even, do you think people choose to just not want to be here anymore, or does it just happen because of the using and stuff?
I talk to addicts all the time. So a lot of the times the words that they choose to use, mm-hmm. and they'll say they want to get clean. They'll say they want to get right. I got to get my life right. They've burned all their bridges with their kids, their spouses, their family. And but yet they're still like on the fence of, oh, well, like I'm still using methadone and I'm going to the clinic and I need that. And there's a little bit of truth to that. But like when you're ready to get clean, I quit my job. I didn't have another job lined up. I moved. I called my landlord and I said, hey man, I'm really sorry, but I'm hooked on drugs. I got to break my lease with you. I know that means I got to pay you a bunch of other money. I don't have that. I'll figure that out, but I got to get out of here. I mean, and I just started calling family members and I was like, hey, this is what's up with me. I've been really ashamed of it for a while. Most of them knew, they could tell. But I was really good at hiding it, you know? And you got to be willing to do anything, you know? You got to be willing to go above and beyond what is your normal application, because your normal application, like a crackhead will figure out how to get crack. He will figure it out. It'll be 2 o'clock in the morning. He'll have no money. He'll have nowhere to go or sleep, but he will figure out how to get high. And if you use that same reticular activating system or to figure out how to get your life right, to find peace, you will.
Wow. That right there, man. Because we can get that fact of the addict will do whatever it takes. We've seen it depicted in movies and we've seen, you know, how crazy this can get, but you've never heard it but if you want to get it right, if you want to get your life right, it's got to take that same kind of like that conviction, that just all in on it. Amazing.
Yeah, and know that there's a reason they say one day at a time, because just because you're not using drugs right now, so, and I never went and got a degree in any of this. This is all just me learning through experience. But I've heard that and learned that when someone develops a drug addiction, an alcohol addiction at a young age, 16, 17 years old, and they go, you know, 15, 20, 30 years in that addiction, when they eventually get to a point when they get sober and the withdrawal symptoms and all that, and that person then goes back to 15, 16-year-old emotional intelligence. They have no idea how to actually deal with life, to deal with what it's like to be an adult. What's it like because they've always coped and numbed and never been really in it, having to deal with you know, pressures and stress and their feelings without using. And so like it's a long journey, you know. It's a very long journey, but just for me, getting to a point where like I want to help everyone, but if you call me and it's consistently the same thing. The other night I had like a 40-minute drive, and I was lucky enough that I was able to give my time to a buddy of mine, and a lot of the times I can't even answer them. And he's telling me the same thing over and over. And I said, dude, I love you, man, but this is like, I've heard this so many times from you. And he's crying about how his family don't want nothing to do with him. And I'm like, don't you think that like they deserve to have those feelings towards you, man? You've let them down so many times. Just because you're clean for 1 week and you finally got a job, they're allowed to have their feelings of, okay, well, he's probably going to screw it up again, and you got to just accept that. It is on the other side of acceptance and giving them grace, and be glad that you're not using for that. That's a good reason for you to use again, man. You feel sorry for yourself. You know?
That right there, like you just nailed it. Like, yeah, like because you've made this, it's almost like taking that step for something else. And if that something else doesn't come, then it's an excuse to just be like, well, I tried that and it still wasn't that great. We've got some comments coming in. Nikki Cuesta says, wow, this hits home. Lost my brother to an accidental overdose in 2018. It was
So
truly
sorry,
hard.
Nikki.
Yep. It was truly
So
hard
sorry,
for him
Nikki.
to get into society. And then Ivy says at some point you have to be blunt and even walk away. Oh, Tish has a question. Do you feel like them not knowing how to be an adult, how to cope and handle stress is the driving force behind returning to what they know?
I think it's many different factors. I think it's not having a safe space to be a wreck, to not having a safe space to say, hey, like I'm even though I'm sober right now, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to like go to work and keep a stable job. And then it's the old demons that come back, and the voices of maybe the relationships that are burned, that having to be patient with that, you know. uh what I see, it's really like the family. Like, even though I got my life together now, it's my family. I haven't figured out how to work my family relationships out yet, and that is hard, especially for men. Like, the ego of that, of your kids not wanting to see you, and your parents not wanting to see you, and your siblings. Like, it's really hard. And I'm sure it is for women as well. I happen to be more involved with men when it comes to recovery, but. And to Nikki, I don't know if I know Nikki or not, but I'm so very sorry about your brother, dear. God bless him, and may he rest in peace. I hope he knew Jesus.
Yes. So when you come out and you talk about this, like you were there in May in Texas at Surrender to Rise, and it's amazing because I do feel that that moment that you surrendered and God stepped in, you share from a heart that we can feel. Like I can genuinely feel the love that you carry inside, and that didn't come easy. Your journey has been excruciating, and I love the fact that you can remove the ego and the fear of being vulnerable to share that with us, because we need people like you. Like, we need a Spencer in our lives.
Well, thanks, Elena. I mean, I think I've always wanted to be like the good guy. I've always wanted to be like the Mom, I got an A on my test, and Dad, I won the state championship. Be proud of me. And going, like, in order to go to the family barbecue or go to the event with all the friends and feel like I must get drunk before I go, or like I must do a line, or I must get high before I go, like, it's a shitty feeling. It's a crappy feeling of not feeling adequate. And even now when I talk to you, I guess, like, me crying is still it's still a sign that, like, this, I'm still in it right now, you know what I mean? Or else why would I be so teary about it? I'm not ashamed of that part of me. It's just I see so much of the hurt that I went through and so many other people still, and I wish I could save them all, and I can't save any of them. I can just be me, and hopefully God works through them. Hopefully they see a little bit of him in me, and maybe some angels in their life will, maybe they'll use their free will that they're given to find the help that they need, to seek the peace that they deserve.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, since we first connected years ago, I've been able to see that in you. I've been able to see, I don't know.
Thanks, Elena. I love you. Thank you for your belief. The way you believe in people. The way you believe in people is so wonderful and so beautiful.
And sometimes it's almost like I was talking to Tish about this the other day in a different scenario, but sometimes I think God made me with this, like, overflowing of love. Like, I'm like, love just overflows, and I can see those that need it. And sometimes that love comes in a form of just belief. And so there are people that I will reach out to and say, I don't know why, but I see something in you, and people need what you have, whether you can see it yet or not. And I just feel like that's why I was drawn to you before even knowing this part of your story. I didn't even know it then, but I knew there was something that I was just drawn to you, because you're here for mighty things, my friend. You are here for mighty things, and people need you in a capacity that I don't think you quite understand yet, because I see it. God has allowed me to see it. And I will have your back. I will stand at your side. I will do whatever it takes in my capacity to help that come forward, because someone doesn't believe they're worthy, and they need to hear from you that they are. And that's just the beauty of it. I know it. I know it.
Wherever we go, we will be a light.
I believe that. I believe that. So how can we and I'm just, you're pouring into us, and how can, before our time here is up and you go, how can we, and I say we because you got people here that are chiming in the comments and watching, but how can we pray over you or be a support to you, as we know that you are headed off to visit a dear friend that is in a really bad place right now? What can we do for you?
So recently I've been and I shared this a little bit in the in the chapter in the book, but recently I have had a lot of thoughts about my daughter Elena, my daughter Lena, and I have not met her yet. I have not even seen a picture of her yet. I tried to go to court. I tried to go the court route, and the case got dismissed. It's a long story, but so there's been a lot of feelings of like you need to go ahead and try again for that. If you could pray over for me about that, anybody listening, that would be wonderful. And then really just pray for anybody dealing with the spirit of fear and the spirit of addiction. You were made in God's image, and you're loved so much, and all of our ancestors that have come before us have bled and sweat and worked and cried and died so that we could be where we're at right now. And I know that there's this life is extremely hard, and there's still a lot of things wrong with it, but it's what you make it, and we are better together. And anybody dealing with those things, you can get better. Life is better on the other side.
Amen. Yeah, you got it. You got it. And I do want to share for people that he is in the Surrender to Rise Kings edition. Your chapter is amazing, and it is in the Surrender to Rise. So you can go and get a book from Spencer and at showyourcrown.com, click on his face. But it's important because your story, you poured your heart out in that, and people need this. People need to be touched by you. And so I will do my part to help get your word out there, because not only does, for the person that is going through addiction, but it affects everyone around. So even when you talked about your friend that the family didn't receive it right away, it affects everyone around. And when you see it hurt someone that you love, that isn't even doing the drugs, but is still impacted and hurt by it, it's a hard thing all around. And so we all need to just kind of lift arms and support one another through the journey. And I will do my part to help get your word out there, because people need you, man.
You're a hope dealer, Elena. Thank you so much to all the other people that got to be on here today, and love you very much. Give Charles my love, and God bless everyone.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Love you, man. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Thank you. I love that. Did you guys get that? I'm a hope dealer. I love it. I love it. That's my new title. The comeback queen turned hope dealer. All right, guys. So we are going to continue to move right along. I believe we got someone coming on here, I believe right at 9. Let me see. Where's she at? I believe we got one going. So, since we are live, like I said, I'm just going to keep rocking and rolling, and we'll see where we're at. So that is amazing. And if you haven't connected with Spencer yet, please connect with him. He is all heart. He is just a light. And like he said, what did he say? I think wherever we go, we'll be a light. And I think Yada is the one that put that back in the comments. All right, so how are we doing, guys? I'm waiting for a few minutes to see. There she is. We've got our next guest. It is 9 p.m. So we are down to 11 hours. And I can't even stress this enough when people are like, I don't know how you do it. This is so fulfilling to me to just have this time with everyone, but to just know that we are pouring just all this goodness out there. So I'm going to bring up our next guest. We've got Yasmin West. Hello, beautiful.
Hello.
It is so great to have you. So this is your first Christmas in July Stream-a-thon.
Yes, it is. Thank you for having me. And it's just been wonderful to listen to everyone and all their stories, the diversity, the differences, but the same as well. There's a common theme, and
yeah, we all come from a different angle, but yet we all just want to really make the world a better place. And we've all been through it in our own ways, and that's how we come forward and do that. So tell everyone where you're joining us from.
Okay, so I'm over on the West Coast, so it's a little earlier for me. But I was up bright and early listening to everyone and enjoying everything so far. So.
Nice. And so then I'm going to leave this totally open to you. If you've caught a few of the guests and you've seen kind of what we're doing, what do you feel called to share with us this over here this evening?
Well, my day job, I'm an accountant by trade, so of course I prepared. And I kind of, so the stories we've been hearing, a lot of pain, a lot of tragedy, a lot of overcoming of that, right?
Let me ask you a question real quick.
Yeah.
With this, because you are prepared and do you want full screen and like, let me just give you your time, or do you want like conversation side by side? I always leave it open to whatever you want.
I'm comfortable either way, but I kind of like the conversational.
Okay.
So you can jump in and ask questions.
Okay,
and
great.
Make it fun and interactive.
Okay, great.
So that's kind of how I jam.
Okay, good. Okay.
So yeah, we've been talking about a lot of pain, a lot of tragedies, hurt, and I've had all that in my life. Probably not to the severe degree as some, maybe a little more than others, but one of the things that's helped me, I can truly say right now in my life, I'm probably the happiest I've ever been. And yeah, and that I say that, and I say that that type of growth would never have happened without all the tragedies I had in my life. Mm-hmm. And so as we go through these things in life, I think we really need to remember that there's always a silver lining, right? And part of it's how we choose to look at it. Some heal faster than others, and mindset's all a part of that. But I have some examples from my own life that I wanted to share and kind of give you a timeline and how that kind of shaped some of the ways my life went because of those things. And I think that will be of benefit to people and help them see that, oh yeah, I don't want to take it back because it's been an amazing journey, even with the hurt, even with the pain.
And that's beautiful, that you wouldn't take it back, because it's made you who you are, and you said it, you're happy today. So yeah, share with us.
Yeah. Okay, so going down the timeline, when I was 9 years old, like yourself, I had something not so great happen on Christmas. My grandmother had died, and little did we know that she had left a mountain of debt. She was in trouble with some loan sharks, and she kept all this a secret. And so when we found out, we had to sell the house at a distress, the family home. It was a beautiful home, but we sold it at a distress, and we were kicked out Christmas Day.
Wow. And you were 9?
I was 9.
And that was your Merry Christmas.
That was my Merry Christmas. So, the whole spiritual God thing, that didn't fly with me from a very young age. So I had a hard time, celebrating Christmas because of that for many years. But one of the good things that came out of that, my grandmother, she made some financial mistakes when she signed some contracts she didn't fully understand. So one of the good things that came out of that was I kind of had this inner drive that I'm going to understand finance. And so that's kind of what led me to learning not just about finance, but accounting and all that. And that's how I eventually became an accountant.
Wow, got on that path. That's amazing, because you see things like that. And so that childhood experience that kind of was that trauma bomb guided your professional path as you got older.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it's served me well throughout my life. It's gotten me out of some jams and kept the bills paid. So it's served me well. But, even though I went to school and got this education and I should have known better, it didn't, it wasn't foolproof. But when I was, I was about 25 years old, I had just broken up with, he was my first real boyfriend, and we were together about 8 years, and it was a terrible breakup, very stressful. And I won't go into everything that happened, but, it put so much stress on me that I got an autoimmune liver condition, and I almost died. That's, I can't express, if you've ever been sick and having to face your own mortality, when you recover from that, life is just so sweet. You just want to experience everything. And that's how it was for me. I had been, just not going to college, just messing around, not really doing much with my life. And once I got better, I wanted to do it all immediately. So, I told myself, oh, I've always wanted to learn black and white photography. I did it right away. I want to go back to school and get my accounting degree. I did it immediately. I wanted to learn how to ride a motorcycle. I did it immediately. I wanted to travel. I didn't have money, but I found a way to do it anyway. And it just, because I got a taste of how precious life is and how it can be taken away from you so quickly. And so I felt blessed that I had that experience at such a young age and not later on in life when so many years have gone by. And, you may have had some regrets here and there and wanted to do some things and you didn't. So
yeah, so it's like, so because of that, it guided your choices, but also helped you not kind of sit in that maybe zone. Like you knew there's no time for the maybe zone. Like tomorrow might not be here, so let's do it today. And so then instead of getting to a point in your life where you look back and think, man, I coulda, woulda, shoulda, which we talked about earlier with some others. So it's actually served you well to not sit on the things that you truly want to do.
Right.
Wow. So what would you tell that person that is like, they haven't faced an experience like that, but they have a lot of desires in their heart, but they think like, it's not the time, there's not enough money, someday I will. What would you tell that person?
Well, don't wait, because you never know what can happen tomorrow. But also, there's never going to be a perfect time. And so you just have to do the best with what you have. If you don't have X, Y, and Z, you need to do what the next step of whatever your next goal is. Start with what you have.
Mm-hmm.
Talk to people, get ideas. There's always a way. I'll talk a little bit about the radio station later if you want, but Bob and I, we pretty much started that on a shoestring budget, and we've grown immensely, and people are asking, how the hell did you do that? We just figured out a way,
and that I can totally relate to. For those that know, like Prosperity TV Network, it's just like you just figure it out along the way, but you got to just begin. You've got to just start, and then you figure it out. But if you sit back and try to figure it out with not even having started, that's like near impossible.
Yeah.
So with that, like, why don't we talk about that a little bit? Tell us how you evolved into that, or even just what it is and all that stuff. Because I know you and I have had conversation in the past, but there might be somebody here that doesn't know anything about that.
Sure. So again, that was birthed out of another tragedy. My husband, he had a coworker, a friend of his. She committed suicide because she felt trapped in her life. And, that's a long story. Her dad basically had her working in his company, and she never went to school, she just felt trapped in a life, and the company started doing badly, and then she felt like she had nothing. And that was her only way out.
Wow. That's really heartbreaking,
Yeah. And so, when my husband heard about that, he was like, I gotta do something to reach someone who feels that way. He was just heartbroken that someone would be in that situation and go to that extreme to take their own life. And so he's like, I don't know who I can help, but here's an idea I have. I'm just going to create this online radio station. We're going to fill it with nice music to get people through their workday, and we're going to sprinkle in some wisdom, some hope, some positive messaging. We'll run educational stuff, some podcasts in the evenings. We'll put together some resources, get people together, such as yourself, get them up on the website, just kind of create a whole like little Grand Central Station of.
I love that. All from the goodness of pouring good stuff out there, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't have any money, so it was like, okay, well, how do we get people to pay for this? Well, let's make it a nonprofit, and we'll just get sponsorships. And in the beginning, we'll keep everything, costs really low, so that we can pay for it ourselves until we get people to help us out. And
nice.
It's that in itself, the radio station has taught me so much, just about building relationships, working with people. It's gotten me out of my comfort zone. I mean, I was very, very shy. You would never see me on a Zoom call, let alone creating my own YouTube channel.
Right. And how long has it been? Like, how long have you guys had the radio show?
So it's been since September of 22 is when we officially launched. And the old joke was always, oh, it's okay if we have a scheduling mess up. Nobody's listening. now people are listening.
Yeah.
So, we've grown up to, we're holding steady right now at 100 listeners per day, and
nice.
Getting the attention of businesses that, want the exposure that we can offer them, and also support us as well. So it's coming along. It hasn't been easy, but that's part of the fun.
So in that piece, you are a prime example of just trying it and seeing what happens, finding the purpose behind something and creating something out of a painful experience. That's like another example of a painful experience that has turned into something that can give back, right? So what would you tell the person that they've been through that painful experience and they have these ideas, but they seem so outrageous? Like if somebody is thinking I could never start a radio station, but they know that there's something in them, what advice can you give that person?
There's always a way. And also sometimes if something doesn't work out, maybe you weren't meant to go down that path, or maybe you were meant to do it later on. We had, some people that initially supported us and then pulled their sponsorship, and we later found out some things about them, and we're like, okay, that's probably a good thing. We weren't really in alignment. So just be open to the ebbs and flows. I mean, I'm a big energy person. That's kind of my jam. And it's, this station, it's a living entity to me. It's our child, and it grows, it falls down and skins its knees, and we have to pivot and adapt, and that's just life. And sometimes it's not fun, not pretty, but it's part of the journey. And when you look back on it, that is usually, when you have those tough challenges, that is usually right before you're going to have a breakthrough.
That's the gold right there. Reminding people that if it feels really tough, if it feels really difficult right now, keep going, because you're probably on the brink of your breakthrough.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that makes me think, you got people that are impatient, that are like, yeah, but I've been sitting here for a while. I'm ready for it anytime. But just keep going. So where can people find your radio station?
So yeah, we're online. So it's www.radiobobusa.com.
RadioBobUSA.com.
Yep. And it's totally free to listen. We have a PayPal link on there if you so are inclined to donate. We graciously accept that. But yeah, it's all free to listen to. And there's lots of resources on our website, like suicide prevention hotlines, stuff like that. We meet so many people. We just get out there and meet people. And, it's been a blessing, really, to meet some of the people we have met. And
I bet, because I'm sure it's taken you to events and just different things and community, gatherings and stuff like that. Now, I know that you said that we're on a time difference. Are you like out on the West Coast?
yes.
Okay.
But we do broadcast 24/7. Our first worldwide event we went to was the Bonneville Salt Flats last year. And it became apparent that there were people across the pond that wanted to listen to us in the middle of the night. So, we tightened up our finances and we pulled the trigger, and we're 24/7 now.
24/7. That's awesome. Like that is wonderful. And then for people, if they wanted to, well, and I'm sure if they go to the website, they would know, but like if somebody wanted to advertise or if somebody wanted to, get involved in some way, shape, or form, what does that look like for somebody?
Just reach out to us. There's an email contact on the website, or you can go to the Radio Bob Facebook page or my husband's page or my page. And just DM us, tell us what you're all about, what you had in mind. We do all sorts of things. I know John Emery. He's going to be on.
Nice.
We partnered with him and we rebroadcast his podcast on our station on Tuesday nights.
Nice.
So things like that. It doesn't have to be a podcast. We're always looking for 3 to 5 minute clips of words of wisdom. So if you want to do that, we'd love to have that as well. And also, of course, advertising space. Our only caveat is whatever you offer has to be of benefit to people. So.
Well, that makes it worth it. Kind of like what we're doing here. It's got to serve. It's got to do something in a positive way to someone out there. So what's next for you? What do you have on board coming up next in your world?
Well, actually, we have next weekend, we're going to the National Hot Rod Association in Sonoma, California. And again, just by talking to people and getting out there, we're not just going to have our booth there. We actually have one of the race car drivers agreed. We did an interview with him and he was so gracious. He's like, well, I'm coming out to that race to race. Do you want me to bring my extra race car that I can just park next to your booth?
Oh, sweet. So yeah, that's going to draw people in. Like that's a huge, like I can envision that right now. Like the race car, like right there. Wow.
Yeah. So, we do a lot of motorsports because, we like them and it's a lot of fun. But we're open to other things. Right now we're actually looking for some people that are into like outdoor adventuring. So we're launching a whole campaign around that. Hopefully getting some stories of getting out there in nature. And for myself personally, I am healed when I go out in nature. And so that's something I kind of want to promote. A lot of people, if they can just get out in nature and get away from the noise and ground out and be by themselves, that can be very healing for them. So we're going to do a little bit more of that. So, the the exciting racing stuff, and then also something a little bit more calm for people that aren't into the commotion.
That's really nice. I mean, because that is, I think the older we get, if you don't make that outdoor sitting in nature time a priority, you're just too busy. It just like never happens. And so to make it a thing, to purposely get out there with that intention, because it is so healing. And I'm guilty of it. Like I don't go out. I'll go sit by the pool every now and then, but for the most part, I don't do it enough. And so this is a reminder to me to be intentional about it. Take that time to just get out there and sit in the nature, listen to the birds, all the things, right? So
yeah, they've done studies that I think it's in Japan. It's actually a thing, and they call it forest bathing, where you go out into the forest and you bathe basically. And,
wow.
The Japanese people are pretty calm, so
yeah. they might be onto something there.
Yeah.
So this has like truly been amazing, and I am so grateful for you for taking time out of your Saturday to come and spend time with us and our Christmas in July Stream-a-thon. And you're in the books now, girl. So I'll be getting a hold of you for next year. But no, thank you so much for being a part of it and for being with us and pouring into us. And I'm excited for you. And maybe we'll talk and see about what those 3 to 5 minute words of wisdom type of thing are too, because that sounds pretty cool. We probably have some people that would love to be able to
get something like that going from it. Anyone here that wants to contribute.
Yes, absolutely. Amen. All righty, girl. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Right.
And I will see you soon. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That's pretty cool, guys. 3 to 5 minute words of wisdom. Who couldn't benefit from little nuggets, right? Little nuggets of wisdom. So how are we doing out there, guys? How are we doing? We are moving right along. This is like going really, really fast for me. So we're going to bring up another guest that we have here with us. Let me take a little sip over here. I got waters, I got drinks, all kinds of things. That's like so important to stay hydrated, even if you're just kind of sitting here. But I'm excited to bring up a dear friend of mine who I had the privilege of meeting several years ago through the Blue and Green. And his journey is just amazing. And I can't wait for him to come and share a little bit with you. And so I'm going to bring Mr. Adam Latin on here. Hello, my friend.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. It is so great to have you here.
I just want to make sure I'm coming in clear. I'm on these audio phone things, and I don't know how they are on that end.
It sounds great. Do I sound okay to you?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
yep.
Because you sound great. You sound perfect. Number one, how are you?
I am a little bit hectic. Today's been a busy day. I completely forgot there was a activity in a town by me today. So I was trying to get my wife the opportunity to have an experience because it's a little bit difficult. I'm busy. She doesn't have her license. She's new to the United States. It's only been less than 2 years. But I really wanted to make sure I had time to kind of talk and share and join this amazing cast and crew of people.
Wow. Well, thank you for adjusting and making your way. I mean, obviously you were probably like, oh my gosh, like where you got to be and all of this. So thank you. Like, honestly, thank you for parking it and making it happen.
Absolutely.
So tell me, like, just, this is all about just pouring out there the words of wisdom, the guidance,
So I think, as you know, we haven't had a conversation a little bit, but you know that my top word of connection is cherish. And that my focus is it's continuing to deepen around the idea of helping people build accurate and effective bonds where there is less inaccurate expectation And so for me, my joy is helping people connect where they're able to receive and kind of engage with, okay, I can connect here, but I can't connect here. So don't expect me to show up in this way. And so when you can have conversations around, this is how I can share, this is how I can connect, this is what I can offer, that becomes a really big thing. Like, we really want people to, it used to be that we bonded around similarity, but we live in such an information age that we can't expect people to have accessed similar information. So how do you have the comments? How do you have the conversations? How do you teach someone? And how do you within yourself really assess accurately what truly makes you feel cherished? You know, we're almost kind of expected sometimes to receive love the way someone gives it. And then what we're kind of doing is forcing ourselves to receive in a really unbalanced way. And then we're not really celebrating the connection. The connection becomes more work than exploration, experience, those type of things.
Wow.
So I do this work not only now with couples, but very strongly with families, especially families that have children on the neurodiverse spectrum, because their brains are literally written so differently. You have to really, to cherish them, you cannot believe that challenging them is going to be effective. In fact, when you challenge most neurodiverse people, they're more likely to separate and disconnect than really show up the way that you want them to.
Wow. That is so important, like such important work. And, you know, I love how you mentioned, like, the way that you give love doesn't necessarily mean that's how you want to receive it. Do you think that's why so many relationships are just like, it's more stress than it is in sync?
So don't get me wrong, there's a place for everything, but we've gotten into at least in the United States, as you know, I lived in Peru and I've traveled to other places.
Yeah, and I actually want you to touch
US,
on that a little bit too when you get to that point.
So what we're dealing with is we've hyper focused on beliefs and ideas. We've engaged with verbal communication is what builds intimacy. And having opposing beliefs, I believe, can create dissension, but trying to run parallel to your partner, I think it's not effective. And we're constantly trying to run parallel to our partners or make our partners run parallel to us. Okay. So in that way, conflict happens because you're like, my value system is this. You need to know and live my value system. But my value system is this. Instead of saying we can create individual experiences where we are celebrating that person's value system some of the time and the other person's value system some of the time. It doesn't have to be every experience we create is mutual. I actually work with a lot of my couples and families around you blueprint your own everything experience for one weekend. And then you switch and you create an everything experience for your partner or a child. Rather than trying to get everything in together and have be like a 70% experience, you create experiences where you're deeply enmeshed in that connection.
Wow.
And since you wanted me to touch on the Peru thing, one of the things that's really valuable. So I'm originally from Connecticut. People may not know this, but I'm originally from Connecticut. And people must have already been talking about the blue and green. So I'm assuming most people know about the Unleashed. So I went to an Unleashed event. The first one I went to was one in February in Delaware. I immediately jumped over to a Cancun experience where I talked about Cherish in front of the group for the first time. But during that experience, there was someone there that lived in Colombia and coached virtually in the United States. And that gave me the idea to try and create a new experience. The following month, I joined a full moon meditation group where I said one of the things I wanted to manifest was the opportunity to live in Peru. The guy sitting next to me turns to me and says, I have someone who can find you an apartment.
Wow.
This was May of 2021. So it was February, inspiration in April, connection and opportunity in May, and I leapt and stepped down August 2nd, 2021 in Peru.
Wow.
Got a personal trainer, went on Bumble. Because my purpose was to create and build a bond, because I had to finally acknowledge I was not going to build a bond in Connecticut. There was just not access to people with enough of an opportunity. I couldn't manifest out of thin air. You need to at least have the opportunity for something to exist. So location's much more important sometimes than people recognize. So I found this. So went on Bumble, talked to a couple people, but September 25th is actually when I met my now wife.
Wow.
Less than 2 months after I left there, I met the woman that I've now been married to for over 3.5 years.
Wow.
And it was so easy. That first night, we closed out in the cafe. Now, when I was first talking to her, she translated everything in English. So when I first asked to meet up, she confessed to me that she was being deceptive and she didn't know any English.
Oh, wow.
So it was kind of a little bit of an awkward situation, but I was like, hey, I've liked the conversations we've had so far. Let's see how this works. So we went to a cafe in the center of Lima, and we literally passed our phones back and forth for 3 hours and closed that place out. I actually knew then that I wanted her to be my wife. Like
Wow.
I was that sure, I was that clear, I was that understanding.
Yeah.
And couple months after we met, we had a few dates, we had a great time. She came and moved in with me, and we just, by March of 2022, we were married.
Wow. And
And-
so that's like full circle, like all like
Yeah.
from
Yep.
first event to the thing, like
Yeah.
all in- wow.
It was all in largely less than a year.
Yeah.
And sometimes my life can really work like that. It doesn't always do that, but I've definitely had amazing faith-driven moments. And it's what helps me really create and empower people, because I really do believe in the necessity of positive power. You know, I think that I recognize that some people want peace, and if they've been able to create it, I think that's a beautiful thing. But I've had so many people filled with shame and judgment around themselves because they can't find peace. And I believe it's because peace is a passive vibration, and they're not supposed to live in passive energy. They're
Oh.
always supposed to be in the flow of active energy. So what they need to be doing is switching from peace to passion and movement. And it's one of the things I love so much about Allegra. I was able to catch some of her talk, and she's so good at that energy. I mean, everyone that I've connected to through the Unleashed is amazing. But you know, and I've seen your amazing journey as well. Like, I think you do amazing work. You stand up for people. I really believe shame is such a huge problem still. It's everywhere. We are taught that shame creates motivation. And so people create and push that energy. And I really believe it largely only creates destruction.
Wow.
And so one of the things that I love about my work, who I am, how I show up, I'm sorry I'm constantly going on and on.
No,
but
I
I'm
love
very-
it. Mhm.
I'm passionate about this. I say that I'm a louder, positive voice in someone's head than the negative voices. Sometimes volume is important. That the pathway of volume is what damaged you. So the pathway of volume is the only pathway to really receive healing. And so I operate from a lot of dynamically different modalities and methodologies than other people. I do not think that diminishes other people's methods, but I will say that if anyone is experiencing methods where they're not getting the results they want, they may need someone who approaches from a completely different angle. Like, I know that there is so many people who promote having an attitude of unlimitedness. I believe the best thing you can do is think deeply and never shift your limitations. That you focus entirely on building from your point of strength and build a community that helps you navigate and supports around where you're limited. And that those limitations are there on purpose so that we don't become solely independent, that we actually need connection, community, support, and that by judging them and attacking them, we don't realize the gift that they can be. One of the things that I say is I'm a tornado of disorder, okay? Constant disorder. My wife is an even more powerful tornado of order than I am disorder. And it is one of the things that I love and appreciate so much about her. But before she was in my life, remember, she's only been in my life basically 4 years now. Not quite 4 years. I used to hire someone to clean my space because I can't be a tornado of disorder and be a person of order. So instead, I create relationships. And what I found is that my life improved drastically as I stopped saying, how do I do this? And said, who do I know that can do this for me so I don't have to do it myself?
That's
actually
awesome.
Because you can buy back time and effort by farming it out to someone else. And it doesn't always have to be money. You can create exchanges.
Yeah.
I used to exchange with certain people. I would do this for them. I would work in my zone of genius, is what I call it. And I would have them work in their zone of genius. And they would support me in that sort of way.
Wow.
And so these are all kind of the different ways that I come at things from a different angle than a lot of other people in the coaching and leadership space. And so I really believe in understanding how we learn, that how we learn and what our brains perceive is biological and not a choice. And so when I start engaging and I work with couples or families, and I explain to them, you realize this person is neurologically incapable of seeing this, of engaging with this, of understanding this. But how do we build a bond so that you feel celebrated, appreciated, engaged within the limitations of someone else's neural capacity? And so
that's super, super important. And I think something that people don't really pay enough or put enough emphasis on, you know. I mean, there's people popping up in my head that are very dear to me that I could benefit by looking at things in that way, right?
Yeah, I mean, I really believe some people are neurologically incapable of being anything other than reactive. I call it the pinball effect. Some people are flippers where they can move energy and direct different things, and other people are pinballs. They're just bouncing off of stimuli, and that's all they can do. So they're not capable of choice. Does everyone have free will? Yes, technically they do. Is everyone capable of accessing that free will? No. And so engaging with that, connecting with that, and celebrating from that place is important.
Wow. So if people wanted to, you know, connect with you, ask some questions, or just to see, like, where would they start? Where's that starting place?
There's a couple different ways. The first one is, I know most people are not comfortable with this, but I'm very comfortable. I prefer communication through phone. So for me, texting and calling at my phone number, 860-805-0482, and also my website, which is the Clearest You. So I don't know if it's fully up there on your screen, but it's literally one word, the Clearest You, the letter U,
I'll put that in the
.com,
chat. Mhm.
right, is how people can look at my more recently renovated website. It still needs quite a bit of work, but it at least has your bare bones understanding and ability
Right.
of what I do, how I show up in the world, different types of information, and it also
Right.
has my contact information. Last but not least, the I have
Oh,
a
wait,
book that I
didn't
wrote
see
back in 2018. I have a book that I wrote back in 2018 of the same, The Clearest You. And so it has a lot of these concepts that I talk about around embracing limitation, navigating expectation, looking at understanding obligation, and things of that vein. That can be found on Amazon, both in Kindle and book format, like regular book format, and also through Barnes and Noble online.
Oh, very nice.
So-
Very nice. So how's your wife adapting here?
It's been unbelievable. Do we have time? I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I have plenty of time. So
the next guest isn't on here yet, so I'm just like talking. I didn't even really look at the time because I didn't see anybody in the
Okay.
waiting room. So yeah.
I don't want to be disrespectful to anyone. So
Yep.
let me know when they come in, and I will absolutely make room.
Okay.
But
yeah.
my wife has been having an unbelievably difficult time adjusting. But this is where the kindness and compassion she's previously offered me has me stepping in and doing the same thing for her.
Mhm.
She developed double frozen shoulder. So both her left and her right arms, she's had really difficulty with movement and engagement with activities and doing different things. It's been impossible to find her work. She's been trying to learn English, but it's absolutely been challenging. I went from being able to get by as a single individual. Then when I was living in Peru is unbelievably inexpensive. It's literally 25% of the cost of everything in Connecticut
Wow.
where I live.
Wow.
And that was easy. Trying to maintain even a normal lifestyle here, being the only breadwinner for 3 people. I have a stepson who just graduated high school, and he's finally working a little bit, but the legal immigration stuff, which we don't need to get into, but it's just, there's a lot. It's just been a lot. And I do the best I can, which is why I wanted to make sure she was able to enjoy an activity today that we could do. That was, there's fireworks going on. I don't know if people can hear it in the background.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I'm
I can
literally
hear the
sitting
fireworks.
here. Yeah. So my wife loves fireworks. So there's a town which I grew up in where they're actually doing fireworks, and they do this every 3rd Saturday. So you get the fireworks around the 4th of July, and then the fireworks here. So
So let me ask real quick though. The son, is he here too then? Did he like move
Oh yeah,
here?
yeah.
Okay,
He's
okay.
had 2 years of high school in Connecticut, and if you have 2 years of high school in Connecticut, they actually give you 2 years of free community college. Believe it or not.
Oh wow. Wow.
So he's getting 2 years. He's going to be getting 2 years of community college, and believe it or not, Peru is very expensive for colleges.
Is
We're
it?
talking $40,000 or $50,000 a year. Not the soles, the actual American dollars. It's equivalent of $40,000 or $50,000 a year. So he knows he's getting a deal, which is why he's excited to just be in school, and then he'll transfer to a state school, which is still cheaper than what we would be paying if we were down there. And so he's really excited to get his education. He's going to be a translator, a Spanish to English translator, because he knew English before he knew English before we even met. Like I met him when he was 14. He already had a decent amount of English understanding for English.
Wow. Wow.
So he just taught himself.
That's great.
I mean,
the translator, like that's
Right.
a job security right there for like ever.
Right. Yeah. And he wants to specifically focus on the medical field because we've had so many challenges around getting my wife support. And so he wants to be that person that equally adds support to the community here.
That's got to be a great fireworks show.
It is. I'm sorry. I hope it's not
No, that's
too
awesome.
obnoxious in the background.
No,
They're
you're
doing
awesome.
the finale right now, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Well, I want to say, like, we've got our other guests back in the waiting room now.
All right, absolutely.
But I want to just tell you, it's been really great to see you and to be able to talk with you. And thank you for being part of this again this year. So.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I'm sure we will connect again soon. Thank you so much.
Yes, we will. All right. I'll talk to you later.
All
Adam.
right.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye. All righty, guys. That was a great fireworks show. So I've got, let's see. It looks like I'm going to try this one. We're going to bring our next guest on here. We got Mr. Black on here. So Denzel, can you hear me?
Gotcha. I was watching you on YouTube. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, that's okay. I'm like, yeah, join us in the backstage. So I got to let people know we connected through a mutual friend on Facebook, but we've never even ever had a conversation. So it is so awesome to have you step forward and want to be a part of this Christmas in July experience. How are you?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing very, very well. We're still rocking and rolling. We're into almost 12 hours and it feels amazing. But tell everyone, where are you joining us from?
I'm in Nashville, Tennessee.
You're in Nashville. Nice.
Yes, ma'am.
Nice. So have you caught a little bit of what we're doing here?
Yes, ma'am. I've been paying attention and listened to a few people, just spreading out hope to everybody. You know what I mean?
Yep. Spreading out hope. And for some reason you had said it was time, you were ready to step up. So what kind of nuggets do you have to share with us tonight? I think, is it Spencer? Are you friends with Spencer?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Were you able to see him on a little while
Yes,
ago?
I spoke. Yes, I seen him on there as well. Yes, ma'am.
Very nice. So what made you feel like you needed to be a part of this year?
Well, it was back when I had spoken to you back in January. I was like, I was getting this feeling. I was like, something was telling me that, like, you need to talk to her. You know what I mean? And I remember posting you, telling you, sending you a message saying, I got to talk to you, but I'm scared to talk. You know what I mean? Because I'm not a talking person. You know what I mean? I've never talked to nobody. You know what I mean? And I just decided to jump on out there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we're spreading messages through our experiences that someone may need to hear. That's running a little bit low on some hope. Maybe they're feeling a little bit low on life right now, and we just want to be that light. And so what do you feel you can share with somebody that would be feeling that way right now?
Well, to just really keep going, you know what I mean? Because life's going to throw you all kind of curveballs, you know what I mean? But you have to keep going. And, you know, we're more than what we were taught to be as well, you know what I mean? So I'm just stepping out there and just putting your best foot forward, doing everything you have to do, you know, to be your best you know what I mean? No, regardless of whatever you went through, it doesn't determine where you are going, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And so for you to be in this place now, chances are, if you're passionate about sharing that message, where that was really difficult, that you needed somebody to be there for you?
I want to say, I'm married. Me and my wife been together for 17 years now.
Nice. Congratulations.
But we've been married. We've been together 17, but married for 6 years. Okay. And both of our daughters, I have a daughter and she have a daughter when I met her. And, you know, her daughter had ran away, you know, to Puerto Rico. And that was a real depressing thing. You know, it's her only child. We both raised her, you know what I mean? Since she was 3 years old. And she ended up going over there on a trip for the summertime and ended up running away. And that sent us into a deep depression. My daughter ended up going with her mom, you know, with her, all the chaos they had going on. And she was chasing different men, going with different men, taking my daughter from me, and my daughter ended up just going down the wrong path, following her mother. You know what I mean? And I couldn't control that. You know.
Yeah.
So with both our daughters end up going, we end up just me and her. You know what I mean? So we end up 5 years in the bed crying. 5 years.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So both of like both of you had suffered that trauma bomb. I like to call them, like they're just like boom. And so who could lift each other up in that? Like you were
Right.
both affected. Wow.
Right. We was literally laying in the bed for I don't even know how we got through. I can't even tell you. I don't even know how I got through. I just know one day I just woke up. I was like, we can't do this. We gotta get up. We got to get up. Eventually we started getting up, going and stuff, you know, and everything started working out. Then we finally got through it. You know, it still hurts, you know what I mean? And on top of the kids not really understanding and opening up to us like they need to, you know what I mean? But everything happens for a reason. Like I tell her, you know, we have to keep on going. We can't stay stuck in that place. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have to keep on going. Everything happens for a reason. They'll come back when it's time.
Yeah, absolutely. And so for the both of you, were you guys when you were like, we've got to do this, we got to, you know, come out of this, we got to make these changes. Was she on board at that time, or did you guys, was it one up and one down, and what, like, how did that work?
She knew it was time to go. It was time to get up. It was time to get up because we was down, like it was too rough on us, you know what I mean? And we didn't have just nothing to go off of, you know. It was just hard, you know.
Yeah.
There was just no reason to just stand there. So she was on board with it. We ended up getting going, you know, and everything just started coming together slowly for surely, even though the kids never returned or never really reach out to us like they need to. But like I tell her, we have to move on from it. You know what I mean? Even though it hurts.
Yep.
But we have to definitely go on.
Yep. You guys still have your life that now you have to figure out what this looks like. It looks different, but you're still here. And that means you still have purpose. So what kind of things do you guys do today that is purposeful, that makes you feel like we're going to get up today and we're going to do it again, and we're in like just one day at a time?
Well, it's really my dogs. I started breeding dogs. I got started breeding dogs like a year ago. Mind you, I never liked dogs. I've always been terrified of dogs. But that's why I say God really stepped in using the dog to get my attention. The dog was changed. That's where my Facebook name is, Buster. That's why I dedicated my whole Facebook to him.
Okay. I never know. I was like, is that your first name? What's your name? You never know.
Right. My name is Donzel, but yeah, I dedicate my whole page to him because he woke me up. Like he woke me up. Like I don't have to be in the situation that I've always been in. I told my wife, we do not have to stay stuck here. We think we're living to die. Like that was really my mindset. Like we put here to just go through what we're doing, but no, that's not the case. We don't have to do that.
Yeah. And so, what breed of dog?
Bullies, American bullies.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. So I got into that, and just trying to get going with that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Because it gets you up. It gives you purpose. You're serving and caring for a living being that's depending on you, like totally.
Right.
And so how's that been? Like, how long have you been doing that?
About a year and about 2 years now. And that's really the thing that's really been getting me going. And, you know, like, and I found that when I found him, he was a stray dog. Mm-hmm. And he really saved me. Like, he really saved me. He was down and out when I was down and out. Well, he don't really know that he really saved me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I love that. Well, it's almost like these 15 minutes are just like flying by. I feel like, oh my gosh, we got you on here and we got like people in the waiting room. But I want to just say, number one, it is great to meet you finally, because now this is the start of conversation, and now we're like friends for life. I just need you to know that, like, you're in my life now.
Cool.
And then also just, thank you for wanting to step up and be a part of this, and just even just share that message that you guys had to make the decision. to
Right.
just get up and go, but you found something that helped, or maybe it found you, right?
Right. Right.
Maybe
It's
that,
right.
yep. So to just hang on and keep going. And so I want to thank you so much for being a part of this year, and keep watching. Let's stay connected, and we'll see where we go from here.
No problem. Thank you
All
for
right.
having me.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we'll see you
Thank
next
you.
time. All
Bye
right.
bye.
Bye. All right, guys, we are moving right along. We have another dear friend of mine. We got him rocking and rolling. We got Mr. Anthony Cutno coming on here. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
It's been a while. It's been a minute. I
Yeah.
think I haven't even seen you since like Maryland over a year ago, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Over a
And I
while
said,
ago.
smile. So tell me, what is going on in your world right now?
Oh, a lot. And I'm like Buster that was listening. I had a dog named Samson. He was a Staffordshire pit.
Wow.
That was my best friend for years. I had him since he was a puppy, and till he died.
Yeah, man, yeah. They're our little fur babies, right?
Yes, he was very, very spoiled. Yes.
Yeah.
And protective at that.
Yep. So are you still in Texas?
Yes, I am. I am still in Texas. Currently, though, I am not trying to, but getting moved back to Atlanta for medical issues and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, as of right now, I'm in Dallas, North Dallas. The county is Carrollton County. I don't know the area too well yet still.
Yeah. Very nice. And how is, because the last was like you had a book, or you were speaking and things like that. So have you been able to get your message out there?
Yes, I have. My purpose has been being served, and it has been being done, and it still is. So like right now, I have my publishing company now. I have one on client. His book is about to come out. He's going to edit in next month.
Congratulations.
Working on my own 2 books at the same time. The first one going to be coming out October, trying to get out October before my birthday. And just speaking is going good. We have our events now. This Divine Warriors Light of Excellence is me, Tio, and Mo. So we have that going. We're actually booked up until December, so we're trying to fill August right now.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
congratulations.
That's
good stuff, my friend. That's good stuff. So that brings me to that place of the hope and the inspiration, because you were just taking the risk. You were just stepping into this space like 2 years ago, I feel, when we met. And so what could you tell somebody that's kind of sitting on the background thinking like, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know what I'm doing. What would you tell them?
Do it. Just go ahead on it and do it. Like with me, it's been hard. I ain't gonna lie, it's been hard financially, mentally, and all that. But however, though, by the grace of God and my own purpose and the circle, the men, circle that he had put around me, they have not let me stop. They have not. So just do it, and it's gonna come. Be genuine with it. Be open. Be honest about everything, and the right people gonna find you, just like they found me. Literally, that's how they found me. And
yes. And I love that you use the term "the right people," because especially in this space, sometimes you can be surrounded by all kinds of people. But finding the right people that are the right fit, that feel in alignment, that's when those opportunities just soar. They open up.
Yes. And I thank them all. Jose, Seafood. Where he's actually let me stay now. CLA, everyone in CLA I done met, AMA and Marine Corps, and just being me. I was talking about this the other day to my dad, that because he's an entrepreneur and business. He been my entire life, and he was not putting on the back burner, but I felt that I told him that I'm doing it how I'm doing it, and it's because of the people that. And then I know my purpose. They know we're like-minded, same paths, journey, and it's them. So
Yeah.
I give all of them the thanks and appreciation because
That is beautiful.
it's
That is
really nice.
beautiful. How's your health been? Because you were struggling with a few things
Mhm.
because you were in the military, correct?
Yes, Marine.
Yes. Yeah, in the Marines. Yes, and I always thank you for your service. How are you doing?
Honestly, it's better than it was. It is better than it was. I have a cane now that they want me to use. Seizures and doctors. That's one of the reasons that getting moved back to Atlanta because of that. And yeah, honestly, my health has not changed. It's actually gotten worse. So possibly another brain surgery, maybe end of this year, next year. So, but however, though, again, the blessings and God and allow me to just keep doing it. Like that's why I'm standing up how it is now. But it is what it is. I accept it, take it, live with it, been dealing with it, gonna keep dealing with it. I already know it's not going anywhere. So I might as well just to deal with it. It is what it is. I'm not complaining. I don't complain. And
But that right there is inspiration, because someone might be struggling with something and they might be sitting in that pity party, or they might be telling themselves that they can't do it because of this. And you're here to say, like, but you're dealing with it, and yes, you still can. And that person might need to know, like, get up and you can do it too. You just have to decide.
yes. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So where can people find? Well, I know that, like, your book, if they wanted to go find it or contact you or something, like, do they get the book through you, or how does that happen?
Yes, it's gonna be through me. I am putting the ebook on Amazon. Just have to figure out that Kindle format thing that's messing with me. But my website, divinewordsdimension.com, all my social media, just put in my name, I'm gonna come up. Obviously part of Connect the Leaders Academy, they can find me there, and other people that attach to me. So, and then the phone number is on the website, so I'm everywhere.
That's good. Like, because then they can definitely reach out and contact you. So what is the next thing for you right now?
Next thing is to put a book out under my publishing company, and that's my next topic. And then to get my own book out. People have been asking me, and I have been putting on the back burner, but doing other things. So that is what's coming next.
Yeah, people want to hear your story, man.
And tomorrow we at the rooftop in New York tomorrow. So yes.
Okay, is that is that where Jose's going to be? And with that whole
yeah, that's where I'm at now.
Yeah, okay, very nice. And so then you'll be there, and then so you don't know when you're going to be going back to Atlanta.
No, I'll be going back to talking about permanently. I talked with the VA on Monday, and we figured all that stuff out. But that's where I'm staying with my dad now in Atlanta, to do that whole process.
Nice. Well, I just have to tell you that it's just really a joy to watch your journey unfold and to see all the different things that you've got going on, from just meeting you probably like 2 years ago. It was probably close to 2 years ago, and to just see the transition. Like, you look amazing, and now you got like books and all the stuff. I mean, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Yes, because last time I was on your podcast, my dad, he was in the hospital with trying to get a liver transplant and stuff like that. And I will tell you, maybe a few days after that, he got put on the list and got the transplant that same week.
I think I remember you mentioning when we were in Maryland that after that episode, when we were talking about it, that he was put on the list and he got it, and he's good.
He's good now. Yeah, he's out back working, driving all the time. So he's healthy. Lost a lot of weight and everything. So yeah, he's doing good.
Oh my gosh, look at God. Like that's amazing, right? Oh my gosh, what a blessing on that. Yeah. That's so great to hear. Like that's so wonderful to hear. Man,
Thank
those are the blessings. Those are the Christmas in
you.
July miracles.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, it
Real.
was. Yeah.
Yeah, real. Wow. Well, I just want to tell you, thank you so much for taking time out of your evening to like pop in and say
My
hello. We are
pleasure.
moving around the clock. Like you actually hit my 12-hour mark.
Oh, cool. Bet.
Yeah, that's you're the
So
12th
appreciate it.
hour guest to pop on, and so that's celebrating right there. And for me, it goes so fast. Like I'm halfway done, and it
Right,
feels like we're
right.
just getting started still. I
The
just love
energy.
seeing everyone. I love seeing, what you're pouring out into the world and just how we can come together and support you and
Yeah,
all the things. So thank you so much.
no problem. No problem.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Well, good luck tomorrow. And when you get ready to drop your next book, you be sure to let me know and we'll get it out there. So,
I will. Thank
all
you.
right. All right. Thank you, Anthony. It's good to see you,
Bye.
hon. All right. Bye bye. Wow. What a blessing that is. Such a total blessing for. I had remembered him mentioning a little about that when we saw each other in Maryland, that I had him on what I called a small business spotlight. And so when he was on a small business spotlight, we got to talking about his father needing the liver transplant and all of that. He was sick, and shortly after he was placed on the list, and he now has his transplant. And so that's just amazing, and it's such a blessing, such a blessing. So as we get ready to move on, guys, we are going to bring our next guest up. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so we might, give a little extra minute here or there. But we have Miss Sierra Wilson joining us. Hello, beautiful.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing wonderful. We're rocking and rolling, and this is your first Christmas in July.
It is. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh, absolutely. Why don't you tell everyone where you're joining us from?
I'm actually joining you from my sister's spare bedroom because she just had a baby.
Oh, yay. Congratulations. What you have, a little boy or girl?
A little girl.
Oh, nice. Congratulations. Yes. That's sweet.
Yeah, so talk about, Christmas in July and hope, and what's more hopeful than a brand new baby?
Oh, I know. That is amazing. They're so precious.
I know.
It's being because I'm a July birthday. I'm a Cancer baby. Are we still in the Cancer, or has it moved over to the next zodiac sign? Do you know?
I don't know, actually.
Okay. I know that it changes at some point.
And drop it in the comments.
Yeah. Are we still in the Cancer baby month? But yeah, so I'm just going to ask you, because you're new to the Stream-a-thon. You have your time, like some people have come prepared to want to just share and they get full screen and I give them full time. And others are like, no, we can just kind of like chit chat back and forth. So what would you like?
I really like this conversation style. I present a lot. So like this will be the first time I get to actually have this interaction, which I think can be really fun.
Okay, very cool. I always like to ask because most people are like, no, like let's just keep the conversation going. But at the same time, it's your time. So so tell us the whole concept behind the Christmas in July. We kind of talked about is pouring that hope, love, and inspiration out into the world. And normally that comes from a desire to share from your own experience of some sort. And so I always just want to say, so what do you feel called to share while you're here with us?
So I think there's probably so many people thinking hope means different things to them depending on what season they're going through. And most of us have been through a health season or a financial season or a relationship season or some sort of family season or a career season. So I think a lot of us can resonate with a lot of the people who have spoke so far and shared their story. And so it's super interesting. Although we can relate to everyone, I feel like there's something that maybe a handful of speakers bring and that you're like, oh, they are speaking to me. Mm-hmm. And when I think about how we are pouring hope into people. And then also you had tailed on that with, we also want to encourage people to take action. That's kind of exactly what I talk about when it comes to health. So,
I love that, because that the theme kind of jumped out, which I got sidetracked. I hadn't even talked about taking action here for a little while, but that jumped out like right away. So I knew, like, okay, my God, he wants us to talk about taking action to whatever that means to anyone. So I would love to hear from your perspective what that means.
So I want to give people hope. And also on the other side, I'm going to encourage you to take action. So I want to start by saying, and it's interesting that I am following up the previous conversation that was just had about health things that don't always go the way we want. And I'm talking to two people here, the people who they're in it, like they're in it. Something's going on with their health. They feel hopeless and helpless, and like they're doing all the things and they're going to all the appointments, and they're like, okay, God, please show up, please help me. I don't know what else to do. I'm doing all the things that I'm told I'm supposed to do in the season, but I feel so desperate for some relief. And I hate feeling the way I feel every day. I hate that my body's not working the way I know you designed it to work. Like,
that's a huge piece right there, that I know it's not working the way you designed it. Whoa.
I definitely believe we have a divine creator in this, because our bodies are the most miraculous piece of machinery that exists. And it is amazing. And obviously I work in natural health care. And so I nerd out about this stuff all day, every day. When people come to me, I'm like, I empathize and I hear you and I understand that you want to feel better. And I also want to remind you, like, you are not broken. Some parts of you may not be working as divinely designed. Let's address those things, but please never forget, like, God gave you the best vessel that he could possibly gift us to go through this life experience. And there might be parts of it that we need to tweak and we need to correct and we need to maybe rebuild some of it, but you inherently aren't broken and you can heal. Like, your body can heal itself. It has this miraculous, amazing ability to do that if you give it the things that it needs.
Oh, yes. And that's a key. Like, if you give it the things that it needs. So that's going to make me think of a question, and maybe I'm going to sidetrack you a little bit, but you can always like reel me back in. How do people know what it needs?
That is such a great question. I'm glad you asked. Because so many people have become very disconnected with their bodies, with their physical bodies, with listening to their emotions, with listening to their own thoughts. They have so many people outside of them telling them this is what you should do. And we're shooting all over each other, if I'm being really honest with you. And so you can start to lose your inner voice. Sometimes we call it programming. Or actually, that's one of the first conversations I have with a lot of my clients is like, what do you feel like you need? And where do you feel like I can help? Because we've become so disconnected that it is really hard for people to actually be able to go within. And somebody was talking, several people, but it's been brought up several times today about going within and sitting in that still silence so that you can actually hear what God's saying to you, whoever your God is. I believe whatever your higher power is, like, I'm just so happy that you have one, because I don't know how anyone's getting through this life without one at this point.
Yes. And I like to it's my God is who, like, when I always say, like, it's my God, my main man, but it's my grand overall designer. And so I always like to just tell people, whoever that is for you, whatever you have on that, or whatever you call it, but it is that higher knowing, that higher being, all of it. Yes. I love that.
And so it can be hard when people have never actually sat with, who am I and what do I need? And what does it feel like to listen to my body? And what does it feel like to sit with emotions, even the hard ones, versus just distracting myself and getting on with life? And so that is definitely a process that a lot of people need to I guess not need to, it's their choice, but it would help them if they could relearn how to actually trust themselves. Because I tell people, I'm your GPS. I can definitely come alongside you and do what I know, because I know the body well, like what I think would be helpful to get you to your next destination. I can help you avoid some pitfalls and some traffic jams, but you're the driver ultimately.
Yeah.
And so, and you always have the choice to shut off the GPS or
That's a great analogy. And many times when you plug GPS in, you're trying your hardest to like beat the time.
Yeah, exactly. And that's like another thing that when I'm in naturopathy. So I tell people, like, if we look at nature, if a forest fire comes through, a lot of that forest will regrow itself in time, given the proper things that it needs. The things that don't serve that forest anymore die away and it doesn't come back. So that's like parts of ourself. Maybe it's an actual like physical thing, like a yeast, mold, fungus, virus, parasite, bacteria, something like that can die off because it's not serving us. So our body's like, nope, we are wiping that away. But maybe it's something else. Maybe it's a toxic work environment that needs to change because so that we can regrow and flourish. And the thing about nature is, as humans, we are very impatient. But if you watch nature and you see a forest fire go through, and it will regrow that forest, usually bigger and better than it was before, but it takes years. And a lot of people really don't like when I say that, but I'm like, I'm going to be super honest with you. I'm blunt to a fault sometimes, that healing takes time. And as several people have shared in their story, like, we don't just wake up one day and we're like, oh, I'm healed. There's so many layers. We need to give ourselves grace that, like, just every day, just doing the best we can with what we have. And the more we learn, a lot of times the better decisions we'll make. And those decisions add up. And before you know it, a year's gone by and you're a totally different person. And then you look back 5 years and you're like, how did I ever survive so long in that state? Whether it was a sick state, an unhealthy state as far as the physical body, maybe your work situation, maybe a relationship that's just not meant to serve you anymore.
Yes. Because that alone, one that is not meant to serve you, can make you physically ill. You were talking earlier, and and then this question popped up. They pop up in my head. For somebody, as much as we were like, yeah, you don't just wake up one day and like you're healed. Let's say that did happen. People wouldn't know how to be if you didn't go through the transition of that healing process. So for people that want to rush it and they just wish that it were like done, if you were granted that wish, and I want you to kind of tell us what you think somebody would experience, but if they were granted that wish, what would they do? Because they almost wouldn't know what to do if all of that was like cleared out.
So I like to liken that. That's a lot of likes in one sentence. We've seen people win the lottery. So let's talk about money, because that's like a tangible thing that we can hold and spend and earn. And so I think that analogy makes sense to more people. So everyone thinks, if I just won the lottery, like that would fix all my problems. I don't have enough money. And if I was just given this plentiful amount of money, my life would be forever changed in a good way. But look at the statistics with a lot of people that win the lottery. The vast majority of them actually end up in worse situations just a few years down the road after those big winnings than they were in before. And so when we think of that with our health, I know everyone's like, oh, if I just like woke up and I was healed. I tell people God has a unique sense of humor and also a unique way that he allows us to learn how to manage things. So he's going to only give us what we can actually manage responsibly. And so it sounds really weird to be like, but who wouldn't be able to manage optimal health well? A lot of people would most likely do other things to their own detriment if they just woke up one day and they were completely healed in their physical body. They hadn't gone through the emotional work, the physical health building work So to be able to maintain that optimal level of health, if there was no guidance and no learning along the way for how do I manage this body, how do I fuel this body, how do I take care of this body, it would be very easy to backslide, and that would probably actually feel worse because you got the taste of the holy grail essentially, and then you watch yourself mismanage it and it slowly goes away. And I think that would leave a lot of people feeling even more disempowered than they did in the first place.
That's very interesting. And what? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
It's all good. I tell people when I got really, really sick, I would never, ever, ever wish the disease I had upon anybody, not even my worst enemy. But I would never, ever, ever ask God to undo that from my story, because all of the things I went through, it's funny how you can piece it all together looking backwards. You can connect all the dots and you're like, oh, I had to go through this to go through this, to kind of go back down and go through this so that I would be prepared for this. And I literally learned how to rebuild my health. And that's why I'm in naturopathy now. I worked in big egg and big food for 10 years. Not ever in my life did I see myself working with a naturopathic doctor, because I didn't even believe in them. I was
really. So it's not like you knew that this was the passion road that you were going to take and like do this with your life and all of like, no, it wasn't that. Wow.
Most of us who get into holistic or natural health, it's because that's what helped save us when modern medicine didn't have an answer. And this is not knocking modern medicine. We are so grateful to live in one of the best countries in the world, in the US, for trauma care. We have some amazing capabilities when it comes to trauma care, but there's a whole nother side of healthcare where we're talking about building our body, learning how to fuel our body, manage it well, prevent disease versus just trying to catch up once we already have one. But a lot of us who got into this line of work, it's because we were the 1%ers who they're like, we don't have an answer for you, or you need to be on this medication or this series of medications the rest of your life. Or, well, I'm sorry, that's an autoimmune condition and we don't know what causes it, so we don't have an answer for how to help you. And so, yeah, it's kind of funny. It's, again, God and his sense of humor. I literally prayed as I was getting ready for my wedding, becoming a wife, knowing I was in a career that I was good at, but just because you're good at something doesn't mean you should be doing that with your whole life.
We need to drop that in the comments. Like, I think people need to hear that too. Just because you're good at something doesn't mean, because people that are good at a lot of things, they keep themselves stuck all the time because they think everything needs to be a business, and it doesn't.
Right. Exactly.
So that's like a little side note. We could probably talk about that for an hour, because when that you have that entrepreneurial brain that just wants to do all these, you are good at a lot of things and you are creative at a lot of things. And so you're like, I'm doing this, I'm doing this, I'm doing this. And it's like, whoa, wait a minute. Like, that's too many. So that was my brain getting sidetracked, but I'll come back to where you were. But that is really a conversation that we could probably have another time.
Agreed. Absolutely.
Yeah.
and too, in that, even people who are not in the entrepreneurial space, they're like, well, I went to college, I spent all this money getting this degree, and I'm good at this thing. But is that what lights your soul on fire? Or maybe you were meant to be in that role for a while, and then you became a different version of yourself, and you're not meant to be in that role anymore. And that's not a bad or a good thing. It's just you have evolved. And so sometimes your career has to evolve with you, and it might look totally different than what you first went to college for.
So yeah, I started going to college to be a CPA. Okay. I went for like 2 weeks. It wasn't for me. But I mean, that is just goes to show you can be good and have interest in a lot of things, but sometimes God's going to place things in your life that say, no, this is actually what's the journey that you're going to take is going to take you here, even if you would have never mapped it out or planned it yourself. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
So when I prayed to God and I just said, like, thank you that this job is providing me financially, but it is not feeding my soul. And like, I don't know what I want to do when I grow up. And I was 27 at this point. I was just like, please bring something into my experience that like lights me up, that I feel like I'm contributing and I'm helping people and I'm serving people in a different role than this role. because that role wasn't bad. It's just I had outgrown that role. And never in a million years did I think that would lead to getting bit by a tick and then getting very, very sick and then having a 7-year battle with Lyme disease and West Nile virus together at the same time. Like, and I had to learn so many things because so much of modern medicine was like, we don't even know what to do with this. And so that's how I ended up going to a naturopathic doctor, because I went to one of the best hospitals in the country, and they were just like, we don't have a care plan for you. And so
Wow. Can I ask you, like, what did that feel like in that moment when you are clearly not feeling well and like it's bad, and they're telling you we don't have a care plan for you?
I think that was the most helpless and hopeless and honestly angry I had ever been, because I felt betrayed, because I was like, wait a second, people told me if I got to this hospital, they are the ones who can help people who other people can't help. And I did the things, I had the appointments, I did the scans, like I did everything I was told to do. And now you're going to tell me that there's nothing that you can do for me? Like, how is this possible? And it was, honestly, that hospital's 10 hours from where I live, and that 10-hour car trip felt like, I think, like I died 1,000 times with every hour that went by, as weird as that sounds, because like, what do you do when you're told that? Like, go home, we hope somehow you heal, but like, we don't have a care plan for you. And so that's when we ended up finding a naturopathic doctor, because once one of the best hospitals sends you home, it doesn't pay to go to another one, because they're going to do the same tests, like they operate under the same system. And so I found this naturopathic doctor just out of absolute sheer desperation. Like, I could roll over and die, or I can get up and figure out how to live, and I am not going to die. Like, this can't be the end.
Yeah, you're like, this can't be how it ends. Like, this isn't it. Yeah.
I am not going out this way. A bug bite took me out. What? If I got to heaven, I'd be so mad. And so that's part of the asking people to take action. Like, even if you've been told, like, you have this label, we have this test that confirms this diagnosis, there is always something you can do. There's always something you can do. Is everyone going to have the experience of getting to full remission and being healed like I did? Probably not. That I'm not just sitting here saying that like my experience can be everybody's experience, but you can definitely get headed in the right direction so that you are feeling better, and so that you can navigate this life with more energy and less pain. And there's so many things you can do, even just at home, that barely cost any money. Like, there's so many steps that you can take. Every time you put something in your mouth, you're choosing to feed or fight disease. That's a decision we all make several times a day.
Oh, okay. I got to pause you again right there. That's another mic drop. You know, that you are, everything you put in your mouth, you're deciding to feed. What was it? Feed or
fight disease?
Feed or fight disease. Somebody type that in the comment. Like when these one-liners hit, and it's just like blows my mind. That's going to stay with me forever now. You're either choosing to feed or fight disease. Wow.
So the things we put in our body, the things we put on our body, the way we move our body is all going to determine how much health we've built in the body. And I tell people, like, in natural healthcare, we don't chase disease, we build health. And ideally, disease doesn't exist in healthy bodies. And so I know that there's the person out there, because if I would have heard me talking right now 7 years, I would have been like, oh no, she did. No, who is she sitting here telling me that like I'm responsible for my own health and that this can get better? And I understand that. I totally understand. If you are I guess we didn't even get to the second person I was talking about. The first person I was talking about who's like in it, it's okay if you do not resonate with what I say, because I wouldn't have resonated then either. But as somebody who has literally gone through the fire and rebuilt my health, I can say there were so many steps that I took, and it took time. And it wasn't just, oh, I woke up and felt great one day. It took compounding efforts. But you're going to be so so glad you did, that you didn't just roll over and die, that you got up and figured out how to live, and that you can overcome. And even if you do have something that isn't going to actually go into remission or actually fully heal itself on this side of eternity, there's things that you can do to make your experience with that so much better. I've had people come in who have had diagnoses for decades, and they're like, I can actually move about my day and I'm not in pain all day, every day anymore. So like, that's all I wanted. And that's what they were gifted. It took time, it took energy, it took effort. But they're like, I did not know this was possible, because people told me it wasn't. They're just like, this is how you're going to live. Yeah. And they refuse to believe that. So to the second person that I'm talking to is the one who's not sick yet. Don't wait till you get sick to prioritize building your health, because it is so much harder to recover from disease than it is to just prevent it in the first place.
And that's really big right there, too, because I think sometimes when you're younger and where you could consciously be thinking of that, you're kind of like, no, like, I don't need to think about that. You're in your prime. You're in the go, do the things. And then it's amazing at how fast it goes. And you're like, oh shit, I should have maybe paid attention a little bit more back then. So where do you think it's the most important to actually start having these types of conversations about preventing the choices you make, prevent yourself from even getting to that point? Like, at how young, what age?
Honestly, as early as possible. I have my little nieces understanding what food dyes are. One's not even 3 yet. But she knows that if, like, her mom has done a really good job at just being like, okay, let's actually read this food label. And of course she's little, and she's going to have some of the other snacks that her friends have and stuff, but they're curating it from a really young age, because they don't want her to ever know what it's like to be sick. And so honestly, as early as possible. The cool thing about what I do is that I see a lot of families and I see the generations. So I see grandma, I see mom and dad, and then I see their kids. And when I get to watch entire generations of families heal, it's probably one of the coolest parts of my job, because now these kids are going to have such a foundational knowledge of, hey, we know what feeds our body and we know what makes us not feel good. And so they're just naturally going to grab the foods that make their body feel better, because that's what they've been doing as long as they can remember. And then someday their kids are going to see them do that. And so I think it's just, honestly, it's never too early to start.
I love that. So us as the adults need to first do it for ourselves, but then start feeding this into the younger generation, so that they're not with all of this, that's amazing. So how can people get a hold of you? Like, if somebody's like, I'm dealing with this, like, how do you work with people? I guess that's the question. Like, how do you actually work with people?
So I run a natural health nonprofit, because as cool as I think naturopathy is in America, it is awfully expensive for most people because it is all out of pocket. Insurance doesn't cover natural health services. And so we run a natural health nonprofit in Minot, North Dakota. We do not ever want money to be a barrier to care. I always tell people, as the greatest healer, Jesus healed without discrimination. So do we want to make sure that everyone has access to be able to feel better, to understand how to help work with their body. So we help people remotely or in person. We do offer a couple different types of holistic therapies if you come into our office, but we work with a lot of people remotely. What we do a lot of is coaching people on what foods are going to work well with your body, because not everyone's meant to be eating the same foods. Like, let's figure out what your body needs. How is it going to be most helpful to move your body? What about the things you're putting on your body as far as like personal care items? Let's look at toxins, stuff like that. And then people can always send us a sample of their hair and we can run it through bioenergetic screenings, and we can actually see exactly what's going on in your body and create a supplement protocol that's curated specifically to your body, down to the number of capsules of each product you need, because we tested against your hair. So there's no guessing. There's just a lot of testing, and that's probably our favorite thing to do. And I think it's everyone's favorite thing to see, because they love actually seeing what's going on.
I bet. I would be like, here, take all my hair. Figure it out. I don't need any anyway. Go ahead.
But we love the hair test because we're not guessing. We're not just throwing supplements out there and being like, well, let's try this or let's try this. The cool thing about that is we literally can curate a protocol that your body specifically wants, because we tested it against your hair, which is just a lot of protein. And if we can get some hair follicles, we'll get some DNA too. So it's really fun. And that's how we help people the most, is with coaching, but also proper supplementation. Let's help you start putting the pieces together in a way that's attainable and not overwhelming and not exorbitantly expensive, to try to get you farther faster. But we're essentially, I tell people my whole goal is to work myself out of a job. Like, I'll always be here if something happens, but I want to empower you and work with you for a season so that you feel really confident taking care of your own health, like that your health is in your hands, and knowing, hey, now I know what this feels like to listen to my body, or now I know when this symptom happens, like what that's actually telling me, or I'm okay sitting with these emotions and actually processing them so they don't get stuck in my body and cause issues in my tissues.
I love all of the issues in my tissues. I got to write that one down, because that one's cute. But it's so true. But oh, that's so cute. Issues in my tissues. I need a t-shirt. You need t-shirts. It's like, I don't need no issues in my tissues. You know, I giggle like at all this because, yeah, in 2006, I was given like this autoimmune thing and told that like you'll be in a wheelchair in 3 years. And I mean, they just kind of wrote me off with this whole based on levels and stuff. And it was just like, no, I'm not accepting that as my truth, and I will figure out what I need to do. So I do believe that there is such a critical component to understanding that you don't have to follow everything that you're just told and given. There is a bigger source that can actually guide and help lead. So your work is amazing. We could like dig in, like I said, and just keep going. But I want to just thank you so much for your time. Before we venture off, let people know like how they can get a hold of you or where they can reach you to ask more questions and things like that.
So I'm going to be super honest. I'm not really in the online space that much. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to give you a phone number and you can text it. Texting, it's the easy way. So if you want to call and leave a voicemail, you can, but it's our office number. And
all right.
It's 701.
I'm going to put it in the thing. 701
979
979
0079
0079.
I should check that to make sure I got that right. I've said it a million times. This would be the time that I messed it up, right?
I'm just going to put your name.
Oh, I did get it wrong. It's 969. So 701 969 0079.
Okay. Well, a good thing we checked, or somebody would have been getting
text. But I tell people, if you want to start a conversation with us, if you just text the words building health to 701 969 0079, that can help us start the conversation. Because like I said, we don't chase disease, we build health, and disease doesn't exist in healthy bodies.
Yes, I love it. Gosh, thank you so much for all of this, and congratulations on your niece, correct?
Yes.
It's your new baby niece. So thank you so much. And I definitely would love to just like dive into this and just talk, have you share more and all of that. Because this was way easy to just, there's so many avenues that I could like ask questions and keep going. So I definitely look forward to connecting with you again. But thank you so much for popping in here and being part of the Stream-a-thon this year. And now you're in the books. So now it's year after year after year.
Absolutely. You know what, Elena, I just want to take a second to thank you so much for this. Like this, what you have created and what you have done with your own personal experience and how you are transmuting some of that pain and heartbreak into hope and inspiration for other people is absolutely amazing, because you didn't have to do that, but you stepped up and you were just like, I know God didn't bring me this far just to bring me this far. And I am going to step into this, whatever it looks like, and just trust that he knows what is probably going to be best for my life. And thank you for stepping into that, because like a lot of people think a lot of us who speak on here are just different than everybody else. We're not. We're just normal people who chose to do extraordinary things because we felt a calling, or God led us on a path or in a certain direction. And we're just like, we need to share so we can empower other people to know like they have it in them too.
Yes, that's that. Well, number one, thank you. Thank you for that. I receive it. But you're absolutely right. You know, we're just, I years ago, I heard people like us do things like this. And however we became people like us, I don't know, but we are here and we are responsible to do things like this so that someone else just can catch a glimpse of it, just a something, and maybe, just maybe it will light something inside of them to go out there and do whatever it is that's their next thing. But for me, it's pain to power through prayer. And that's all I can say is my pain was going to be worth something. It was going to turn into something powerful, but I had to feed it through prayer to see what that was, because it really wasn't up to me. And that's why we're here, just doing it. So
thank you so much. It's been an honor to share this screen with you. And I'm so excited for all the people who are going to be touched because of everyone who has been speaking and everyone who's coming to the stage. Thank you.
We're halfway there. We got halfway more to go. I can't believe we're already halfway there, but check with me tomorrow morning and we'll see how.
We will DoorDash you some coffee.
But thank you. Thank you so much. And I look forward to just like, you know, talking more and just seeing what we can do to pour the goodness out there. So I appreciate your time tonight.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Elena.
All right, Sierra. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. Bye. Oh my gosh, that was just like another amazing, just amazing. Everything's like so awesome, and I'm just trying to look and see who we got coming on here next. We don't have our next guest. So guys, here's what's gonna happen. Okay, I'm going to play our dance song. But because we're live, I'm going to let you know that I'm playing our dance song because I have to take a little intermission break. I need to get another water, and I'm going to grab a little snack. But we're going to play our song, and I will see you guys back here in just a couple minutes. So please don't go anywhere, and we will have our next guest on when we come back. Give me one moment as I do this. We got our video. Bree says, let's get dancing. Amen. We're gonna pull. I love this song, and I just have to say thank you to Raquel again. So here we go.
Snowflakes in the sun, warm hearts on the run, a silent night that changed her life. But she rose with the morning light where sorrow tried to stay. She built a brighter way. Now every July, love leads the fight, and darkness can't survive the light. It started with one broken heart, one brave soul. Now 1,000 voices echo, one purpose, one goal. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform. Her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. July, from midnight tears to morning praise, a stage of stories that amaze. Comeback kings and queens arise with truth and fire in their eyes. We don't wait for December snow, we bring the miracle down below. Joy wrapped in every word we say, a gift that never fades away. It started with one widow's vow, one divine spark. Now hope is streaming through the dark, a light that leaves a mark. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. So here we are, voices raised like northern stars. Not just surviving, we're rewiring what it means to heal the scars. To anyone watching, to anyone near, you're seen, you matter, you belong here. We're standing in a circle of hope, and every voice becomes a rope. Lifting one, lifting many, this 24-hour anthem of revival. Her grief became a mission, now we echo it with pride. We rise, we give, we pour out all our light. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. Help one person every day. That's how we change the world. That's how we heal the hope-filled way.
I love it. I'm just gonna keep saying that. I love it. All right, guys. So we got up, we got moving, and now we're rocking and rolling. We're going again. So I have a dear friend who last year was his first appearance on this Stream-a-thon. And when he came on last year, we had kind of just met. We had met through a virtual event, and I loved his story. And I said, hey, I'm doing this thing. And it's amazing at what has happened in his life in just this past year. So I'm going to bring on Dwayne Morton. How are you, my dear friend?
I'm doing great. I apologize. I was having some internet issues. You know how technology is. So
Yep, and we're live, so it's all good. It happens, but gave me a little potty break and a little dance time. So how are you?
so I'm doing fantastic. If I was doing any better, I'd be lying to you. I mean, I honestly, from last year, last year was really my first speaking opportunity. So I took that and just built off of it. And, Elena, for me is I took that and I just ran with it. I made every day better than the next. And so I became an author.
Congratulations.
Speaker,
yes.
right?
Congratulations.
It's such a great achievement, but it's also something that there's so many people that want to do a book, right? Mm-hmm. But a lot of people don't ever follow through. Mm-hmm. Other thing is building my program, Show Up to Win. Mm-hmm. And now, last year, Elena, just for the audience, this was just a blank wall. I think I had a Kobe Bryant poster. Yep. And I put it up that day. And about 15 minutes after I did the speech, it fell down. So I never put it back. So, I mean, but that's the thing, is how God moves, but also how my story just quantum leaped and kept quantum leaping. And so, now I'm a podcast host. I've been guesting. So I've done 75 podcasts. Mm. And so all of that stuff, I would not have seen Dwayne a year ago do this. And so that's the wonderful thing about sorry, I just had to remove the mic. But that's the thing is when we allow things to happen and we don't hold ourselves back, self-sabotage, this is what's happening. I've always done epic stuff. So that's the other thing. I played basketball when I wasn't even supposed to. Yeah. And, it's just amazing part of the story. So, but I'm so thankful, so grateful to be here. And that's, I wanted to do this because, that's one of the things is because it created such a big impact, but gave me so much confidence to be on here with all these great speakers, even though even on here last year, I think I even said, I'm not even sure I am a speaker yet. Well, today I can tell you I'm a speaker.
Messaging. Yeah, but I remember messaging and saying, come on, and something has to happen the first time. Like you've got to do it the first time. And I'm glad to know like that we're creating an environment that I want people to know. You don't have to be I don't know. It's not the labels. It's not the status. It's not the, perfect. It's like, just be you. And that's enough. And so I want you to keep going because last year when you showed up, we had never had a conversation. You weren't even sure. And I'm like, come on. It's all good.
No, and there was a little bit of nerves at the very first. I watch it back every now and then when I just need to know, hey, where I was, where I am, how I'm going to be in a year from now. Yeah. And, I get compared to great speakers. I get compared to great podcast hosts all the time. And I'm still I still think of myself as that little boy in Kentucky and growing up in a rural part. And so it's really, it's not overwhelming. It's so, I'm just such a humble person. That's the thing is like, I feel that's the other part. It's like that all shucks, but at the same time, like I'm a shooter, at basketball. I'm going to take my shots. And whether that's, they have two true outcomes, Elena. They either go in or they miss, and you learn from that mistake. Or I don't even think they're mistakes; they're just lessons. And so that's the beautiful thing. And so it's such an honor to be back, and just to let everyone know where I've grown. But also, it's amazing to watch your thing as it's grown from just a year and the different speakers and those type of things.
Yeah, it's amazing. And I think anybody that is new, tuning in and might not know your story, it's the fact that you dealt with a shock in a different way. Can you fill people in on that just a little bit of that whole experience? Because that's just kind of like a wow. You don't hear that very often.
Right. So I have a story of what I call a tier 1 story. It puts me in a room of one. And I can really do it by 3 things. I'm a former international basketball player. And then, I got diagnosed with cancer. And then I found out 18 and a half years later that rare blood cancer, I was misdiagnosed. And I only had severe sleep apnea.
Wow.
I was basically cured in 2 days. That was the other thing. And when I say cured, I felt healthier. So the other part of this is like I lost all this weight. I'm down to about 205 right now. I've been trying to get to 195 just to, to give me some more motivation, but really I've been fluctuating between 198 and 205 back and forth. And the reason I'm saying this is like, that's what happens when you begin though. When you actually begin things, you can actually move forward. And when you do things as you're moving forward consistently, that's when you really move the chains. So the other part of my story too, is I was involved in this police shooting where I was a bystander. Like I was just driving by, a police shooting happened. A cop tragically got killed. So I don't want to lose sight of that. Right. Mm-hmm. And then there was, as they were extending fire, a stray bullet hit the truck that I was driving.
Wow.
And if the bullet would have been an eighth of an inch to the left, it kills me. Eighth of an inch to the right, it hits my 3-year-old niece in the back seat. And so that's another part of this story too, with the layer. I knew from a mindset perspective, I needed to take my power back from that date. That date was May 16th of this year, May 16th of 2022. Mm-hmm. On the 3rd anniversary of the shooting, I released my book.
Wow.
And so, because I knew, hey, what could I do that would be fulfilling? What could I do to make it where this is a good date rather than a tragic date, or, my life got flipped up, turned around. Even though the bullet didn't hit me, I still put it on the cover where, my life was the basketball. There's a huge bullet hole. Let me grab the.
Yeah.
And so I had so many people tell me, do not do this. Mm-hmm. I had so many people tell me not to do this cover. And I was like, I feel like this is what I'm supposed to do to get that intrigue Um, honestly, Elena, this was in the top 20 on the day that it released. So
Nice.
that was beautiful to have that in a self-help. I didn't have a lot of marketing behind it. We really pushed it fast, like because I wanted that date. It was supposed to come out end of June, probably middle of July. That was what originally we had thought. And so
And you
but
were
this
like,
book is-
nope, it's got to be May, right?
yes, I wanted that date. I was like, when I got done with it the end of April, I was like, is there a possibility for me to drop it on that date? Because I want to take my power back. And so that's the power of mindset. And so that's the type of resilience type of coaching that I do. I try to tell people how to reframe, flip things around, and put it in their favor rather than the negative connotation to it.
Well, that in having that specific target date, like, no, put dates down, make it concrete, because then that drives everything instead of it just in this like imaginary la la land, right?
Yeah,
so what?
think about. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Think about how many. Think of how many people have always said, "I want to write a book," and they don't come through. And the reason why they don't come through is first of all, they don't begin, whether they're writing or what. And that's one of the biggest things I teach on is begin. Whether you know what you're doing, you don't, like, just start and figure it out from there. And then I think there's two other things once you begin, and that's finding a coach or a mentor, and then finding a plan or making a plan. And I feel like it's so much better if you go get the mentor or coach first and have them help create the plan. But there's so many other people. Like, the best way to do is just begin, just start.
Yep. So for that person that's kind of sitting on the sideline right now that has these ideas or has this like, maybe this is the next thing. Is that your advice? Just begin, just pick somewhere and just start.
Yes. And the reason I'm saying this, I'll say this from the author standpoint, but I'll also tell you from the little boy who was playing basketball at 4 years old. I didn't know what I was doing. I was just out there, like, people told me how to shoot. I wasn't shooting correctly. I was just heaving the ball, right? So that's the thing is that's when you find out if you really like it or you care about it. That's the other part. We don't know. I mean, like, I would love to learn the piano. I've never done it. So if I start, then I know, hey, like, this might be something. But if it's just because it's hard or difficult, it's supposed to be hard or difficult, or everybody would be able to play the piano. And so it's the same thing. And it really is my mentality too, of like, show up to win. Like, show up to win means showing up and not just being in attendance, but showing up with showing up with intention and showing up in presence.
That is very different with intention or presence. Like, yeah, that's big. What if somebody is looking at all the obstacles, all the things that they feel are too big for them, like basically excuses, but how do you overcome those obstacles?
Some obstacles are there to tell us that we're out of alignment. So one of the things that people don't understand is, why is something that I am doing in it, like, I feel like it's telling me to go to the other side. What it's really doing is telling you to go to the other side. Like, you have to be mindful of things when you're dating somebody and you're dating the same type of people. Those are lessons, and those are telling you, hey, maybe not date those type of people. Like, I have friends who are in narcissistic relationships and they're like, I don't understand why I always date these people. Well, find somebody who actually cares about you, not just on their looks or what they're able to do for you. And so that's the thing is, so I would just say it's really about being in alignment. It's not about, also, we know when we're in alignment or not.
Yes.
You know,
and sometimes we don't pay attention. Even when we do know, we don't listen.
Right. That's the other thing is listen. So it's kind of ironic that we just brought this up, because my favorite Bible verse actually changed a few months ago to be calm and just know that I'm God. Psalm 34:10, I believe. Yep. And the reason why that was I was in a situation I couldn't figure it out on my own. So I stopped. I just stopped worrying about it. I detached, whether you're into law of attraction or you just, it's the same thing. Just be still.
Just
Breathe.
be still. Yes. Yes.
Breathe. And allow the things to happen. So I tell people all the time, I'm in the season of allow and not how. I don't know the logistics. I don't know how I'm going to be this great podcast host. I don't.
But you just got to get started. Like, that's the main thing, is just get started.
Right. Also want to say, I don't use the term I don't know, even though I said it. It's always I don't know yet, or I'm learning, I'm growing, I'm curious.
That's awesome.
That's the secret part of us, is what we say out of our mouth like really matters, because guess what? Our internal heart is listening to that.
And that's beautiful. Our internal heart is listening to that. Well, I just want to thank you so much for spending time with us this evening, being part of the 4th annual Christmas in July Stream-a-thon, which for you is the 2nd year. And next year we're going bigger and better with our 5th. So I just want to thank you so much for everything that you have accomplished in a year's time, and say congratulations on that. And thank you for popping in and saying hello tonight.
Thank you so much for having me. And I would love to come back for the 5th one. It's such a beautiful thing, but it meant so much that I just had to make sure. I was kind of tripping out. I was like, do I go on my phone? Like, how do I do this? But I ended up finally getting the connection. And so I'm so glad. I'm so grateful for that opportunity last year. And it was the kick in the butt that I truly needed. And so I just want to say thank you so much. And whether I'm speaking on stages in front of 10,000s or in front of stadiums, always will be very grateful for that opportunity, and for me to be able to hop on your platform. And as much as I can do for you, I definitely will later on in the future. And so
absolutely, Dwayne. Thank you. Thank you so much, my friend. And we'll be talking soon. All right. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
You too.
Amazing, guys. And because we've got our lineup, man, we are just rocking and rolling. This being the 4th annual, we have our next guest, Miss Queen Barbara Beckley. Hey, beautiful. How are you?
The party did start already. I'm just kind of in the middle of it, right?
Yeah. We have officially hit beyond the 12th hour, and I want to let people know that your DFN TV broadcast studios, silver sponsor for this whole event. So thank you so much for the love and support on that. And this all you, girl. This is all you, pouring the love and the goodness out there. So,
well, first of all, real quickly, I love you so much. Guess what? I got my helmet on. Yes, I do.
I love it. That's Boss, isn't it? Number 65, Boss.
You know, I like this one. You ran out. I was like, you got to get some more. I need some more.
Yeah, but when you told me what number it was, I'm like, girl, that's Boss Gloss right there. So I love it.
Love it.
Thank you. So what is Miss Barbara Queen up to this evening? It's you're on Central Time, so it's 10 p.m. where you are on Saturday. So
like a 10:07. Yep, exactly.
So what do you got? What are you up to? What's going on in your world?
Just living life, and topic I was gonna talk about a little bit tonight, if you didn't mind.
Yes. I can give you full screen. I can feed you out and give you full screen so that you have time to really share. Are you
okay? Yeah,
okay, let's do that. Yep, let's do that. Here we go.
She is so sweet. Well, first of all, thank you, everybody. I love being a sponsor of this because it's always talking about the heart. It's talking about the stories of what everybody's story is. And I want to just give you a glimpse, because this is for everybody, not just for certain people that I want to talk about. What if I told you that your purpose is not just about your success? No, it's not. I know I'm bringing it on real hard right now quickly, but it's not. It's about, and I want to talk about being a lighthouse to someone's storm. Yes. Being that lighthouse, bringing in people that's going through different struggles, different hurricanes that can bring their life kind of to this point. But it's going to take each individual that has that certain purpose, that certain gift in them, to bring them back. And I want to use a story of my own that really I found out that the light in me, just like the light in you, brought somebody back. So I want to take you back to a time in my life when I was the age of 17. And that was a really rough portion in my life. I'd say this story all the time is about my dad. My dad, for me, he was my diamond. And that's why I call my platform the Diamond Factor Experience, because he was a diamond to me. And a long time ago, when I didn't feel like I was a diamond, when I felt like it was just nothing, because it wasn't just me saying I was nothing, or I was ugly, I was fat, I was nothing, but it was everybody else around me saying that, except for my dad. He raised me up. He told me I was a little princess. He used to give me the cute hugs and the bear hugs. He used to watch the Wizard of Oz movie with me, not just 1 or 2 times, but let's just times it just over and over and over again. When I was little, he said, okay. I used to come to him and say, Dad, you want to see this movie again? He's like, yes, because I love you so much. But I knew at that time he was getting tired of that movie. But that says how much he loved me and he cared about me and he wanted to show how much of a princess I was to him. Okay. There's so many other people out there. I'm telling you, you have people in your life that are just like that for you. And I know you can start thinking about that right now because you are important. So I want to keep throwing that out there real quick. So going in this, I want to just talk moving forward in that. When I turned 17 years old, that's when the tide started changing in my life. And what happened was I lost my diamond. I lost my dad. And it wasn't from a tragic car accident. It wasn't from a sickness that he had. It wasn't even from like maybe depression or mental health or anything. It was somebody else took his life. They decided to say, well, he shouldn't be on this earth anymore. So they took him away from me. And with that, I went down a downward spiral. I really went down a downward spiral to the point where I was like, maybe I should just take my life since they took his. There's nobody there to give me the bear hugs. There's nobody to look at the movies with me. There's no one to tell me how special and that gift that I had in me anymore. So with that, they had to basically say, okay, this is a teenager. We don't know what's going to happen to her. So she's going to have to go into a 40-hour suicide watch. And they took me to the hospital because they wanted to make sure I was okay. Now, back then, that was okay. I'm telling my age, like in 1985. Oh, my God. Yes. Yes, it was back in the day. But see, because back in the day, mental health wasn't so onward like it is now. I am so glad that mental health is out there more than it used to be back in the day. Now, I was really privileged, I feel like, when they seen that they had to do something with me because I kind of just tore up my whole room when I found out my dad passed. I was like She-Hulk, yeah. I turned over tables, turned over everything because I just lost it. And my mother called the paramedics and they took me and just watched me. Within those 48 hours, I had a lot of time to think. And guess what? I wasn't thinking the right things. Like I said, I was thinking about just saying, you know what? I'm just done. I just want to just end it all. And even found something in my bedroom of the hospital, a butter knife. I know some people probably look at me and say, a butter knife, Barbara? But yeah, I was just trying to find anything at that time because I was lost. I was just, have anybody felt that they lost, depressed, thinking you can't go on any further? I mean, that's how I felt. Just like that. I just felt really just low. And a nurse came in. And she had to do my vitals. And she's like, okay, I got to take your vitals, Miss Beckley. And I said, okay, do what you got to do, but you got to go because I have a mission. And my mission, it wasn't a good mission. It was the mission of, okay, Barbara got to go. I got to just end this. Well, with that, I always have a big smile on my face and I want to cry at the same time every time I think about this. She was about to leave the room and she turned around and she looked at me and she's like, something's telling me, I don't know what it is, but something is telling me that you should not be thinking about what you want to do because something to the fact that you're a diamond in the rough or, you know, you have other there's other meaning for you right now. So just don't do it. When she said that right here and right here, as I mentioned yesterday when I was talking to Queen Elena, just clicked. Something just clicked in me and told me, okay, wait a minute, something is up. Because my dad used to tell me I was a diamond in the rough. She didn't know my dad. My mother didn't tell her about my dad. She didn't know anything about that. But I knew she was being used as a vessel to talk to me from my dad. And from that point on, I always told myself I never wanted anyone to feel like they didn't have a voice. I never wanted anyone to feel like they weren't worthy. I never wanted anyone to feel that they didn't have a light in them, because you all do. And I want to just, if there's anything else I have to say tonight, I want to make sure that you know you have a light in you. Okay. Now the story continues on with this, because this is where you're going to be blown away, because I was blown away. So this has happened like 17. Now, I'm like 3 years ago now. Moving on up here. Moving on up like the Jeffersons. And something told me inside of me, and I know it was God, to tell me, I need you to post that story in social media about your dad, about the struggle you had, about how you was almost about to end it, about your angel, which I call the nurse my angel, the whole thing. So I'm thinking to myself, really? You want me to post all of that? And it's like, yeah, I need you to post this, and I need you to post it now. I was like, oh, this was an urgent type of thing. So I listened. I said, okay. And, because one thing I don't mind doing, which is going to be a CTA for everybody tonight when I'm done with this, is to own your story. So I own my story, because you never know what's going to happen, who you're helping. So with that, posted the story. 2 or 3 days passed after I posted. I seen a lot of people shared it out. You seen a lot of people putting comments there. Oh, Barbara, I didn't know, oh my God, you moved on, you really helped, all that good stuff, all the good comments, which I'm so happy that they see that I'm a lighthouse to them and helping them out. But I seen it shared like 6 or 7 times. And I got like a private message in Facebook. And in the message, it was a young lady. She was like around 19. Didn't know her, didn't see her before, never met her. And she put a message in Facebook, and she said, I just want to let you know that I received the share post from Facebook. And I just want to let you know, thank you for saving my life. And I was like, oh. I said, uh-oh. So I leaned in, I was leaning into the message like, what? Saving her life? What just happened? What's going on here? And she said, you saved my life, because when that message came across Facebook, there was, at that moment, I had a knife right here. And she said she was about to slash her wrist. And when she heard my story and seeing that I overcame and I was able to move on even from a tragedy that I had in my own life, she said, maybe I could change the story in my own life. I had to sit with that. I'm feeling it right now. I don't know about anybody else, but my whole heart felt like it was going to come out of my chest. It was pumping so hard. And I told myself at that point, I said, thank you. Thank you, first of all, for not letting your life go. You got too much of here to let your life go. So I was like so grateful. Not so much of my story, I'm being all, okay, I put it on social media and I'm all this and that. It was none of that. It was none of that. I wasn't thinking about none about me. I was just thinking about the fact that that story reached somebody and saved somebody's life. She basically told me that story saved her life. And right now I keep up with her. Because I said, I promised myself, I said, okay, now that you crossed over that, let's make sure that you keep moving. So right now, that's been 3 years ago. And she went to college, graduated from college, and she's becoming a dietitian. Because she said that she always had problems with her weight. And she was having just, she was just trying to figure out what the problem is. So she just went to the doctor, started doing things. And then she decided, she said, you know what? If they can't fix the problem, maybe I can. So she became a dietitian. Now think about this. All that she's talking about, that would have never came intuition for her if she didn't stop that day. So I want to bring this home to each and every person that's watching this, each and every person that's watching Christmas in July, each and every person that always watches Queen Elena do her thing, and she's doing her thing on her platform, not just this one, but all over. And what you're doing, there's no big or small to anybody. Any way that you could touch somebody, and this is what it's all about, right? One story, one heart, one love. If you can touch just one person, that's huge, huge. So remember that what I said before, your purpose is not just about a title. Your purpose is not just about being on big stages if you are. Your purpose is not even about, okay, because I wrote books, we probably have people who have authors stuff, and I'm not down in that at all. That's awesome. Those are milestones in your life. You should be celebrating that all the time. But the biggest purpose for you is to take whatever you have, that lighthouse that you are, and that you become a help to somebody else's storm in their life. I always say to myself, I think about, when I started talking about the lighthouse of the world, because I tell everybody that, I always say, you're the lighthouse of the world. You're the lighthouse of the world. Remember that. And maybe sometimes people look at me like, she's crazy. Okay, white jacket. Come on, get her. And I'm like, I'm not crazy. I'm just trying to let you know, I'm just singing the praises out that you are that light. Just look, you're the light. You have a light. Everybody has a unique light. I don't care how unique you are or different you are. There's a purpose why you're that way. And there's a purpose not so much of you being your authentic self, but also letting other people know they can be their authentic selves and they can be real to themselves. Now, I know that a lot of people's like, yeah. Okay, Barbara, thank you so much. But believe me, if that nurse didn't come in that day, if she didn't stop me from doing what I was supposed to do, I wouldn't be here today. And if I was going to be here today, see, I'm going to show you the chain reaction. And if I didn't live, then guess what? Years and years passed. You see how years and years passed that my story hit somebody else? And now they're living their life and their lighthouses out there. You never know the chain reaction of what you do is helping others around you. And you're saving what? You're saving lives. So Queen Elena, I just want to give a CTA because I always believe in giving CTAs. I just don't talk just to be talking. I want some action to go afterwards. So 3 CTAs for you. 1, own your story. Own your authenticness. Own who you are and love on you. That's not being selfish, because if you don't do that, guess what? You can't be a lighthouse for others. So you want to make sure you do that. So that's 1 CTA. 2nd CTA. Use your platform of what you have. If it's a platform like Queen Elena has or what I have, being on YouTube, or if it's just one post on a social media or on LinkedIn or whatever handle that you use that platform to shine your light. Because what did I say before? Your light matters. Okay. And 3, be bold and visible. Don't shrink down for anybody. And I mean anybody. And I'm saying that because I know I've been there. I was all the way down here. I was like a little hermit when I was younger because people told me that I was an alien. They told me I was ET. And really, when they kept saying that to me, I kept saying, well, ET wanted to go home. I think I want to go home too. Just send me where I need to go because I'm tired of hearing all talking about that I'm not nobody. Be bold in anything you do. If you like the color green, you want to wear green all over with a little green hat, do it. Because it's gonna touch somebody so they can be themselves. Okay? So just want to leave you with this too. Talking about the lighthouse again. When ships are lost in a storm, They don't need nobody yelling out saying, hey, come over here. Come on over here. They want to see that somebody can see them, somebody can keep up with them, and somebody can resonate with them so they can get closer to the island. So I want you to know that that light that shines, you're bringing in those ships. You're bringing in those people that need you. You're bringing in people that are hurting. You're bringing people that are in desperation. You're bringing in people that maybe they don't feel like they're loved. You're bringing in people that just want to be heard. And just remember that's your lighthouse to everyone. So Elena, you know, first of all, I just want to just thank you so much for always being a big lighthouse to so many people and being a queen and having this 24-hour-a-thon, because it is so important for so many people. And I hope I didn't overstep my time.
No, you still got 5 minutes, but I just, I heard my name. So I was like,
what?
But no, like, thank you for sharing and the importance of your story, like touching someone else's life. Wow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so important.
And a lot of times we think, you know, I know at different times I have thought, like, does it really matter? Are people tired of hearing it? Do I just need to like move on? You know, but no, you've got to continue to share it.
Yes.
Amazing. Yeah. So tell people where they can reach you, what kind of, you know, like as a silver sponsor, like what do you have going on? Share a little bit about that. You still have some minutes left.
Oh, well, queen. So
yeah,
I help people show up on video. I know that's just the easy way to put it. I have like I said, I have with DFN Broadcast Studio, which is a platform for people to come on to do their branding shows. So people can understand what they do in business through their own shows. That's just portion. But the biggest thing that I'm doing right now it's called Lights, Camera, Action. And basically it's a 12-week series that I'm putting together for individuals one-on-one, that we start with, what is your really, you know, you hear it all the time, what is my why? Why do I do what I do? Why do I have this business? Or why do I even think about this particular cause? And then from that point, I help people decide, okay, how do we take your why? And like I was saying earlier, being that lighthouse to people and making an impact in what you do. And that's through visibility, it's through social media, it's through everything that you do of your life. Because I found out a lot of people that I work with their show hosts, that they need more than just a show. You know, the show is like the ultimate goal of it, but the biggest thing is understanding why you have it, understanding what you want to do with your life, understand what you want to do with your business, how you want to grow. So Lights, Camera, Action is coming to near you soon, very, very soon. But that's something that I really was kind of a passion of love with that, because I see so many people struggling, because I've been there. I always tell people, and I always tell Queen Elena too, we're always our clients like 10 or 15 years ago that now we're trying to help, because we have such a passion of our hearts of what we went through. So that's something that's coming up. And just to let everybody know, you can reach me at barbarabeckley95@yahoo.com. We can have a conversation. I always like to have discovery calls, because I want to make sure that we click, because just like you have a lot of coaches and everybody else, everybody has a different flavor. So if you're interested in the Lights, Camera, Action, or just having a conversation, I always tell people it's nice to meet other people, right? So you get to see how we can blend. Sometimes it's just nice to meet somebody to have another friend. It's okay, right? It's okay to have a discovery call just to say, hey, I just met a new friend.
Well, yeah. And I mean, we became friends, what, a couple of years ago?
Yeah.
How many years ago?
Years ago. It's been a while now.
It's been a while. And so it's important to develop those relationships and connect and collaborate and reach out and all the things, you know. It really is. It means a lot. And it means a lot to have you a part of this 4th annual. And so I don't know if you caught the wind, but we're looking at, okay, we're going to do it live next year for year number 5, and people can bring their pillows. They can sleep in a corner somewhere, but we're going to stream somewhere from a live location and people can tune in. And I have no idea what that looks like yet, but we will.
Wow, that's going to be nice.
Yeah. That'll be fun. We'll have to have a dance party in the corner and keep it moving. But yeah, hard to believe next year will be year number 5 already. So
wow.
But
proud of you, Queen. You're awesome.
I just want to tell you I love you and thank you so much for sharing tonight. That was so impactful. And I love you, Queen. So
I love you too, Queen. You take care.
All righty. We'll see you. Have a good night. Yes, amazing story, amazing queen. It's prime example of just supporting and collaborating and building each other up and all the things. And so, how are we doing, guys? How are we doing? We are moving right along. Now, this next guest that I'm bringing on, I have the privilege of meeting in person for the first time at my Radiance event here in Fort Wayne, Indiana in February. And it's amazing. She found me on Eventbrite, came as a vendor, has an amazing story behind her business. And she's on board to come speak in person at the next Radiance event in February here in Fort Wayne, Indiana, again at the Grand Wayne Center. And so the creator and founder of Praiseworthy Candles, I want to bring on Miss Tracy Hanton. Hello, Tracy.
Hello.
How are you? You're a late nighter with me. Yes.
I know. I am so excited to be here. Just I had an opportunity just to kind of listen in and listen to the different things that everybody was saying, and I took some notes from Miss Barbara Beckley about owning your story and using your platform and being bold. And as she was talking about your purpose not being about success and being a lighthouse, I just was reminded of, I have this little, can't see it too well, but I have this mug here, and it says, "Your playing small does not serve the world." Ooh. And so that's kind of been a theme that we have been using in one of my my communities, because it was just so evident that as women, we were just playing small.
I love it. I'm writing that one down because
we were just playing small. And so lady who does Tumblr, she put it on a tumbler for us so that we can always remember as we're drinking out of that tumbler.
And what a reminder we need. You're playing small does not serve the world.
Does not serve the world. And if we are a lighthouse for someone's storm, then we really can't afford to play ourselves small. We really can't.
No.
And so that was just so. Her piece was really, really on time, because I feel like I suffer from perfectionism. And so perfectionism hinders me from execution.
Oh, girl, we need to get in that conversation, because I'm all about the progress. Like, just do it. You might have not heard earlier, but I always call that first thing to come out. Everybody's got a shitty first draft, and I use that because of the books that we've written. But you gotta get out there, and then you can clean it up.
Yeah, do it messy.
Do it messy. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
I had someone. That's what they said. Something they was asking us to do, and they said, do it messy, and then you can figure it out. You clean it up, and you go back the next time, and you do it, and it just gets better and better after that. So
but honestly, coming from a place where you know that perfection is there, it's easy for us to say those things. Just do it messy, shitty for sure. But honestly, like it is difficult. And how do you get beyond that? Like, honestly, what kind of support is needed to help the one that wants it to be perfect to just get started?
So for me, it's about community. And being in, whether it's one community, two communities, three, doesn't matter, but being in segments of community where it's okay for you to be your authentic self, because they're going to be their authentic self. And so they're going to show you what they're doing, but they're going to show you their mistakes too. Because if you think about it, if we get so stuck on social media, I made $6,000 in 6 days, and you can do it too. And
for just $49.95.
Yeah. And then when you get the information, you're like, do this, this, and this, and that's going to do it. And they're not telling you, oh yeah, it's probably not going to work the first 5 times. You know, they'll tell you
that's in the fine print. That's in the fine print down low.
They'll tell you, reach out to influencers and they'll respond to you. But there's going to be tons of them that will not respond to you. And so they're not always as authentic. And so I love when I get attached and connected to communities that we can just all be real.
Yes.
One of my candle communities, we always say there's no competition.
No.
We don't gatekeep.
No.
We give out the information for others to succeed as well.
Yes.
And we don't look at how slow or how fast somebody else is moving, because the way that God needs their story to roll out and the way that God needs your story to roll out are two different things. You might still be in a realm of preparation, and being in a realm of preparation isn't a bad thing. So you got to be comfortable. You know what? God is preparing me for whatever that next might be.
Yes. And I love the competition thing. I've never quite understood. And maybe it's because God, like when he gave me that message of remember who you are, remember whose you are, and boldly step forward and show your crown. We all have a unique crown. There's enough. God is a God of abundance. Like there's enough for everyone. So why feel like you have to compete as if, you know, there can't be 2 candles in the world? Do you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Exactly.
So I want you to share, like, this is your first Christmas in July Stream-a-thon.
Yes, it is.
And the fact that I want you to share, like, you found the event on Eventbrite is what you told me when we met in person at my event. I didn't know who you were, and you didn't know who I was.
Exactly.
Right. So how courageous, like how brave and bold, like to take that step and just say yes to something that must have drawn you in or something, you know?
So I guess it starts, it's better to give a little context.
Yes.
I live in Fort Wayne, Indiana, but I am from Philly. I'm from Philadelphia, PA. I came out here in November 2019, just before the pandemic, and I came by myself. So all my family, all my friends, they're all back in Philadelphia. And then, of course, you know, we go through this horrific pandemic. I'm experienced tons of tragedy while I'm out here by myself, still trying to get acclimated. But I came out here, I had been doing candles, so the business came with me. So I'm trying to rebuild it out here. And one of the things that everyone always asks me, they say, Tracy, how do you find some of these events that you go to? I said, I go on Eventbrite. I said, it's got to work the same way in Fort Wayne, Indiana, as it does in Philadelphia. So it's Eventbrite. And so I just go on. And this past year, I asked God to not send me to just any event that needed a candle vendor, but to make sure that I could select events that aligned with the purpose of the business. And I went through, I read Radiance, and it just stuck with me. And I was like, oh, you know what? I think this is a good space. And that's really how that was.
Yeah.
And I just felt that it aligned with what I was doing. It aligned with the mission of, my business and all of the other things that I just wanted to make sure that I started being intentional. And my word for last year was alignment. It was aligned. And so things had to start aligning up. They had to start lining up.
I love that. And your company is Praiseworthy Candles. And so for anyone that gets the Besitos Beauty Box, Tracy's candles were the feature in one of the last boxes, the May Just Bloom box. Amazing candles. They're amazing. But how did you come into Praiseworthy Candles? Like how did that get started?
It started out Praiseworthy Creations and Events. I was an event planner. I coordinated weddings.
Okay.
And then I wanted to be really full service with the weddings. So I added travel. So I have Praiseworthy Travel. And then I wanted to make something that I could give the brides or give their families. And so I wanted to do a gift basket. But I didn't want to do a basket that just had everybody else's product in it. So I wanted to figure out what product I could put in. And at that time, we weren't using terminology like self-care. We just were saying pamper yourself. So we were using the pampering terminology. And so I wanted pamper items, and candles are pamper items, and lotions and oils and all of those things. So I got to learning how to make all of those things.
Wow.
And then I realized jack of all trades, master of nothing. We aren't going to go very far necessarily. And so I just decided to stick with the candles, really get into perfecting that, researching what I wanted to use in terms of the wax and all of those types of things. And so that is kind of the way that it evolved. So it ended up Praiseworthy Candles.
Wow, that's amazing. That's amazing. And I love that you bring up a good point, because we talked about that earlier with one of the other guests. When you're good at a lot of things, it can really jack you up, because especially when you've got that entrepreneurial mind, and then you're talented, and you're like, oh, I could do this, and I can do this, and I can do this.
I can do all of these things.
I'm guilty. I've done it too.
and I'm a crafter. I've always been a crafter.
So then in a case like that, then how does the perfectionism work for you when you're trying to get it right and bring all these things out?
Getting connected with the right communities is really becomes key, and making sure within those communities you have people that can guide you and that you're open to listening. Now, when I started over 20 years ago, we didn't have all of these communities and connection kind of things. You just went to the library, you got a candle book, you read the book. We didn't really have internet completely yet. AOL was dial up, So
yeah, that's when you have to tell everybody, don't use the telephone. I'm plugging into the internet.
Right. So I and I was doing vending events even at that time. But as I've advanced in the things that I've learned, I've been able to be in communities where I'm connected with people from the National Candle Association. So I know when I get information from them, this is the holy grail of candles. This is God's word on candles. I'm listening to them. I don't care if I'm in 6 different candle groups and someone says, well, I've been making them this way, and I'm just saying to myself, but that ain't what the National Candle Association says. I think I'm going to follow them. So really being able to kind of really connect with the right people for whatever it is that you need, and then really being able to make sure that they're authentic, you can be your authentic self. I think one of the things, because I had that level of perfectionism, and I realized that it's not a badge of honor necessarily, because it is a thing that hinders people, and it is a thing that hinders me. And so because I know that I can fall back into that, I got to talk to myself quite a bit.
Yeah.
So me and Jesus, we got to do the walking.
You're working through it.
Because I've been to talk myself out of something, and you know, and that sort of thing. And then just really being able to ask myself, what is it that I want? God, what do you want? And where am I not aligned?
Yes. And are they the same thing? Is what I'm actually wanting and what you want for me?
Right.
Are those, yes.
And then being able to say, I know you said you'd give me my heart's desire, but you tell me to study your word so that I can gain your heart. And then once I've gained your heart, then your heart is my heart. And then that's how you're giving me the desires of my heart.
Yes.
Because I'm aligned with you now.
That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I love the way that you put that. Because I pray for there's been many times where when I see the big vision and I see the calling, like what we're doing here, that I pray, like, please, if you are not there, do not send me, like, or don't let me go. Like, if you're not there, I don't want to be there. Exactly. Period. And I think that has helped, in so many ways. So you made the trip out here to just start over, like, all on your own. And how did you pick Fort Wayne?
So I didn't actually pick Fort Wayne per se. I'm going to be honest. When I was looking for work, I thought that I was going to be in the Delaware, Maryland, Virginia area.
Okay.
So I had interviewed there, and one of my mentors, she said, well, Tracy, cast out a wider net and let's see what happens. And so then I started getting these opportunities in Ohio.
Okay.
And it was like, okay. And then I got this opportunity. It said Purdue, Fort Wayne. And I'm like, Purdue, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Where is that? I was like, I know geography, but this isn't seeming familiar to me.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? I'm in need of a change. I've been asking God for this change. I told him that I would be open for whatever the assignment was. And so I look at my job, I look at it as an assignment. And so I said I'd be open, so I'm going to be open. And I really just connected. I connected with the team in my office. I just connected. Nice. And I drove around the town for a little bit. And, coming from a large city, it's like, oh, I'm at the end of the city. Oh, it was just 20 some minutes. Okay.
But there's like one interstate.
Exactly. So, but I really just connected and felt okay. And I felt okay to call my mother, because my mother had no idea that I had came out here.
Really?
My mother had no idea. Because I told my sister, my brother knew, my kids knew, they were grown, my sons are grown, they knew, but my mother didn't know. She was going to be the last one when I made my decision about what I wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
And she was skeptical, but like her thing was, who takes a job 600 and some miles away and they're over 50?
and probably being over 50, you were probably still scared to tell your mom.
Yes. If you ever met Reverend Lolo, as I call her, if you ever met her, you'd understand. Sweet woman, but she's got her own set of things, right?
Yeah.
But and so I came out. My sons, they were on board with it. Mm-hmm. My sister is my ace in my hole for everything. Mm-hmm. She came out with me. We looked at places for me to live. I ended up not far from the university.
Nice.
And it worked.
Yeah. Wow. So I love knowing this and hearing all of this, because you are that hope. Maybe there is someone watching that's over 50 and feels like, I can't start all over. I can't pick everything up and go again. And it's like, yeah, you can. It's never too late,
Yeah, I've definitely had to use that in my day job with students and adults and everything. And when they find out that I came out here just before the pandemic, I came out by myself, it gives them a piece of, well, if you did it, I can do it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, I got this.
Yes.
And they leave my office and they're, I got this. I can do this. Miss Tracy's already walked me through.
Yeah.
What I need to do.
So then the praiseworthy candles, if you were doing that before, it was something easy for you to bring here and grow here, or how did that work?
It was interesting the way that I was able to grow it, because we had just kind of slid out of people. We were still doing the 6 feet at the end of August of 2020, but Indiana had opened up more than the East Coast had opened up.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I got on this list, but I got information. I saw, maybe it was on one of the Facebook pages, that the mall was going to be having vendors.
Okay.
And I got in with that, and I did that for a whole year. And that is how I made connection with people in Fort Wayne. And I was able to help some of the younger businesses with pieces and information. And we just, again, community.
Mm-hmm.
We just became community. And then I got connected during that time. I got connected to my candle community online, and they have a university. And so I was going to classes online every Saturday. I still go to classes. We have a cohort. So I'm also a captain of a group within the cohort and stuff like that. So just really having those opportunities to just push myself out and expand myself.
I love that. And we had talked not too long ago, number one, about you being part of the Next Radiance event again, and even in a higher capacity and speaking and all that, and being able to bring people. But you have a couple events coming up here soon where you're helping people make their own, or tell a little bit about what people can expect if they come to your local event.
Okay, so I am an educator by heart. that is my general trade and vocation. But I love teaching people how to have fun with candles. And so I'm going to be hosting 2 candle classes in Fort Wayne. They're going to be at Beyond Bella, and that is located at 2825 Maple Crest Road. And it's from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. It's August 31st, and it's going to be September 14th. And they can go and they can find it. They can shoot me an email.
Yep.
That would be probably the easiest way, is just to shoot me an email or find me on Facebook at Tracy Hanton, TracyHanton. Red shirt, sunglasses. That's me. Never change the picture.
Yep. And you're in the Radiance group as well. Like, I've tagged you in there. So even if people
Yes,
are watching,
I am.
because if anybody's watching that's like local, even if you're catching the replay, I'm gonna go. I don't know to which one yet. I'm gonna get with my mom, but I would love to be able to bring some people and we just make a thing of it. I think it would be fun.
Yeah, it is a great time. You get to ask your dying candle questions. I answer them. We play some games, win some prizes. I usually also bring candles. So if you want to buy something else, you're always able to do that. But you leave with a 10-ounce candle. And the 10-ounce candle is about this height.
So wow.
Yeah. So
wow.
You're not making a little candle tin. You're making a candle.
Oh wow. Yeah, because the little candles that I got for the Besitos beauty boxes, that's kind of what I had in my mind. So that's like very different. Wow.
No.
You're
gonna be making a real full size candle for you to use.
Oh my gosh. I better not get into my like, ooh, now I can do these too. I'll be like, Tracy, I'm going to business with you.
Hey, I'm always looking for wholesale accounts and looking for people to go out and do different events for me.
Yeah,
So
yeah. That's our entrepreneurial brain going on right there. You know?
I know. I was at an event today in Indianapolis, and of course it started to rain, but one guy came over and was like, I love these wax melts. Can we do wholesale? Yes, we can. Give me your contact information. I'll get with you this week.
That's awesome.
Then another lady, I said to her, she was a realtor. I said, what are you giving your clients when they buy a home?
Yeah.
She says, well, I give them this. I said, have you ever thought about candles? I have a nice little home set that you can give. It comes with a room spray, blah, blah, blah. She's like, oh, send me an email. So
yeah, that is special. I know when I got into my home, I was given like a little gift bag with a candle in it, and it was a nice gift. But when you see something unique that is coming from a small business, handmade, it's different than going to this mass supermarket and just pulling one. So it was I sound like I was ungrateful. I'm not, but what I'm saying is, like, the candle was a beautiful touch, but when you know that it's handmade and it's coming from a small business, that just makes it a little
definitely.
Yeah.
This gives it just a little bit of an extra touch. So yeah.
Absolutely. So before we start wrapping things up, we have a couple minutes left. I want you to kind of just share a little nugget or insight to maybe that one person out there that is kind of running a little bit low on hope, but our theme has been take action. Like, what can you tell that person that just might need that little nudge to do the thing that they're afraid to do?
Just take one step. If something needs 5 pieces to get it completed, how about today you just do one? And that's an accomplishment. I know I always talk about technology. I'm always like, oh my God, me and technology, we don't work too well. And every time there's something, when I do my candles in conversation on Instagram Live, something always goes wrong. It doesn't connect here. I got to go in the StreamYard. StreamYard's not acting right. Something always happens. But one of the things that someone in my community said to me, they said, yeah, you were frazzled a little bit, Tracy, but you did it.
Yeah.
And that was the end result. The end result is you said, we doing this Instagram live. And if we got to do it through StreamYard to get it to Instagram, post it later or whatever the case may be, we can get this live done.
Yeah.
And so I think it's about what's the decision you want to make. Because if you keep doing the same thing, you're only going to get the same result. And if that result that you're getting isn't moving you toward purpose or anything of that nature, then what good is it?
Yeah.
And so we got to make these decisions, and they're hard. I keep a little notebook near me, and I keep my little to-do book near me, and I just write, what do I need to do today? And guess what? I don't need to do 5 things. I don't need to do 10 things.
Yeah.
What do I need to do? What are the 3 things I need to do?
And I love that you bring that point up, because that brings me to I brain dump. Like, I just write my whole list down, but then I have 3 columns, and one is urgent, and one is like this week, and one is like this month. And when you think of something urgent, when people start thinking everything is urgent, to me, it's only if there's a negative consequence if it doesn't get done today. Cleaning your closet, sorry, that's not urgent. It's not a negative consequence.
Nope.
You know, they're not going to turn your lights off if you don't clean your closet. So by the time that you do this enough, when you mark your urgent column, there is very rarely over 3 things in there. Very rarely. And that's it. Start there. And that's all you need to start with for the day.
Yeah.
And chances are, when you knock those things off, you got all this time left, and now you can like tackle the other stuff.
And then you can move to the other pieces. I listened to Mel Robbins' podcast, and she talked about the brain dump and then putting it in those 3 categories.
Yep. I've done that for years, and
then
it's amazing.
deciding.
And then deciding. You look at everything, and then it's like, okay, which column does this belong to? And it's the more you do it, the more you're not running all frazzled and thinking everything's urgent. So So this was amazing, my dear friend.
I loved it.
Yes. Thank you for being part of the 4th annual, but your first Stream-a-thon. So I will be here till tomorrow morning at 10 a.m.
I know you will. I'll be checking in and out, and I can't wait to see the other people that come on. And those that I don't get to catch, I will catch on the the replay, because you have had some phenomenal people. I've been taking notes and everything. You've had some phenomenal people.
Thank you.
And Elena, this continue to do what God has called you to do, because you truly are being a light and a lighthouse for other people. I just appreciate, even though I haven't known you long, I just appreciate all of the connections that we've had, and all of the time that we've spent together has been well spent. And it has been impactful for me and impactful for my business and how I start to move and I start to see things. And that goes back to that community piece again.
Yes. Amen. And I will see you either August 31st or September 14th, or maybe both. We'll see. So
take care.
All right. Thank you. Thanks, Tracy.
All righty.
Oh, wow. She's amazing. Like, she's amazing. And the power of connection. And she didn't know me, but she said yes to the event, and like amazing at the people that she met and the opportunities that have happened. Like I said, her candles were in the Besitos Beauty Box. So for any of you that got that Besitos Beauty Box and the praiseworthy candles, that was Tracy. So amazing. So, guys, let's keep it rolling, and we are keeping it rolling. So, this next guest has been a dear friend of mine for a few years, and she's not far from us either. She was at the Radiance event this past February as well. We've got Miss Jada. Hey, beautiful.
Hello, how are you?
It's so good to see you. How are you?
You too. I am here and blessed.
Well, that's all we can ask for. That's a good.
That is
That's a good
right.
time right
It
there.
has. I feel like I have been on a roller coaster since March, and I am. Whew.
Oh, we want to hear about it. What's going on in Jada's world?
Oh my goodness. As you know, I have my Arbonne business, which is all about healthier choices, healthy skincare, supplements, different things that we as women need. Um, but then I also have my own agency called Solid Rock Families, where I work with families and children that have been removed through the Department of Child Services. And so I have just been very busy there. We have been hiring new people. So, yes, we've just been getting our new contract together, getting new services to help more families. So, I'm
Yeah.
blessed and thankful for that. And then still doing my Arbonne because I will never, ever stop that. That is,
Nope, you got your greens.
yes, I do. I
you
do.
you always bring me such joy when I see you doing the greens. So
Yes, I love, love, love my greens. They are just
so
phenomenal.
yeah. So you're here near Indianapolis, correct?
Yes, I'm in
In
Indianapolis.
Indianapolis, yeah. And then Tracy from Praiseworthy Candles that was just on, she's on here saying, "Hey Jada, so you guys met at the Radiance event that we did back in February."
Yes, and I have to say her candles are phenomenal. I love the one that you can I sat it on the burner or on the warmer, and I love that oil, and the aroma is, oh my gosh.
They're
Oh,
amazing.
they are.
Yes. Yep. So now for those that are new to you, okay,
Yes.
you are always an inspiration to me because your story and actually what connected us in the very beginning. I want you to share a little bit about that so that people can understand that what you do now, what you do today, it's been a journey for you. You've had to
Yes.
go through it. Can you just share a little bit about that so that the people that are watching can feel where your hope comes from today?
Yes. Yes. I lost my son 9 years ago. And actually, next Sunday will be 9 years, July
9
27th.
years. 9
Yep,
years. Wow.
it'll be 9 years is the day that I lost him. My only biological child. Um, he was murdered pretty much right in front of me. And
Wow.
he left he left a big hole in my heart. He left in my world. As well as he left two daughters behind. And it was his youngest was exactly 1 month away from turning 3 when he passed away. And then his oldest was 7. Um, and, my first job has always been a mom. I've been a mom since 1992. And he's my reason why I've done everything that I have done. And when I lost him, I lost myself. And I want to say for probably, well, over time, Um, I just slowly started gaining more and more weight, and to the point where I was almost 400 pounds. And I realized I needed to make a change. I started and then I stopped, and then I started, and it was kind of a yo-yo until last year. And it's still even been somewhat of a yo-yo since then, which it's going to be for me. I'm learning, I've realized that, and I'm learning to accept that I just have to keep doing what I do.
Yes. Yes.
And I lost 55 pounds
Nice.
starting last year. Thank you. Um, because I didn't care anymore. I would just work, eat fast food. I didn't, cook, because these are all things that I did for my family, because I am a boy mom and I always had a house full of boys. I have another son who's not biologically mine, but he's mine. And my two sons, everybody knew they came to our house, and it was theirs. There was always food to eat. I always cooked. And so I just kind of lost the joy in doing everything that mattered to me. And it was just easier. It's just me and my husband now. We don't have a house full anymore because of the situation. We didn't, feel comfortable. Um, so, but I realized that his daughters need me. Last year, it hit me that I'm all they have left of him. And
Yes.
I
Yes.
need to keep his memory alive, because it stays alive with me, to teach them, show them, learn, and then have the things that, so they can have what their daddy had. Because to me, they will never get any less than he ever got out of me. And so I knew I had to lose some weight. I had to start taking better care of myself for them, that they deserve that. And plus, I could hear him, a part of me, Ma, what are you doing? Ma, get
Ah,
up.
yes. That's when it
Ma.
hits you.
Uh-huh. And so I knew I had to. And so my sister-in-law, who's always been in the health and fitness and wellness area, in her 20 some years in the Air Force, that was her job. And so she introduced me to Arbonne, kind of against my will. I kind of did it initially because I knew that's what my family wanted. And it became something that I fell in love with, that I enjoy. I enjoy talking about it. I enjoy drinking it, taking the supplements, and I love giving them to people. My husband's the one that started calling me the greens pusher. I'm like, I don't know if we should say that or not. People might take that the wrong way.
The
But I'm
greens
like,
pusher.
because everybody that came through our house, all the kids' friends, nieces, nephews, we can be out in public, and I will stop people and ask them and tell them about my greens and give them sample. Because I've never been a healthy person. I mean, I've been healthy, but I've never been much into eating healthy. I wasn't one who ate a lot of fruits and vegetables and stuff like that. And so when I tried these greens, it was like, oh my God, this is good for me. I'm like, it can't be. This tastes so good and just juicy and just has this. And then I started drinking it, and I add a fizz to mine, which is an energy fizz,
Mhm.
because again, a part of this, I stopped drinking. I was a Diet Coke queen before
Ah.
the greens queen.
Mhm.
I loved my Diet Cokes. And so I've now totally gave up all pop. And I drank
I
my
love that for
fizz.
you. I do. I love
Yes,
that for
thank
you.
you.
Hmm.
So and I know this part is still in my head that I need the caffeine. It's just embedded in me. But at least with drinking the fizz with my greens,
Yeah.
it's healthier. It's full of B vitamins. It's a natural energy booster that's going to come over time. And it's not going to give you the crash that a lot of the energy drinks will
Yeah.
give you.
Yeah.
And I'm getting B vitamins. It has green tea, the ginseng in it, all this healthy, good stuff for you. And I'm just like, again, Jada likes something healthy. This is so in my mind, if I can like that, the
Yeah.
Diet Coke, chips, cupcake eating person all day long can drink this. And I'm just like, everybody has to drink this.
I love
Everybody
it. I
has
love it.
to.
So let people know before we wrap things up here, if they
Uh-huh.
wanna reach out to you and like what are these greens that you're talking about, Jada? How like do
Oh,
people just
yes,
message you on
yes.
Facebook or
They can. They
okay?
certainly can. I can give my phone number. They can text me anything. But the
Nice.
greens it's a greens synergy Xler. It has 16 fruits and veggies. It has 13 live digestive enzymes for the gut health, as well as the biotin and the hyaluronic acid to help your body produce more naturally.
Nice.
And it's just, and it's got like a citrus flavor to it.
Mhm.
But like I said, I mix mine with the fizz, so I get that caffeine and that extra juiciness
Juice.
with that
Yep.
citrus flavor. And
You're
it
just good
has
to
done,
go.
I am. I like my hair and my nails just grow so fast. And my skin, like my arms are clearing up from these bumps and
Nice.
and it's making me want to eat healthier, eat better, make better choices. And like I said, it's been a yo-yo,
Mhm.
but
Mhm.
I'm learning I don't let it stop me. I still
There
keep
you
going.
go. There you go. And that's
Hmm.
inspiration. Like we all deal with our yo-yos, but to find the
Yes.
thing that does not let it stop you,
Uh-huh.
that's just amazing. And I just want to thank you so much for joining us this evening on another Stream-a-thon because you've been here
Uh,
for several years. And so I appreciate you
yes, I
popping
love
in.
it.
So, yes.
And I thank you so much for having me back, because I love you. You are amazing.
Mwah.
I feel like
Yes.
I'm so behind on everything you're doing because it's like I post my greens every day and
Mhm.
I don't even have time because with my
Yeah.
business, I've just been,
Well, that's a good problem to have. So stay busy with
well,
your business.
it is. Yes, it is. That's good for business. Yes. And I'm actually been back out in the field more. And so, yes. And
Yes.
because I enjoy what I do. I enjoy helping people and being there in
Love
any
it.
way
I
that I
love it.
can.
Well, I'm
So
going to keep you in my prayers, girl, and we'll be in touch.
thank
We'll be in
you.
touch because we're so
Yes.
nearby each other. So I will be in touch with
Yes.
you and have a good night. Love you.
Okay. You too. Love you and thank you.
Thank you. All righty, guys, rocking and rolling. So we are after midnight, my time, and now we are bringing up the guest that we don't know how long we're going to be. He has a question that I think was a to be continued that I'm going to need him to refresh my memory, but I don't think this guy needs an introduction because meet my husband. Hey, sweetheart.
Hey, I got my green tea.
There you go.
Ginseng and honey.
There you go. So Mr. Charles is the one that is like, just put me where you need me. But I also know that if we get to talking, I don't know how long we're going to be here. So here we go, guys. Say hi, sweetheart.
Aloha. Hey, everybody. Thank you. First of all, thank you for everybody that's been on for what, 14 hours now?
I don't know. Are we at 12 maybe?
You just said we were past 12 o'clock. Oh, that means, 14 hours behind the
that
scenes.
is 14. I'm not the numbers person.
You think? I'm the behind the scenes guy. I got all this. I got your coffee. I got your food. I got it. Okay. Speaking of that, you okay with your coffee? Since we're talking, I can get you some coffee.
No, I'm gonna need some, but you're on screen now. You know what? Let's do something here. I want to give you some time. I want to give you some full screen time, and we can come back and talk about like us and my question. But you have put a lot together for what you've got coming up. And I want to give you some just your own screen time to actually talk from the heart about that. You want to do that?
Well, I thought I was coming back on at 6:30.
We might be able to move that. Or we might have someone in that slot that has just been able to like readjust some things. I'm working behind the scenes here too.
You know what that means, because I get done with this, whatever time it is, I'm going to go join our puppy.
Yes. Yep. So I'd rather give you some time.
Well, why don't you ask me? Why don't you narrate? So I stay on track, because how sometimes I have a tendency as a coach. Good coaches that coach, life, sometimes get into something and they're on their dry ease board or their chalkboard or their computer, and they'll be doing something and they'll switch to something else. The bottom line is when they get done at the end of their session, whatever they need to have put out there, it happens. But sometimes I kind of sort of, I kind of sort of leave and come back and leave. I'm really bad about that. So why don't you just narrate us through this?
Got it. And what I want to also ask too is whoever is watching, if anybody wants to, whether you're on YouTube, I know we still got some YouTube. If you have any questions, drop them down. But I want to bring up the whole concept of your game changers, because we've got people that are waiting for this show to come out, but game changers means so much more to you. We got Raquel Soto on there saying hello, but what is game changers? Why game changers? What's it about?
Well, first of all, I am the CEO and founder of Follow Your Dreams Athletics. I have been involved with sports, youth sports, since 1975, 1 year after graduating from high school. And the reason why is because I was raised pretty bad childhood, and I ran away, and I got adopted, and I'm gonna have to bail for just a second, sweetheart, because somebody's whining and I don't want him to interrupt us. So,
our little papoose.
I got to let him out.
The joys of live TV. That's our little Sabi that needs to get out before he winds it down. So you know what I'm going to do? Raquel is on here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play our song that she was able to write the lyrics for, and we're going to all get up and we're going to have a dance party. So everybody take a listen.
Snowflakes in the sun, warm hearts on the run, a silent night that changed her life. But she rose with the morning light where sorrow tried to stay. She built a brighter way. Now every July, love leads the fight, and darkness can't survive the light. It started with one broken heart, one brave soul. Now 1,000 voices echo, one purpose, one goal. here's to morning praise, a stage of stories that amaze. Comeback kings and queens arise with truth and fire in their eyes. We don't wait for December snow, we bring the miracle down below. Joy wrapped in every word we say, a gift that never fades away. It started with one widow's vow, one divine spark. Now hope is streaming through the dark, a light that leaves a mark. We're standing in a circle of hope. One spark turns the night to gold. Helping one, healing many in this 24-hour soul revival. Her pain became a platform, her loss became a light. We rise, we speak, we show what love can do. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. So here we are, voices raised like northern stars. Not just surviving, we're rewiring what it means to heal the scars. To anyone watching, to anyone near, you're seen, you matter, you belong here. We're standing in a circle of hope, and every voice becomes a rope. Lifting one, lifting many, this 24-hour anthem of revival. Her grief became a mission, now we echo it with pride. We rise, we give, we pour out all our light. This is Christmas. Christmas in July. Help one person every day. That's how we change the world. That's how we heal the hope-filled way.
Mr. Charles last night at like 2 a.m. I'm over here like jamming to my song, and he is like, "Go to bed." I'm like, I can't do it.
She definitely was a dancing fool, that's for sure. But you know, she does this because I'm going to take time as her husband. This woman puts in a lot of time. Sometimes she sacrifices. We sacrifice, but we sacrifice for the good of help one person every day. That's what we do. And so last night she was, well, not just last night, over the last couple of weeks, she was in her office doing what she does. Next thing I know, she pops out. But prior to her popping out, little did she know I had already seen what she had put out there, and was just in amazement of how good she is at what she does. And you know what? Those things don't happen without putting a lot of time. So I'm extremely proud of you, Elena. This is my third Christmas in July here physically in Fort Wayne compared to 2 years in Hawaii. And so, yeah, but yeah, I have to try to. And then she gets, whatever. She gets her, I'm good. No, I'm good. No, you need to sleep because I know what her sleep schedule is. And it ain't all that great. So
Yeah,
anyhow,
I'm working with Dawn to try to get better sleep.
okay. Good luck with that.
Yeah. But no, I was last night. It was just like, I was so pumped up. I love the song. So thank you, Raquel. I love the songs, and I put the video together, and it's just, it's exciting. I love doing this, and yeah, it's kind of nuts, but I love doing it because it's like, look at the stories, look at the goodness, look at the nuggets that we are pouring out into the world, and it's a ripple effect, and it's just goodness. So.
Well, it's supposed to be, because look what's going on in our, I'm not going to get deep into it, but look at all the negative in our world today.
Mm-hmm.
We need more love. We need more understanding. We need more truth. We need more upfront having conversation and healing with people rather than I was like, and I hate to say this, but uh, I can do this now. If there's any Hoosiers listening, cool. I just moved here a year ago from Hawaii, the Aloha State. Okay, and Indiana Hoosier people are sometimes rude. And I'm saying that's. I went to the store this morning because I just got done. Well, I didn't get done. I made meatloaf and a nice meal for behind the scenes if the host needed to eat anything.
Which I
And
haven't yet. I ate some peanuts.
and so driving into and I notice this every single day. So think about this. When I drive into a parking lot or a place where there's a lot of people and they're walking across in front of you, you would think in a positive gesture, because I do it, that I just believe in positivity, that a wave, a thank you, something. Oh, it don't happen here in Indiana. And I'm not trying to badmouth anybody. I'm just telling you what I see. See, and I'm like, wow, what is that from? Is that just from living in a world of negativity? I mean, there's no happiness, there's no smile, there's no joy, there's no how can I give somebody a positive outlook so they can remember that moment. We need a lot more moments in this time, and that's exactly what you're bringing in Christmas in July, Atlanta. So 24 hours up. I know what it's going to be like when you're done. I don't think I'm going to have to tell you to go to sleep.
We'll
But
see.
we'll see. But anyhow, there's fresh pot of coffee. I just made fresh coffee, and the snacks and everything are in the refrigerator. Because when we get done with this, I'm going to take a little nap because I believe I may, I'm not sure, but I may end up being up. Because if you want to talk about follow your dreams, athletics, and game changers now, then the question is going to have to be answered before you go off. The air. So it's an important question. There's a lot of people that know about us. There are a lot of people that follow us, and they call us lovebirds. Well, you know what? We're just two people that found each other that were in need of companionship. And so I do the best I can on my side, and I know my wife does the best she can on her side with her busy schedule to comfort each other. That's what it's all about. So anyhow, back to the question that you asked. If anybody wasn't here, you can start it up again. And I'm kind of sort of ready for it.
We have a comment. Raquel says, when people are so oppressed, they miss the blessing God has for them when they aren't open to receive. Amen, girl. Yep.
Well, you know, I have a saying, and I live by it. I try to every single day. If everybody on the face of this planet, everybody would pick up one piece of trash and do one, and you've seen me do this, Elena. You see me out of nowhere just start picking trash up, okay? One piece of trash or one random act of kindness. I'll go into the hood. I'll find somebody, a homeless person. I'll feed them. Okay? I'll go to restaurants, and if I see a veteran that's got a hat on that shows he's a veteran, I'll buy his breakfast for him. One piece of trash and one random act of kindness every single day, this would be a happier, healthier.
Yeah, it sure would. It absolutely would.
That's where I am. And I just love this background here. This is Elena's wall, and I kind of sort of gotten used to it. So this is the love. Okay, this is all about. This is faith-based also, and this is all about us sharing, not just us, but the love that we have for our God, which I call the Creator God, and Elena says that's her God, Grand Overall Designer. The bottom line is we praise Him every single day, and we need more of that in this world. So anyhow, you would ask me a question, and I got myself all ready for it. I can indulge a little bit or give a little bit of what's happening with Follow Your Dreams and Game Changers.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the reason that I think that it's a great time is because if people come and they want to catch this, we've got like 15-minute time slots available, like in the morning. But I know that you're going to need more than 15 minutes, right?
We'll see. Depends on how I roll. I mean, no, I haven't had any beer. I was actually in the bed taking a nap with Sabi, and And but I knew that I had to get up at 12:15 and do this, which I wanted to do. I made it quite clear to you that if there's any spots that aren't available, I'll be your huckleberry. But
There you go.
so here I am, and I'm up and I'm ready.
Yep.
So whatever you need.
Well, and that's why I would love for you to talk about it. I would love for you to talk about what we've got going on. I don't know if you want to move into the question that I'm supposed to answer. Like this is kind of like your time, because when people come on, it's their time. It's for them to share.
Let's take the business part. The hey, let's give it up for Prospera TV Network and its founder and president, Elena Rodriguez. Okay.
Thank you.
Things come through us. I say that all the time. You have to learn how to catch those things. You can't let it go in one ear and out the other. You can't let it go in your heart and out of your heart. You can't let it go out of your soul. When you feel something as strong as you do, there's a reason, there's a purpose behind that thought that has come through you, because it's come from the Creator, from God.
Yep.
And sometimes you have to really, really focus on and sit back, and it's, it can be a tiny hit or it could be a knockout punch, like, whoa. So any of you that are watching or will watch and can understand what I'm saying, it's a true statement. And there are many things that come through both of us at this particular time, because we're trying to grow a base, not for us, but for you, meaning you out there that need to be able to speak, to need to be able to have self-worth, self-esteem, self-confidence within yourself. And people are telling you, just when you think that you're feeling pretty good, somebody will tell you to shut up. Nobody wants to hear your story. That's a wrong answer. We should be telling our stories. And that's exactly what's happening here in our 24-hour Stream-a-thon.
Yes.
Okay. And so let's just talk about that a little bit. So I am the founder and CEO of Follow Your Dreams Athletics. Now, in my world, I went to 28 schools by the time I hit my sophomore year in high school, 18 elementaries, 9 juniors, 1 high school, but I ran away at 16 because I got tired of the negative environment for 13 years. I finally ran away. I was in high school. I was in sports. I was yoking up a little bit. I was into some martial arts, and I was done. I was done with people putting their hands on me or abusing me, abandoning me, whatever. And I ended up running away. And then I got involved with sports, and sports kept me in school. But getting back to the founder and CEO, I just found it. It came through me. Follow Your Dreams Athletics came through me with the help of Elena's sons. I was talking about, because I had a program called Me Inc. Now. And Me Inc. Now really didn't go anywhere, because somebody would say, well, what is Me Inc. Now? There was no attachment to me expressing I need change now, other than we want to bring awareness to generational cycles of negativity passed down from generation to generation to generation, which it will until it's broke. The same way positive traits, Christmas, Thanksgiving, New Year's, Halloween, Easter Bunny, the Tooth Fairy. If you live in that environment, then you're going to be raised, and you're going to probably end up doing well and being on a successful journey. But if you're from the negative side, where I came from, there's a lot of things that'll attach themselves to you. They're called traits that if you're not aware of them, they will come out, and they did in me. I became abusive, domestic, and I became child abusive, and I went and seeked help. So I found Follow Your Dreams Athletics that now, instead of Me Inc. Now, coincided with Coach Chuck. I've been coaching since 1975. Coach Chuck, okay, your locker room coach in this game of life. So instead of coaching sports now, which I still do, I'm still involved in sports. I umpire basketball, baseball, football, softball. I'm still very much, at almost 70, I'm still very much involved with sports. But I've turned it around a little bit to where now it's Coach Chuck, the locker room coach, because life is a game. and you have to learn how to play it. So then I found it, and the CEO, chief executive officer, that don't exist in my world. I'm a ghetto child. You know, when I first told Helena about my background and stuff, I said I'm a ghetto child. Okay, I have a BS major in conology from the School of Hard Knocks, and I have a certificate that one of my football players made for me, for real. And so, but I'm the CEO because not I'm chief executive officer. I have courage educating others in this game of life based on my playing field, based on how I had to play this game and how I survived, because I am a survivor. I almost got killed from my stepfather twice, drowning and strangulation. I watched my mother be beat, stabbed, but she kept going back. That was the environment of alcoholism, fighting, breaking up, going back. The reason why I went to so many schools is because we would move. We would go on welfare. We would go to a hotel, or we would go to a grandmother, another grandma, or we would rent a house for a little bit, and then she'd end up going back. Listen, for those that are, this is put this down on your playbook. If you are in any type of negative relationship, you don't have to be there. You're there by choice. Okay? Shoulda, coulda, woulda. I wish my mom woulda, shoulda, coulda, woulda. But she didn't. She kept going back. I mean, there was one time that we met a guy. She was with him for 6 months. She had her own furniture. She had an organ. We had a pool outside. He took care of us. 6 months later, she went back to my stepdad. More beatings, more stuff. And she passed away on Mother's Day, 1979, at 44 years old, 1 month short of her 45th birthday, from 22 years of abuse. Yeah. So the game of life that I played, I understand it. It's real. Matter of fact, I'm not going to give it away, but I am the creator of Monopoly. I didn't make Monopoly, but I have learned, and I put together a learning experience, a career learning experience for our kids, for our students, whether they're freshmen or seniors in high school. I have gone into schools and I have put on this presentation of Monopoly, where we'll bring in career-minded people. They'll talk about how their career started and how it's progressed into monopolizing. And then when they're done, we play the game. And I'm not going to tell you how we play, because then somebody's going to steal it and I won't have it. But I have a lot of workshops that I do. So I have courage educating others, okay? And it all came down from sports kept me off the streets. Now, I was involved in sports before I ran away from home. I had done my sophomore year, and then it was going into summer. But I had a mentor that I kept going to whenever my parents would go on binges, and they'd go for a day or 2 days or I'm sorry. Yeah. He's in the pantry.
Oh, our dog.
We're live.
he knows we're both occupied.
Hey, so speaking of that, didn't it was so cool that everybody's posting their pictures a little bit earlier? That was pretty cool, man.
I haven't even been able to catch up on what's happening.
We got like 5 people showing off their dogs, man.
I love that. Yeah.
We had a dog show, man.
I have a chat group going of everybody that's been in the Stream-a-thon, so that if they can all like help each other while I'm here live, because I can't really read, but I was able to see like all these photos coming through, and it's like all these puppies, all these dogs, and I was like, what is going on in the chat? I'm missing it, you know.
I showed Sabi, and everybody had to show their dogs. So anyhow, back to sports was a big part of my life because I got into a lot of trouble. At 7 years old, I was adopted for robbery. I was arrested for robbery because I had peer pressure from my cousin to steal a money box out of a rodeo, which I did, and we ended up getting caught. But it spiraled based on the environment that I lived in, which was negative, okay? And then there was a time in my life where a guy looked at me, I was like 14 years old, and he said, if I hear or see your name again, you're going to be up the river without a paddle. You get my drift? And that was kind of sort of enough for me to know that I had strung myself out, probation and everything else, and I'd strung myself out enough, and I did not like to be behind bars. I never spent the night in jail. I was in jail several times, but that was just the street part of me, right? So you get rid of that and you want to do better. Our youth want to do better. Our youth want to have a better environment that they live in. However, if they're living in a negative environment like I did, they're carrying that to school. And those teachers are not happy with how their attitude is. And then they clash. I know this because I spent 20 plus years in the school system, whether it was coaching or actually working as a campus supervisor at a high school. So I have inside sight of how our youth are acting today. And in most cases, you would ask them, what's the number one thing that they believe they don't get enough of? You know, some of the guys will go, oh, Jordans or LeBrons or money or girls, and the girls will say something else. The number one thing our youth do not believe they get enough of today is respect. Why? Because respect is a hard word anymore. When I was growing up, I had to earn somebody's respect. It was just the way it was. Now, it's a whole new different ball field. It's a whole new different playing field, and our youth are rebelling against adults. It's just that's anybody that's listening, you know what I'm talking about. So now what I've done is I said, you know what? Let's go with Follow Your Dreams Athletics, and I can go into schools and I can put on workshops, or I can talk about the power of education combined with, or I should say, the power of sports and activities combined with education will make you a better person, more successful, okay? A different outlook on your future, better self-esteem, better self-worth, better self-respect, okay? I know how to do that because I did. And how did I do that? I led it in 5 sports. And I was in a band my sophomore year. And in order for me to participate, I had to have a 2.0. Same thing's going on in today. If you don't have a 2.0, you're not going to play football. You're not going to wrestle. You're not going to swim. You're not going to be in the choir going out and at the Christmas festivals and stuff, because you have to have the grades. Okay, so now I graduated with a scholarship from the LA Times with a 2.6 GPA, you know, from where I came from. And so I understand how important it is. And I also know that if I didn't have the coaches that I had in high school, football, track, water polo, wrestling, and swimming, and then my band instructor, and counselors and teachers, and even a principal that was my principal at one of 9 middle schools that ended up being the principal at my high school, the only high school that I went to, Long Beach Poly, surprised me during graduation night. He actually called me up in front of thousands of people at the Long Beach Arena and talked about my journey in high school. I'll never forget that as long as I live. So educators are not there. There are knuckleheads out there that have attitudes, and maybe they might have a negative environment, and one of our youth go to first period on a Monday. They had a bad weekend, you know. They might be in a hotel like I was, I don't know. And so they got to go to school because their parents want them to do better than they did. So they're on them a lot. So there's a lot of conflict. Well, we got to try to fix that. And how do you fix it? It doesn't start with somebody else. It starts with me. That's where Me Inc. Now was. Me expressing I need change. Now, so now what we've done is we combined Me Inc. Now and Follow Your Dreams Athletics into one vision of you can't do anything unless you take care of me first. You're not being selfish. You're being true to yourself. And you're doing things to help you do better in things that you've had issues with in the past. Those are called changes. So sports kept me in school, good coaches, and when I got out of, well, as a matter of fact, I think I said this the other day when we had an interview, that my senior year, I took care of all my business. Okay, I lived in a good environment now. I had a foster mother with 2 daughters, a Japanese widow foster mother that legally adopted me and put me through my junior, senior years of high school, gave me stability, gave me a foundation. And it was weird to me because love to me was watching my mom be beaten and was told how much she was loved, or me being beat and then turned around and saying how much we were loved. It kind of sort of conflicting. So I had a good environment. I had a positive environment. My mom got the money from the state. She got me new clothes. Where when I was growing up, I got clothes from the lost and found. So I understand what it's like to be in a negative environment, but I also know what it's like to feel the warmth of somebody actually caring about you. And with our youth today, feeling that nobody respects them, when I go and I talk at the schools in front of, mostly I do freshmen. I like freshmen. I talk about, I'm a great grandfather. I'm a father. I'm a grandpa. I don't have to respect you. But if I want to help you become a better person, to become the better you that you can be by overcoming the challenges that you have, then I'm going to lead by example. I'm going to give you respect. I'm going to say please. I'm going to say thank you. I'm going to say, all the positive things that allow you to feel good about yourself. But in return, I'm going to demand respect back. So lead by example. Even in the world today, lead by example with positivity rather than negativity. If you see somebody frowning on you, mugging you, just smile at them. Just smile at them. So Follow Your Dreams Athletics takes me into schools.
Raquel has a comment on here. She says, such an important work you're doing. And then she says, that's so good. Get them early as freshmen.
I even do middle school. Matter of fact, I did my first middle school here in Indiana about 5 months ago. I had to drive like 7 hours to go all the way, but I don't care because I'm spreading that love. I'm spreading when I was coaching football, high school football, I was special teams coordinator at varsity level. We had a saying in our program, FPK, for the kids. Because they're our tomorrow. If we don't spend time with them, what do you think our tomorrow is going to look like? We may not be here, but we have family members, we have friends, we have people that we may leave, that they're still here. Okay? We got to take care of our future. So I was in a middle school, Riverview, almost in the Kentucky region, speaking in front of 250 middle school kids, talking about the same thing, talking about grades. Okay. And while I'm in this class, they'll be saying, well, and I said, no, there's no, I'm not talking to the A's and the B's in here. I'm talking to the D's and the F's. Okay. I'm telling you that if you are not happy with how your parents are always on you because they get your grades and they're not on, they don't like it and they're on you, they're giving you negative, and you don't like it, it's like talk to the hand because I don't want to talk to you. Okay? That's a negative thing. Why don't you do something about it? Why don't you bring your grades up by getting a little extra credit? Because if you turn that F into a D, you can't go home with your report card and your parents call you a failure because you're no longer a failure. You're not getting that F. You're not a loser. So then they'll say, hey, wow, you're changing things around. Why? How am I changing things around? Because maybe some of the stuff that you put on me, this is the home topic now. Maybe some of the stuff that you put on me, I don't want to wear no more. I'm tired of being negative. I'm tired of this. I need to start growing so that my future is one of success, not the same old that happened five generations before me. Because it will happen if it's not changed. So that was Follow Your Dreams Athletics. It is going. And now, my beautiful wife started Prospera TV network. And why would I not want to get involved with? But here's the catch. We have, I believe,
16
hosts. Minus me, I'm on the marquee, but my show hasn't come on yet. Okay, I'm on the marquee, but it hasn't come on yet. And there's a reason, because it is so important to me.
Oh, Gina's here, says, go BIL. Go Bill.
It's so important to me as a coach that when I talk about going onto the field, and now we're talking about the field of life, when I want to talk about the field and I want to put in certain plays to help you better your game in life, I want to make sure it's right. Right? I want to make sure that it's going to be successful, that you're going to be able to run these plays, that you're going to be able to do the things in life that you need to do to become successful. Why? Because I ain't rich, but I wouldn't trade my life for nobody. You know, I tell people all the time, I don't think anybody's better than me. I don't think I'm better than anybody else. We're all neutral. We all have our own zone that we grow in. What is yours like? So I'm gonna talk a little bit about game changers. Game changers is about, we'll use me as an example. Okay. I am a game changer. Why? Because I lived in negativity in my life. Alcohol, drugs, suicide, domestic violence, incarceration, abandonment. My parents went on a weekend splurge. I thought it was going to be a weekend because I always left for days, sometimes a week. I would stay at grandma's house, whatever. That's the reason why I moved around so much. No, they went to Hawaii. They dropped me off at grandma's house. They went to Hawaii for 2 years and just left me and didn't say nothing.
That blows my mind. Like 2 years. How do you just like leave for
2 years? They came back talking like Hawaiians, talking about going to the store. Hey, let's get some poo-poo for dinner. I said, what do you mean poo-poo for dinner? Who wants to eat poo? And guys stand there like, what do you mean eating poo-poo for dinner? Poo-poo on the islands is appetizers. But so why would I not want to change other people's perspective of how they play their game in their own playing field? Because I've played on many. So I have reached out to some people. I'll say it now while I'm talking about it. If there's anybody that believes after we get done, that believes that you fall in line as a game changer, hit me up. Hit me up. Because I put the energy out. I've not gotten much back, and some of you know what I'm talking about. You'll put energy out, and that's why Elena works the hours that she works, because she's constantly not giving up, plowing in, digging in, and you all know what I'm talking about. Well, that's kind of sort of where I need to be, but I'm not going to beg somebody to be a better, to stand up and help somebody if they don't want to help themselves or they don't want to do it. I'm not going to force anybody to do it. You do it.
Neither am I.
No, you do it because why? If people ask me, why do you do the things that you do, Coach? Because it feels good. And if it feels good, do it. Okay. If it don't feel good, throw it away. Get rid of it. Okay. So game changers is going to be.
Raquel says, I'm a game changer.
Good. Then let's talk. Game changer is about those that have played on certain playing fields. And I'm going to talk, when I do this, I'm going to be like a coach. I'm going to have my dry ease board. I'm going to have and that's what I do when I go into schools. I go in the schools, I get on the dry ease board. I got me thinking, I'm like, I'm coaching. I'm coaching them up. That's what I do. That's who I am. That's how I communicate. And so I will be showing you a dry ease board that I finally, the other day, it came through me. That moment of it's time came through me. Because I do have to get game changers up. It's important. Game changers is about those that have survived a negative environment. Game changers are about those that may be in the educational field, that know how to help people out, know how to help get scholarship stuff. Those are people that have lived in poverty, but now have changed their life and became more positive and more self-esteem and self-respect within themselves. And they're doing very well with themselves. Game Changers is about, I have a young man that I've known since 2003. I coached him in football when he was a sophomore. We still know each other. He calls me uncle. And I remember going, when I lived in Long Beach, I remember going down and walking on the beach with him every weekend and just talking story. And one day he told me, based on his childhood, Coach, Uncle, Allie and I wanna, that's his wife. Allie and I really are starting to thinking about wanting to have children. I don't know if I really want to. And I said, what do you mean you don't know if you want to? He said, well, Coach, he says, the way I was brought up, the way I was raised, you're talking to a guy, and I'm not afraid to say it. I threw my stepdaughter across the room into a wall. I was 26 years old. I put my hands on my significant other. I was 26 years old. I went and seeked help. And the psychologist told me I had traits from my stepdad. I had traits from the environment that I lived in, and my stepdad was coming out in me, quote unquote. Cut the line. Because now I became aware of why I was doing some of the things that I was doing. Those are traits. Those are cycles. Okay. So if we can help our youth, like I did with Chris, I knew what kind of person he was. The same way that some of the kids that I knew as freshmen that are now in their late 20s, that are parents, that are doing well, that are treating their kids totally different than they were raised, because we talked about making changes in their cycles. I talk about that all the time. Changing, breaking those traits. Because if you don't, then it's going to be passed down to the next generation. And you want to sit back as a grandparent and watch your grandchildren doing the things that you did, and watch your child do exactly what you did, and then sit back and go, oh my gosh, it reminds me so much of me. Wow. But never changed it. So I am going to bring awareness in game changers like Chris, because now Chris, at 34 years old, is a father of 3.
And that's a beautiful, like, that's beautiful to know that that's where he is now, and being afraid that to ever go there. Like, that's beautiful.
And so I approached him about a month, actually been almost 2 months now. I approached him because I really would like to kick off Game Changers. I'm being honest. I'm not making excuses. Excuses are like belly buttons. Everybody has one. Okay. I'm being nice. That
I just got it.
So, like, for Chris, I knew it the same way that anybody that I have touched bases with, and I mean get into, where they allow me, they get rid of those defensive mechanisms. They actually lower that defensive mechanism that I had one. Look, I was in a rock. I had put a force field around me that was so thick. They put me in a mine. I was so deep in the mine. It was dark. It was cold, but I liked it because I wouldn't let nothing in. Totally opposite. Total opposite now. Open up. Get out of the cave. Get into the sun. It feels good. Do it. So when I look at Chris and I asked him to be my very first, it would be an honor for me if he would be my very first guest on Game Changers. We have talked about it, but it hasn't happened. So I'm now in a process of thinking to myself, okay, I'm going to open it up. So anybody, you said Raquel?
Yeah, Raquel said that, yeah, she's a game changer, she says.
Well, anybody that had a negative environment, Elena's a game changer. Elena's a game changer based on the environment or what she went through, the game that she played, her playing field that she went through. And we don't need to talk about it because you all know about it. That's how good God is. Here I am. Okay? From 5,600, because this was meant to be. We were meant to be. And so Game Changers is about those that lived in something negative that have learned how to turn it around and shine like a diamond. I have another workshop. It's from the diamond in the rough, where I actually talk about where I was in the mine, dark and cold, where that's where they go down and they dig. And so now there's a conveyor belt. Okay, I'm not going to get deep into it because I don't want somebody to take my stuff that I'm talking about. And we talk about going from that rock being chipped and grinded and polished, because deep down inside, you are a diamond in the rough. I'm looking for those diamonds in the rough. I'm looking for those diamonds in the rough that have changed their life around. They got rid of those defensive mechanisms. They got rid of that defensive wall that have changed their life from negativity to positive, and broke those cycles, and now continuing through helping others today. You are a game changer.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And we need to hear from the game changers. We actually have Tish McDaniel popped on. Can we bring her on for just a little bit? And say hello. Tish, we're gonna go ahead and bring you on here. How are you? She's been the queen that is like, I'm there if you need. And I was
we were talking earlier. We were showing dogs. Her and I were showing dogs earlier.
Oh, see, I don't even know what's happening in the chat. At the time, I was like, I might need somebody around 1 o'clock, and I really didn't know, like, if you had fallen asleep, if you were going to be up. And so I'm texting her, going, "Here we are." So, hey, Tish, welcome back.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, you are a trooper. You're a trooper.
I'm an insomniac.
Welcome to my world. That's why I'm like this all the time.
Redheads are known to be insomniacs, and the nights are rough for me. Between most people, between about 1 a.m. to about 4 a.m. is tough. And it's I'm afraid of the dark on top of that. You know, that's crazy to admit as a 60-some-year-old. I'm still afraid of the dark.
No, I think it's beautiful. We need to know more things like this, because you know what? If somebody else is afraid of the dark out there, they might be afraid to say it, and now they know they're not alone.
Atlanta's a insomniac. 2 o'clock in the morning, she was dancing around to that music. I mean, that's her.
Yeah.
She'll work all night and then come in and turn the TV on for an hour or so before she goes down. And they're talking 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I sleep better. I sleep better sometimes in short naps than I do all night long. Like, it's weird.
Well, and my husband, God bless him, because I am afraid of the dark and we live in the woods, he has lit up the outside. He grew up in East LA, going to Disneyland his whole life. So, so the outside of our home, around our home, and a lot of the property, it's lit up like the Disneyland resort. And so, and I don't know if you know about Dr. Wayne Dyer, but he always said, if you're afraid of the dark, turn on a light. If darkness is coming in, turn on a light. Don't be afraid to turn on a light. Don't be embarrassed. Don't cut yourself down. Don't talk bad that you have to have a light on. It's okay.
Yeah, you got to find what works. Hey, can I take myself off camera for a minute and run and grab something real quick?
Sure.
Sure.
You guys got this? Okay, I'll be right back.
Well, it's nice to be able to see you. Like I said, what was it, about an hour and a half ago, we were chatting, and I told Atlanta, because she hasn't looked. I said, yeah, I showed Sabi. Next thing I know, we got like 5-6 people showing the dogs off.
Yeah. Well, and the pit bull, oh gosh, I had the DNA testing on him because I needed to know, because we rescue animals, we need to know what we're getting into.
Sure.
We've never had a pit bull, and it came back that he's 100% American Pit Bull Terrier. And he is the most precious big baby there ever was. And learning, I told the story earlier about the raccoons, learning about just a living being, whether it's a human or a dog or a cat or the raccoons or the possum that I was treating last week, poor guy. It just, you have to, and I'll use your word, game changer. You have to be a game changer. You have to live your life with your eyes wide open.
Your eyes, but more so your heart.
Heart, yes. I knew you were going to say that. Yes, yes.
Because even with me, and I'm not going to get out of it, but you heard my story.
Uh-huh.
I forgave my stepdad because when that psychologist told me that my stepdad was coming out on me, that means that my stepdad had something in him that he didn't know about.
Right.
He wasn't fortunate enough to do what I did. And so I forgave my stepdad because he was a victim of the environment that he lived in. So if there are those out there that are wondering why they do the thing, that's why I was wondering, why was I doing the things that I was doing, especially based on where I came from.
Yes.
Why was I doing the things that I was doing? Well, it's because that's the way that's the only thing that I knew.
Right.
And so you know, we as human beings are again victims or
game changers.
no, but I'm saying we are victims of the environment that we live in, but we're also on the flip side of it. That's what we're working on now. We're on the flip side of we are the benefactors of positivity that we learned. We knew what negative was, and we wanted so much. That's all I wanted. I wanted to be loved growing up. Okay, not being told I was loved after I got beat or whatever.
Right.
That all I wanted was to have that positivity in my life. And so now that I'm of the age that why would I not want to spread it out there? Why would I not want to drop that drop of love in the pond of life and let those ripples go out and touch as many as we can? So, yeah, you know. And anyhow, back to the pit thing. Pits are like Hawaiians. I don't know if you know about Hawaiians or not. Pits are like Hawaiians.
Oh, yes.
They are loving. They share the aloha. They're beautiful. They're strong-willed. Don't piss them off.
Oh, I know.
that might be like Mexicans too.
they got another side to them.
Or like redheads. Yeah. I was pleasantly surprised when you put in the chat aloha. My husband and I decided that we would celebrate our anniversary every year by going to Honolulu, Hawaii. And we went every year for 23 years until COVID hit. And we've not been back, and it's you have to reevaluate that reset button we talked about earlier, reevaluate life. And it was some of the most amazing experiences, and we walked everywhere.
Well, so tell me that in all those times that you went to Hawaii, and it's not Hawaii, it's
Right,
Hawaii.
Hawaii. Yep.
The W is a V, so Hawaii.
Hawaii. Yep.
That you didn't just hang out in Honolulu and Waikiki.
Oh no.
And the reason I say that is I have family members. Now, see, I am not Hawaiian, but I'm going to say I was married to Hawaiian. My very first love. We separated as teenage parents at 17 and 15. Life took us in different directions, and 33 years later, I got a second chance with her. I was with her for 16 years till she passed away of cancer.
Oh, wow.
On Christmas Eve, 2021. That's how Elaine and I started our relationship, is that we have a lot in common, where her husband passed away Christmas Eve 2018. And we had that relationship from Fort Wayne to Hawaii, and we kept it going. But I have family, I have great grandchildren that are Hawaiian. grandchildren that are Hawaiian, a daughter that's Hawaiian. I got family members that date back on Maui, 1700s,
Wow.
in a small village, and on the way to Hana, on the coastline, about 10 miles west of. And one of my cousins is number 2 in line. There's Henry Noah, which is the main guy, and there's my cousin that is number 2 in line for the fight of the right to retain or get the kingdom back.
Wow.
So I am, and I lived before I moved here. I lived on the west side of Oahu, Waianae. So Waianae, that's the Compton / Detroit / Pittsburgh / ghetto of Hawaii, and everybody knows that. But that's where my family was raised, on the west side. So I was there for almost 2 years before I left LA, and then I moved here. So here I am.
My favorite is North Shore.
Yes, absolutely. Haleiwa.
Haleiwa, yes.
Isn't that a beautiful town? And Mitsumoto's ice cream, shaved ice.
I don't like sweets, so
is that where you took me? Is that where you took me when we had the shaved ice?
Yep, Haleiwa. And what a beautiful town that is, and it's old. I'm talking 1800s.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Wow.
Well, I used to dive off of. I haven't done it in a while, and I'm soon to be 70 in 5 months. I think the last time I did, I was 50, 55, maybe my 60, but I'm not sure about 60. Where you go to what is it? Waimea.
Waimea, yeah.
And jump off or dive off the rocks there. You got that one formation that goes out into the rocks, and you climb up and you watch guys doing the flip. I didn't know, but I would dive off of that. I think the last time I did that I was almost 60 when I did that. So
no wonder you're a game changer, because wow.
Well, it's awful difficult for me now because I come from Southern California, so I know about Disneyland. Disneyland was opened up in June of 1955. I was born December of 1955, and there was nothing but orange groves going through. And you drive down Catella with all these orange fields. All of a sudden, there's Disneyland. So I'm aware of Disneyland. But I was a surfer. I was a beach boy growing up in the 60s, early 70s, and I've never been the same since Jaws. I have never been the same since Jaws. I don't even go in. I remember we went and one of my great grandson didn't make it, and we on the islands we spread ashes. So it was like 30 of us that paddled out, I don't know, 2 football fields out to release my great grandson. And the whole time I'm out there, I'm a white guy. Now I get tan because of football. My face, my arms, my legs. Okay, I get the white sock syndrome where my feet are totally white. And here I'm going out there, and the first thing I'm thinking about when I'm going out to take care of my great grandson is Jaws coming up, because all these other people are brown and my feet are white like that. No.
Oh my gosh.
So I mean, I did not go in the water. Of course, they do have on the shoreline. You know this, that they have natural made jacuzzis where they actually have a big hole, and there's places where you can sit down on the rocks as the water comes in and washes into, and you can sit there like a jacuzzi as the salt water is just coming washing on you. That's all over the island, right? But yeah, so I'm very familiar with Hawaii. Hawaii.
Hawaii, yes. We stayed at the Nuatani Hotel, and we found out about the Nuatani Hotel in Hawaii because we stayed at the Nuatani Hotel in Tokyo, Japan.
Ah.
And it just, wow.
So did you do the international marketplace?
Oh, gosh, yes. and the old international marketplace, not the new that's now brick and mortar rather than open space. And you look at the lifestyles and talk to folks, and I love to study people.
Me too.
And yeah, and Elena, I tell Michael Faber, I love to stalk people like I stalked him and have studied him.
Yep.
And you get such an appreciation for lifestyles and people.
Yep.
And then when you come back home and I love your game changer. People, we need t-shirts. Yes, you need to sell those t-shirts. I am a game changer, because you come back and you have this sense of, wow, I got to know and hug and love on and get just
Aloha is real. Aloha is real.
have these experiences, because yes, I was on vacation, but we also wanted to be islanders. We did not want to be tourists.
True.
You know,
That makes a big difference. I mean, it really
And being a haole, right? Being a haole,
yeah.
of course, anybody that's listening, a haole is not a white person. A haole is anything other than a Hawaiian.
Right.
Okay. So anybody that says that, oh, that like a honky or whatever, no, a haole is not a white person. But I have family members that when I came back the second time around, when I was so blessed to have a second opportunity, that they only knew me as that 16, 17-year-old broken, damaged kid. When the mother of our daughter and myself separated. When I went back, I had to show that I was a game changer, that I had made changes in my life based on the journey that I had traveled and the changes that I made within the journey. And now I have family members that tell me when I say, I play around, it's like, yeah, I'm a haole. One of them is cousin Russell, number 2 in line to the kingdom. Oh, cuz you know haole? You one Hawaiian warrior, bro. They think that I'm more Hawaiian than some of the Hawaiians.
I believe it.
because I believe in the culture.
Right, the culture, yes, yes. and think about this, and that's what I just love so much about Elena, is because we talked about what are you afraid of? People are afraid that once they know what they know about themselves and can change, that they don't. Because they're afraid. So how do we lift up someone to have the strength and belief, that we talked about believe? How do we, as a global movement, how do we attain that? And we just don't give up. We just keep trying.
No. And I think you bring up a great point of people you almost don't want to see, because then you can't unsee it, and then it's your responsibility to change it. And some people, it's easier to lie on that excuse that you just don't even know it's there. I think, from my opinion, and Charles can say what he thinks, but I feel it's really first creating an environment that you know is full of unconditional love.
Oh,
because we have to create that space that says, no matter what, there's not anything that you can come forward with that's going to make me not love you. We just have to figure out how to work through it. And I think if people, because all people want is acceptance, they want to be accepted. So
that's a key word. I'm sorry, that's the key word. Acceptance is the key word. Because like for me, and I've said this many times, I'll say it many times more. You are not an alcoholic. Hawaiians believe that you are not an alcoholic until you attend your first AA meeting. And why is that? Because up until the fact that you have become aware of, and you have now given yourself up because you want change, but you fought the awareness part of it, then finally when you go to that meeting and you are now aware of, the same way that when I have people come to me and I talk about all these different things that we can change in their life, because everything is interchangeable, then you have to act on it, and you have to believe in it. And so for me, it's like how many times have you heard, and I know Elena's heard this many times now that we are husband and wife, how many times have you heard growing up, you sound just like your father or you look just like your mother? It's a true story. And I like to incorporate that into my coaching, because in most cases, when you bring that up to a negative environment, survivalist or survivor, they get negative. Okay, why are you getting negative? Well, because I didn't like the way I was treated. Well, then why are you doing it yourself? So now once they become aware that they're doing the same way with me, when that guy looked at me and says, your stepdad is coming out in you. All that violence that you had in your childhood, you're bringing it to your doorstep because that's all you knew. Now, if you don't want that in your home, you need to check yourself at the door and make some changes. And that's where a hard part of it is because but it works when you hit them with the whammy. And the whammy is, do you really like acting like your dad? No, my dad's an ass. Well, then what does that make you? Okay, takes one to know one. Well, I know. Well,
I am my father's daughter. So.
Well, if you know that you are like that, why do you continue? Well, why? Because it's all you know.
Right.
So let's put some things together. Let's do some X's and O's or squares and rectangles, and let's find the right fit for not just your mind, but your heart to buy into the change. Because the change is not easy.
Well, and I think that's part of it is having that environment that you can openly say, I want to change. I don't like this part of myself. I don't know where to begin. And also that it's okay if you start the attempt and fall back and just know that you're not going to be looked down upon, that you're not going to be left behind. And so that's why I really feel like that environment that is full of unconditional love. That for me is the big one. If somebody really wants to change, but they don't feel like they have a safe space to even acknowledge these things, the acceptance and because I was one that always felt like my love, and I never knew this, like it took me a long time to become aware of this, that I almost had to perform to be loved.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Even though I knew I was like, even though you know you're loved, right? But I almost felt like I had to do the good job, or I had to become the captain, or I had to do this, like, because then, now I can really be loved. Where if I wasn't doing these things or performing, what was there to love? Just me?
Right.
That can't be enough. And
that can't be enough.
Unconditional. Let's just go back to that word. Unconditional. That's a difficult one to crack. And I say that based on my own experience, where I ran away and I got adopted by my mom, Japanese. Now I'm being raised in Japanese culture, which was pretty cool, and being taken care of. But now hearing the word love by my sisters and my mom and my adopted family members was weird to me. Was like it didn't fit. And the reason why it didn't fit is because every time that I was told I was loved, it was after something bad happened to me from my stepdad. Okay, so I kind of sort of threw that off. That shell that I had put myself in, that I wasn't going to let anything in, because if I let it into my heart and you hurt me, now I'm that pit bull.
I'm gonna grab a water real quick. I'll be right back.
Now I'm that pit bull, and you don't want to see that pit bull. Pit bulls are very loving. They will give you their life. But but cross them to where they feel that they're being attacked, they're going to come out viciously. So the unconditional part for me, it was a it was a game changer for me. My foster mom, my foster family was a game changer for me. However, I wasn't ready to play the game because I didn't understand it.
Right. You didn't know the rules. You didn't know how to play.
I didn't know what unconditional was. Okay? So then I got my second time around. I went through a 22-year marriage. I got divorced. I got back with my very first love. Like I said, until she passed away. And it was now an accumulation of blood, sweat, tears, and years of life that I was finally able to, and then the acceptance of my Hawaiian, my Ohana, accepting me back into that. I started feeling it. And then once you start feeling it, it feels so good that you want to give it back.
Right.
And now that you understand, so like when Elena comes back on, you can ask her. Those were words that I used when we first got together. When we were first 5,667 miles away, the words that I used was communication is a must. Okay, we must communicate. And because I was in a 23-year relationship, 22-year marriage that we didn't communicate, we existed for a child. And so that's not love, that's existing. So as I grew older, and as I got older, then I got grandkids and great grandkids, and I'm starting to feel how I'm a tutu man on the island. Okay, I'm a great grandfather. Is that now that I feel what unconditional really, you have to accept unconditional.
Yes. And what's interesting, you have to accept someone saying I love you that's not someone that you would expect to say I love you. And Trent Shelton 2 years ago at MML had us all pull out our phones and send a text to family, friends, somebody, just checking on you and to let you know I love you. And I sent that to one of my buddies, and he replied back, and literally said, and then ghosted me. And I replied back to him, and then he didn't say anything. MML's over. I'm on my way back home. And so I called him, got his voicemail. It took 5 days for him to answer me. And he said, you knocked me off my chair, my pedestal, whatever I was sitting on, because
my access.
We've been friends forever. I know that you love me and I love you, but you never said that to me. And are we supposed to say that to other people other than our husband, wife, children? And it's like, wow, that game changer. That's my new buzzword.
I tell people all the time I love them.
Yeah, it's like, oh my God, here's someone that I say that to, because Trent Shelton said, get out your, or it might have even been, was it Trent or Chaz Wilson? Get your phone out and tell someone you love them. And it's like, oh, well, I'm thinking about Pete. I'm going, he's really struggling. And then for him to just react, not act upon, react that way, it changed how I treat everyone.
Well, treat somebody the way that you want to be treated. That's what it comes down to. And that's been the same since the beginning of time. Do unto others as you would want them to do unto you. So
I remember my dad, because I was listening. I remember my dad telling me at one time that as a man, he said, as a man, 2 of the hardest words to say are beautiful and love. Wow. Because people never know how to take it. And I'll never forget that. But he was saying, coming from a man's perspective, if you tell another man that, if you say anything about being beautiful or loving you, that's weird. If a man tells another woman, even as a friend, something that she's beautiful or love, that's weird. He said, as a man, those are the two hardest words to exchange. And I'll never forget that.
Well, we're going back to, you said that you're a guru and you read people. I like going into and Elena, we had just met each other, and I was in the event for 4 days with her, and then I ended up coming to Fort Wayne. We drove to Fort Wayne, and on the way, she got to see a little bit more of me and how I interact. Is that people react off of you. For every action in life, there's a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're going to look at somebody, you're going to say, "I love you," almost like you. See, I'm a guru of body language.
I love everybody.
I love going into somebody and just reading the body language.
Yeah.
It's almost like sign language. Once you learn body language, you can tell a person. It doesn't take much, right? So body language and how you communicate with other people is important. So if you're going to tell somebody you love them, there's two ways of doing it. There's the get it over with, or there's the and these things are just coming through me, right? Because I can BS with the best of them. I'm a street child. I know how to talk ghetto. Right?
That's what drew me to him. He's a little ghetto child.
When you said you guys spent time at the event, and it's like, yeah, she and got to really know you and about you. And she still married you. My God.
I am not your average person based on the journey that I've traveled.
Yes.
And the side paths or the branches, the off-roading that I did, okay, sometimes it wasn't in a four-wheel, it was just me doing whatever. The off branches that brought me back to the mainstream that taught me what it's like to be on the offside. That's life.
Yes, and you allowed yourself to feel it, to see it, to change.
And so when you talk to somebody, if you want to tell them I love you, there's a couple ways. You can be convincing, or you go, I love you. I love you.
There's a lot of ways.
Energy. I love you. Okay? It's like going back to walking around a whole bunch of people. If you, I will purposely buy one of those large pickles, and I will go into a heavy populated area just to play the game of life, right? And watch reactions. And I'll be walking through a crowd of people, and I got that then, and you watch their face, it's almost like how many times when you saw somebody or yourself feeding a child, and you went to put the spoon in their mouth, and the first thing that happened to you was you opened your mouth. Or if you see somebody yawn, you're gonna yawn.
Or cross legs, yes.
Yeah. So if you really want to show unconditional and you want to feel it back, give it all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And that's, like I said, when Elena and I met, there was a couple of things that we talked about. One of them was unconditional love. I love my wife unconditionally. And she has, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, my wife was damaged. She was damaged.
Yeah. Trauma bomb.
The truth. And I have PTSD from my childhood, but I've learned how to overcome it. It's like my nightmares don't happen much anymore because I wake up and turn the channel. Mm-hmm. I literally wake myself up when I'm having a nightmare and open my eyes and change the channel. And you're not going to get that channel again. You might get it again some other time, but you're not going to be able to go back into the nightmare that you just woke up on. So these are things that I've learned how to do. But Elena was seriously damaged, and I am almost 19 years older than she is. I've been around a little longer. I played this game a little bit longer, and I played from a different arena, a different field than she did. And so when I learned the true meaning and the true feeling behind what unconditional is, I'm not going to change that for nobody, man, because it feels good. But I've had to now live with my wife. We now live with each other. We're not 5,667 miles away. We now live with each other. We're getting to know each other physically now as husband and wife under one household. And she's made a lot of changes with her.
And he's going, what the hell?
Her unconditional. Why? Because she didn't want to open her unconditional up based on how she's been treated in the past. Yeah. I'm not going to let anybody go there. I'm not going to let anybody in there anymore. Not right now. Until I came into the spotlight. That was God's doing. God did that. That was divine intervention. That's part of my book, my chapter in Surrender to Rise. Divine intervention.
Yes.
And Elaine and I are without a doubt, as I know for a fact, that we are in God's love and God put us together for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
For me to be happy as a senior citizen, my thing was I didn't want to be lonely. And she would say, well, what do you mean you don't want to be lonely? Can it just be? No, it's not anybody. It's you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was like, well, shoot, you just don't want to be lonely. Like, put anybody in that seat.
Yeah.
but then on the other side of that, this is how good God is. God already primed me up within the journey that I traveled to be put in a position to give this woman, now my wife, what she's always wanted.
Yes.
That's the best thing about it, and we work on that every single day. You know, we talk.
And let me interrupt. I love what you said. We work on it every single day. People build businesses, people build all these things, but will not work on their relationships every single day.
Well,
God bless you.
Well, your work relationship, okay. I mean, they're all different. They're all different aspects of life. They're all different parts of your personal life. But building a relationship with outside yourself, learning how to build relationships with others outside of yourself, meaning outside of your comfort zone, is not easy. Especially if you've been traumatized. You are like for me, I was so deep in the mind. When I go into speaking to schools, I tell them I was so deep in the mind. I was embedded in the walls of the mind, this rock. And that's where I came up with one of my workshops, from the diamond to the rough, from the rough to the diamond, or the diamond in the rough. It's one of my workshops. And we talk about pulling that person out. Like my foster mom pulled me out of the cave and adopted me. And then it was part of me in that growth of chipping away that force field that I had put around me, get rid of it, chip it away. And then the grinding, because sometimes you can't chip, you got to grind. Well, nobody in this life wants to be grinded by somebody else. Well, grinding is somebody telling you what they believe will help you, and you making some changes. And nobody wants to be grinded. Go talk to somebody else. Don't talk to me. But those are the things that you have to go through to get to the last part of the journey, which is polishing that diamond that was so raw that now is real and it has true value, that you've gone through the process of going from the rock, being chipped and grinded on that conveyor belt of life, and now you're in a position to where you know what it's like to be loved unconditionally. That's what Game Changers is about. That's what Follow Your Dreams Athletics is about, because Follow Your Dreams Athletics has taken that concept and given it to the kids, given it to the kids, so that we can help them change their game plan at a much younger age. You know, my father once told me, and he wasn't in my life. My father never saw his father. That's one of the things that we changed. But my father came back into my life, and we became really, really good. We became close. And there was many sayings that my father had, but One of them is, you know, don't judge somebody by the color.
Mm-hmm.
Judge them for who they are. But don't just look at them and go, well, I know who you are. I've known you for about a couple of weeks now, and no, you don't know who I am. What you got is the outside. You got that outside layer. And so the opportunity for you to go from that rough to that diamond, and how much better it feels when you shine, because when you shine, that means other people are looking at you shine. You're not that dull rock, body language or reading people, whatever. You're not that dull, negative rock anymore.
Mm-hmm.
That diamond in the rough that's being polished, and you shine bright like a diamond. That's what I'm all about, teaching my kids. I even work with parents. Parents, listen to me. If you find yourself doing things that your parents did and you realize it and you don't like it, you can change it. You got to break those cycles. You got to break those traits. And even with Elaine and I going through and her knowing me, there's been times that she's even talked about how she noticed things that with her sons or whatever, noticed things that we talk about that I've learned how to change in my life, and I do. It's not easy. It's not easy breaking old habits.
Mm-hmm.
So Game Changers is about that. And so while I'm on that, we got everybody. I'm going to show you what I put together, because I'm going to be ending this conversation pretty soon. I want to show what I finally put together. I was in the room the other day, my office.
Mm-hmm.
I like to turn on my music, and I get into a different state of mind. And so I finally put together the rough draft of what Follow Your Dreams or what Game Change is going to be like. And so I'm going to show everybody if you can see it.
Yeah, I think this will be great. I'm going to take myself off the camera just so that you got more space for it to show, because then we can edit this out and use it.
If I went like that, which one is it better? That one or that one?
What'd you do first?
That one.
That one's better.
This one's better?
Yeah.
So you can see it.
Oh wow, yeah.
Okay, so here's Coach Chuck's thought of, we're going to huddle up. Game Changers is about huddling up. Welcome to Game Changers, right? And then for me, my very first episode is going to be about my pre-game introductions. This is what came through me the other day, and how I know within how I do things. Coach Chuck, your locker room coach in this game of life. This is how I'm going to be able to present Game Changers to those that would like to be interested in coming on. So my first quarter is a tight defense. Hold the line. That was my childhood. Putting up the defensive mechanism around me, being very defensive. Okay. Then you get into the second quarter, the playing fields. Now, that's when I got adopted. That's when I went into school and started going into sports, where I got involved in 5 sports, and my coaches and my teachers and my counselors and even my principal helped me out, moving in positivity. Okay, so now I'm defensive still. Okay, still going through. I'm still at a young age, still on this game that I've been playing. Now I'm on the playing field, but I now have a different playing field. You know, I got lights. Okay, I got AstroTurf. It's not grass with a bunch of holes in it. I'm on AstroTurf. It's doing really well. But now you get into playing the game of life, to where I fumbled and I turned the ball over many times based on being into drugs, or, my 20s, my 26, 27. That'll be part of that. And then you get down to the fourth quarter, where I actually am now gaining yardage. I'm building a team. I'm gaining yardage based on the games that I played, the playing fields that I played on in life. So this is a life game. And we'll talk about how I gained yardage. And now I'm building a team. And then the post game is what makes Game Changers. And then if you see on the bottom down there, you can go to www.followyourdreamsathletics.com/Coach Chuck. Elena did that for me. I actually have a website now.
Wow.
So that came to me the other day, and now I'm focused on that. And so I'm going to do my very first intro to Game Changers. You
Wow.
know, and hopefully, I know that I have somebody that's very much interested in coming on Game Changers that can make a difference in other people's lives based on the game that you played and how you made changes with it. That's what Game Changers is all about. How did you play when you didn't know how to play?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that you were in an environment. Okay, so now you have total control of what's going on. How do you now play this game of life? How did you change? And if your change was now you're gaining yardage, you're moving the chains, you're getting ready to go down and score because you're moving in the right direction now in offensive minded rather than defensive minded, then that's how I choose to bring on my guests, and some of these things we'll talk about. What I have here, what was yours like? Da 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 da, and that's going to be the focus on the direction of Game Changers.
Wow. Good
stuff.
So that's why it's taken me a while to put it together, because first of all, I didn't understand where I was going. I didn't have a game plan. And all of mine is being based on a coaching. You know, I might be on a screen, but who am I coaching? I'm still going to be on my drawing board is going to be there. It's not going to have all that stuff on it. I'm going to have my drawing, and then we're going to talk about respect and manners and self-esteem, and we're going to write all that stuff down as we're working it, because that's what I do when I'm coaching. So now, good coaches coach X's and O's. I have turned what I choose, which is my strength, is coaching. So good coaches coach X's and O's. They coach the game. Great coaches coach life.
Yeah.
Because if it wasn't for my coaches in the environment that I was in to give me, and my educators, that's why I want to work with the education. I'd like to go into schools. I'd like to go into an auditorium. It ain't about the money. It's about me spreading that love, dropping that droplet of educating those that need a change in their life, to need to change direction and how they play. Get it early. Don't get it late. Get it early. But even now, even with the parents, so we can end up working with the parents, because the parents are probably exactly where I was when I was at 26 years old, doing the things that was done to me, because that's all I knew. And so then when their kids come to them and they go, "Oh, you're not failing anymore." Why? Well, first of all, I'm tired of you talking to me about me failing, because what were your grades like? Now you're having this conflict. But bottom line is, when the parents start seeing their children doing better for themselves, that they back off. Because all they ever wanted was something better for their kids than what they had. So there's a conflict. We got rid of the conflict. We have a game plan. And if we play the game the way we're supposed to play, everybody's going to end up scoring.
I love it.
What a power couple. Woo!
We got a lot of energy.
Well, that's God's doing, for real.
Yes.
That's God's doing.
Yes.
You know, when I give tidbits of where I come from. When I was 3 years old and I was severely beaten by my stepdad and taken and put into a safe house, he was incarcerated for beating me, and because he was drunk. In that safe house, I remember as if it was yesterday. In a swing, backyard, grass, fenced-in yard with a swing set. And I'm on the swing set on a sunny day, and I'm swinging on the swing set. And I look up in the sky. See, I had gone through Sunday school, on and off. But I know what Sunday school is like. I know what Jesus is like, okay, through Sunday school. And I remember looking up in the sky, and I remember saying, "God, if you're up there, do me a favor. Let me get old. And if you let me get old, I promise you, I'll make it right." All I'm doing is keeping a promise that I made a long, long time ago, because He allows me to wake up every single day. And every day He allows me to wake up, it's another day I'm going to go out there and share the wisdom, the knowledge that I have within my journey.
Mm-hmm.
and keep that promise, because what the world needs now is love, sweet love. It's the only thing that there's just too little of.
Little of,
And,
yeah.
and it's true.
Well, and when you said that, it just immediately took me back, and I can see it when I was at the trauma center, and I could see myself up above myself, and I could see people working on me, and I made a similar commitment that I'm not done. I am
Was
not.
was this after your accident?
Yep.
Okay.
I was offset head-on collision, thrown from the car, and barely remember riding in the ambulance. The EMTs several days later came to visit me in the trauma center because they said the first thing that you when we kept saying, because you were just so restless, and we kept saying you need to calm down, you need to calm down, and they said the first thing you said was, do I have all my teeth? And they said we had to come visit you, number one, to make sure you survived, because on the police report it said that I was basically dead. And they said, number one, to make sure you survived, and number two, why did you ask us if you had all your teeth? And I said because I had a TMJ problem, and living in Kansas City, I had access to the dental college. And so it was all this new devices and all this stuff, and I can't take pain medicine. So it was all of that without pain medicine. And I said, I just wanted to make sure I had all my teeth. And so, yeah. And so that same commitment of I'm not done. And what was interesting, 10 years old, writing on my bed sheets, composing poetry, having a flashlight, and one eye closed, one eye open. Mom would come check on everyone. And I developed a lazy eye because of that. But I was so afraid I was going to die at 10 years old. So afraid. And I had so much left to do. And then here, 20, 30 some years later, I really almost died, and had to, and I say had to, and pleaded to have another chance. And so that other chance was just what you said, Coach. Spread love, give love, inspire.
I 3 years ago this Labor Day, I almost died in West Virginia. I was a co-host for a Patch Adams event. We were raising money for Patch Adams and his Gesundheit Institute in West Virginia, Lewisburg, West Virginia. And I had gone 5 days without being able to relieve myself, and my stubborn self I just accepted it, that sooner or later the dam's going to open up, and it didn't. So I ended up in an emergency room with severe prostatitis. I had to wear a bag for 8 weeks, and I almost died. And I too had one of those moments, because I say this a lot. Upon conception, we're given life by the Creator, who I choose to call God. But when He gives us life, He gives every single one of us an hourglass. That's our own personal hourglass that He gave us to complete the journey in the time that He gave us. And as long as you still have a span in your hourglass, you're going to wake up the next day. And if you do, then you continue the journey that you promised. So I almost left, but I had enough faith, and I prayed, and I healed. I got and I was into depression, alcohol, all that because I lost my significant, and I was 68 years old. I was now a lonely old senior citizen by himself in a room in Hawaii in my daughter's house. I had my own room, but I was locked in, and I thank God, because God said I wasn't ready to go yet. I had an experience like yours, but I still have sand in my hourglass, and now look where I'm at.
Mhm.
I'm no longer in Hawaii. I'm in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and he gave me he gave me a beautiful wife that we work together for the benefit of our future, not just our meaning mine / hers, but ours together.
Mhm.
There's a purpose behind this. Look at what she's doing. Now you get to know me a little bit. And while I'm saying that, you still live in the Kansas City area?
No, I moved to Memphis, Tennessee, and that's where I had my near fatal car wreck. And because of the car wreck, I ended up meeting my husband. And so you start putting all the puzzle pieces together, and you just go, thank you, thank you, God. Thank you, God.
That's a great analogy, because that's something that Elaine and I talk about all the time. Pieces of a puzzle. So it's almost like, I don't know what your parents did, but my parents, when times were good, they used to get those 500 or 1,000 piece puzzles and throw them on the dining room table and put it together. And then the box would be sitting where they could see it. They could see this beautiful picture of what the puzzle looked like when it's done. And now you start working. You start working the borders. You start working the edges. You start working the corners. You work from the outside in. Well, life is the same way. If you want to be part of that beautiful puzzle and put that last piece together, you got to start working from the outside in.
You know what puzzles also do?
Huh.
Puzzles teach you patience. They build teamwork. They sharpen your mind, your focus, all of that.
If it don't fit, don't force it.
Yeah.
That's the right piece.
Yeah.
I wish I would have known that many years ago. But then again, if I didn't know that many years ago, I wouldn't be in the position and the person I am today based on those fumbles and those turnovers in my life.
Yeah. And the red hair taking over. And my father had red hair and throwing things. Well, it won't fit. I'm just going to just toss it on the floor. Getting over those things.
So get with me, get with Elena. Let's get together. I'm still putting this together. I do things. I go into like I'm a coach. Okay, I'll go into the film room and I'll look at the film and I'll come back and I'll go out on the field and then I'll come back. So I'm in the process of, now that I have the foundation of Game Changers, I can now start moving forward. The next move is me putting this all together so I can verbally go on and do my very first podcast for Game Changers and explain what Game Changers is all about. And then hopefully we can start getting some guests. But you're more than welcome when this all comes down to be a guest on.
Oh, well, thank you. I will do anything to help you, because of that lady, that spoiled rotten, just woo.
But she's spoiled. Oh, she's spoiled.
And that is what's so exciting, because she allows herself to be spoiled.
Well,
It's not easy. It's an adjustment, but I'm kind of liking it now.
Okay, so while we're on that, let's just go ahead and do so what was it, drum roll, what was it that that was the question, when did you know, with all the stuff that we went through, when did you know I was the one?
Oh, it's my question now. It's my turn.
Now we're here. We might as well go ahead and do it. Because I'm waking up at 6:15, 6:30.
Yep.
Double header umpire today.
Nothing is safe.
So tell the audience how and you came to the conclusion that you were going to go ahead and accept this 68-year-old man into your life, and what made you make that decision finally.
Okay. Well, first of all, I knew that I had a dear future husband in my future. Like, I knew that because God told me that back in 2019. So writing to my dear future husband from 2019, I was able to see that it was 2024. And that's why I would do hashtag 2024. Well, every year I do, it's kind of like a workshop, but I do it personally for myself, and I create a focus board. It's not my vision board, but it's my focus board, and it only has eight categories on it, and that's my focus board for the year. And going into 2023, okay, so I had started feeling like I knew my dear future husband was getting close.
And when was this?
It was my focus board for 2023. So
Okay.
this is in 2022
Okay.
when I'm starting to create it. So I could feel him getting close. I didn't really know what or why I wasn't looking. But I remember telling my sons, this is what I need. This is what I want right now. I want somebody that, I can have great conversation with. I want somebody that is not here in my space all the time. Like, maybe we could like fly and just like meet up somewhere because I'm busy. I'm building my dream. So I had like this whole list of things, and my son said, "Good luck with that, Mom." And I wanted somebody that was committed but didn't need to be with me. I wanted somebody that knew we were in this to be in this, but you don't need to be in my space every single day because I'm building something here. So all of this stuff, this was what I was saying that I wanted, and my sons were like, "Well, good luck with that, Mom." But I could feel him close. I could feel that my life was going to be changing. Well, there was someone that kind of popped into my life for a brief moment that actually would have checked all those boxes. And I realized, like, okay, obviously what I thought I wanted, I don't want. And my sons actually said, "Mom, you deserve somebody that wants to know how you're doing every day. You deserve somebody that wants to pay attention to you." And so it was pretty amazing because God actually let me see what I thought I wanted. Right. Wow. So that happened. And I realized, like, my sons had to see, like, you deserve so much more. Like, don't do this again. Like, you deserve so much more. And so I never really paid much, it wasn't that deep, but it was enough for me to like be aware. And so on my focus board, I always do it like the end of October, beginning of November, because it's got to be set and it's got to be ready for that next year. And on that focus board for 2023, one of my squares, I put a beach ocean with a ring, and then kind of like, the profile picture that has no picture in it. It's just this blank. And that, because it's like, I didn't know who it was. I couldn't see him, but I just knew you're going to be engaged. Like 2023, he's close. Well, so I was open to it. I'm like, okay, God, if this is what you're bringing to me, I can't see him, but I see an ocean, I see a beach. And so I put the ring, and it was just it's on my focus board. So going into November, I get a friend request right here on Facebook, and it's Mr. Charles. And I always have to look and see like who's our mutual friends. Do we know the same people, or who's this friend request? And we had a lot of mutual friends that were in the coaching, speaking, all of that. So I was like, okay. And I saw he was from Hawaii. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, palm trees, mountains, and oceans. And that was always on my checklist for my dear future husband. But I didn't, I just thought, ooh, Hawaii. Okay, cool. Like, let me see who this person is. So that was in November. Then my cousin passed away that December, and he was very close to me. We were only like eight weeks apart, or 8 months apart. He was 8 months older. So he was 49 and he passed away, and he was in Texas. And so I went to Texas, and Charles and I were friends by then. So we kind of like were communicating through this, but there was a gentleman that was friends with my cousin that lived like somewhere else. And my aunt, my cousin's mom, was like, I think you guys should meet, because everybody knew I was, widowed and just single for like all these years. But my aunt was like, I think that you guys should meet. So I remember like, talking to this person, and I always look, and he had a relationship status of it's complicated. Right. And so I just was like, I'm just done with it. There ain't nothing complicated about it. Like, having gone through what I went through, I'm like, no, there's no doubt. Somebody needs to just be ready. Like, it just all of this stuff. So there was a lot of little things that were leading up, and Charles and I we were just messaging. He was going to be on a panel discussion that I had put out there for 40s and 50s. I was like, if anybody's in their 40s and 50s single and want to talk about the hot mess that relationships are in nowadays. And at that time, Charles chimed in and he said, well, what about us in our 60s? And I'm like, oh, hey, I didn't know how old he was. Like, and so I was like, oh, hey, like, come on then with your bad self. Like, let's go. And so we were touching base. There was messages. There was just, a little bit of knowing each other. But when we were in Texas at my cousin's funeral, I told my sister and my cousin, I said, there's just something about this guy. I'm like, I can't quite figure out what it is yet, but there's just something about him. And I'm kind of into him. But I didn't know what to think, because Charles, it wasn't anything like that. We were just communicating like normal friends and stuff. But I kind of felt this magnet, like just something about this guy. And I remember telling my sister, and they're like, oh, he's cute, and just left it at that. And then as we were getting home from Texas and I got COVID, Charles, my sons would not let me out of the room. They were like, you cannot come out. You can't do any of this. So Charles started messaging me because he noticed on Facebook that I was in my isolation, and we just started really messaging back and forth. But when he came on to my panel discussion, because I had the panel discussion, and that was a little bit later, the moment that he popped up on Zoom, and this was the first panel discussion, and I actually saw him, I knew. I knew. And I don't think he even knew, because he always says he didn't think he had a chance, but I knew. And I can't really explain it. I feel like there was a lot of little things leading up to that God allowed me to see and understand.
With a bowl of menudo soup.
And I just knew the moment that he popped on Zoom and I saw him, like, I don't know who this guy is, and I don't know what is happening here, but yeah, I think that's my dear future husband. I just need to let him know.
And for the record, when we met in St. Louis, I had a speaking event for Be the Best You That You Can Be, the group that I'm involved with. Elena came there for the 4 days. That's when we physically met for the first time. And we laid some things out. One of them was I always got to make sure we can talk. You have to be able to talk. And then it was, I think, the day we met, and then we went and had a couple drinks, and we went back to the room, and we were talking and stuff. And little did she know. Probably don't have it on right now because it's early in the morning. Little did she know I had already bought. There you go. Little did she know I had already bought a ring. to put on her finger. And I looked at her and I said, okay, 5,667 miles away. I feel that this is something that can be a beautiful thing. Are you in? Are we all in? And we agreed that at that time that
Yeah. And the thing is that you know, when you've witnessed death in front of you and you know how fragile life is, and it is not guaranteed. I always say, because this did happen to my husband, he was there for breakfast and asked if I wanted like a breakfast sandwich, and by lunch he had his heart attack. Now, even though he was in ICU for 25 days, he never really came to. So when I say like you can be here for breakfast and gone by lunch, what I realized is, even though I was 44 when he died, and then seeing all of the mess that relationships are in, you know, the 40s, 50s, everybody's still trying to figure it out. And I'm like, at this age, people, like, what is there to figure out? You either know, yeah, you either know and go all in and figure it out together. But to me, I'm not like dating is just not a thing for me. Like, I'm not on audition. I don't look like I need to get chosen for a part. You either know or you don't. And very few people think like that. But Charles did. Like, we just knew, like, are we doing this and figuring it out as we go, or like what?
Yeah,
it's not complicated.
It was rocky. It was bumpy. But let me throw this in there.
It's just like, what did I sign up for tonight?
My significant. Oh, she's an insomniac, so she's all right.
You guys, my husband was a blind date, and we were married 4 months later.
Oh, I love that. We got to hear your story.
Yeah. So I'm sitting here looking at you two going, they are just as crazy as I
Yeah. Well, but again, you know, like my book or the book, Surrender to Rise, the King's Edition, I truly believe that God looked at this and he intervened.
Yeah.
Because she talks about how she spent 25 days watching her deceased husband gather his wings. I spent 12 years from diagnosis to Mapuana's wings in her bedroom on the west side of Oahu. I watched her take her last breath.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at
and they both passed on Christmas Eve.
And they both passed on. So I mean, lay out the dynamics. Like, you can lay it out any way you want. God is good. God is an awesome God every single day, and God put this together.
Mm-hmm.
One, for me to push Elena in the wisdom and the knowledge that I have, and the years of experience that I have, to her helping me with strength that she has, and she has many. You can never, ever stop polishing yourself. See, that's when you understand the diamond in the rough, and you've gotten the chipping and the grinding, and somebody says, oh, well, how valuable are you? Well, how valuable do you want to be?
Mm-hmm.
Your value comes with continued polishing. Continue to keep that shine going so people can see that you're bright as a diamond in the sky, right? And so we complement each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I needed a strong man. Like I prayed for that. I would write to my dear future husband, and I knew I'm a strong person.
Mm-hmm.
And at that time, I think I considered some of my strength more of my defense. Like, I was in that survival mode, so I equated that to strength. But the reality is, I needed a strong man that was solid in who he was, that wasn't going to like tiptoe around jealousy and all this petty stuff, because it's like, I ain't got time for that.
Yeah.
And you know, I see him, I think he's absolutely adorable. And it just, I don't know. God it's a total God thing. And so
It's
I
a
want to
match made in heaven.
yeah. But I want to hear
Yeah,
about
yeah, yeah, yeah. Me too.
yeah, I do. I want to hear, Tish. You got to tell us about 4 months later.
So, a dear friend of mine, she had a dating service. And so you paid a fee to be part of this dating service. And you'd come into her office and look through the library, the book of every member. And so I did a lot of marketing for her and also did a lot of her HR work. And in exchange for a membership, I really didn't want it. And I did not know she did this, but she put my picture at the front of the library. And I had not a clue, and that I even had a membership. And
I love that.
yeah, it's like, wow, what are friends for other than to set you up? And I had my car wreck, and about maybe a week later, after I had spent 2 or 3 days in the trauma center, the Elvis Presley Trauma Center, and it probably was more like maybe a couple of weeks, the getting the mail and sorting through everything, because being thrown from the car, I had a horrible gash on my head. My face, the right side of my face was bruised. The shoulder harness, I had my neck looked like I'd been strangled. My legs, I was just in bad shape. And there was the postcard in the mail from my husband saying that he wanted to meet me. And so I called and we set up a time to meet and have dinner. And at the time, I was doing runway shows and coaching, doing a lot of pageant coaching and modeling, and just getting into, because I'm also a photographer, just getting into all of that. And so we met at the Peabody Hotel because I was doing a helping do a casting call for a friend. And so the bellhop said, "Your husband is looking for you." And I went, "Huh? I'm not married. I'm not even dating anyone." And so we had dinner, went to On the Border, and the next day he called, and it blossomed from there. And he told his parents that night or the next day, "That's my future wife." Now, one thing about the singles registry, you had to provide your financials and you had background checks and all of that, because she was very particular about the matchmaking. And one thing led to another, and we got married. And he was moving my things from the apartment into his home. And we're sitting there one afternoon on a weekend doing things, and I found the folder where he had gone into my friend's business. He went in on the day I had my car wreck.
Oh, wow.
And she told him, "I'm not sure that we should mail this because I don't even know if she's going to survive."
Wow.
And so I see this piece of paper where it's my name and all the stuff that you give. And it says, and I even forget now all these years later, survive or something. And we still have that piece of paper.
Wow.
And so what's comical is the challenges that we would face, and the, well, you knew what I was like before we got married. It's like, oh no, we got married at 4 months. So all these years later, by darn it, you should know me.
Wow.
And what I was saying about somebody, you helping somebody, you are that somebody's person to help them, rather than you always helping somebody, that you became somebody's helper. And I was that for my husband with his parents. And it was just and it's still hard for me to say, when I realized that I was saved for him, that I was saved because we were meant to be together, that I was saved because I had a purpose. I had to help him with his legacy, his family's legacy.
Wow.
Now, I tease everyone that he married me because I grew up in construction, so I'm a laborer. I know how to I can't cook, but I know how to cook else. And that realization several years after we were married, just, oh, wow. It was a game changer, because I realized I can be somebody's promise for a better future.
Oh, that is beautiful. That
Yeah.
you can be somebody's promise for a better future. Oh.
And we don't celebrate our wedding anniversary. And I would have to really think hard to say what I think. We got married in January. I don't like to celebrate anniversaries because you celebrate every day. And being in the human resources field, when I was interviewed by one of the just amazing HR professionals on her show, she said, what's one HR item that you would get rid of? And it's that annual performance review. Let's tell people before the end. Okay, once a year you're going to say, 6 months ago when you did this.
Right.
And it goes back to Coach's comment about daily communication. No,
that's a great point. I mean, even just a side note, like in the review, you're absolutely right. Like, address it right then so it can be fixed or, worked through right then. But if you put it on a paper to sit in a file for another 6 months, like what good is that going to do? Like, I love that approach. But so you guys don't celebrate your anniversary?
No. And I think we've been married 32 years. I'd have to get my calculator.
I love it.
Well, Atlanta was saying is about, put it on paper or whatever. I have it as put it on the table.
Yes.
And that's my street language, right? Put it on the table. Well, I say that because I am a fourth generation laborer. My father walked with Hoffa. I walked with Hoffa Jr. I'm a retired Teamster, okay, in the docks of Southern California. And I was a steward for 15 years. So I understand politics. And in negotiations, you put it on the table. You put everything on the table and you discuss it. You hash it out. And the only way you're going to come to a good contract, whether it's a contract personally with a significant other, your wife or friend or whatever, is you have to be able to discuss things, put them on the table, and hash it out so that there's no understanding. One of the sayings my father had was, there's no understanding like a good understanding. So now you know what it is. And relationships are like that. If you don't put your stuff on the table, then don't talk to me 3 weeks from now when we were talking about something. You never brought it up, and now you want to tell me something 3 weeks later? No. You got something to say? Put it on the table.
That would be a great panel discussion, a great another program for you, Coach. Put it on the table.
Put it on the table. I I put myself on the table, and she got me. But no, with you, everything is like with Elena. I almost died in Labor Day weekend, 2022.
Yeah, that was just months before we met each other.
And then I had decided to, because I went from being on the island, and then I went back to where we lived in Northern California, in the Fairfield area between Sacramento and San Francisco. And I lived in a room. I no longer, and her son was there, granddaughter was there. I came out, but I spent a lot of my time in that room. Depression, drinking, okay? Seriously depressed in that room, locked in like in a cage. And so when I almost died in Lewisburg on Labor Day weekend, here I am, a union man, a retired union man, and Labor Day weekend is going to take me out. I decided to move to Hawaii and be closer to my family and re-energize the family, great grandchildren, daughter, brothers and sisters, whatever, on the island. I flew out on the 16th of November.
Mm-hmm.
And the 16th in Elena's my life is important because that was when we I think that's when we Facebooked.
That's when he friend requested me. So he had just updated like Hawaii and all that. And so I'm like, who is this guy? Okay. Palm trees, mountains, oceans.
So on the 16th, I'm flying out of the negative environment to change my go to Hawaii and change it all. Obviously, you know what Hawaii's like, even more so if you're an islander and not a tourist. And it started. That's how it started. And then we continued to talk. And then February of 2016, the weekend of the 14th, 15th, and 16th,
He's a total date. He has anniversaries for everything.
I did. So
I'm like, what day is it? What day is it?
Married on the 16th of February. So we've been married going on this coming February will be 2 years that we were married. But so I can relate to what you were saying. This whole conversation is based on the alignments of how you align with not just but individuals in general. Because everybody's going to be aligned differently with you than somebody else. And Elena and I lined up. And now that we got lined up and we committed to each other, we work on that kind of sort of every day. She has her way of grinding me, which is good, and I have my way of grinding her, and it works. It works for us because it's not a negative grind. It's a what can I do to help you be more aware of things that maybe you weren't before or that you didn't practice before. Knowing something is one thing. Actually put it into your everyday life and continuing to work on it, that's a totally different situation.
Yeah, because that's scary.
It can be.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the point that you brought up, Tish, is how do you face those things that need changed when it can be scary? Yeah, absolutely. And I think creating that environment that it's a safe space, and no matter what, you'll get through. I think that's a big component.
Well, and it goes back to inclusion. And one thing, very few people know this, that I'm really disabled, but I don't view myself as someone disabled because I've learned how to maneuver around things, and I also have overcome a lot of things. But when I'm faced with a challenge that just throws it in my face that you can't do that because you're disabled, I get really frustrated And I think that's the other reason why it catapulted me even more into the human resources, helping individuals, learning the laws backwards and forwards, and looking at inclusion from a totally different perspective. Left-handed, glasses wearing, red hair person that has been excluded a lot. And when I'm not included, the red hair takes over.
Does it get redder?
And I have to calm myself down. and people don't realize inclusion. They look at inclusion up here, up here. See my hands, and I look at inclusion of, I know I live 100 miles away, and you know I can't come to your daughter's party, but you send me an invitation anyway. That's inclusion.
Yeah.
That's inclusion because you thought enough about me to send it. Now, I also have this reputation that it might take me 2 years to mail you again. Elena, I broke my record getting your queen. But those types of looking at inclusion, totally different. And what's interesting, I am, and we spoke about this when you and I talked. I'm left-handed, but forced to be right-handed. And Chuck, I told Elena I went to Catholic school, and the nuns, if you were left-handed, that meant you were the devil. And I would always think to myself, how the hell do these nuns know the devil's left-handed? It just, it kind of screws with your head when you're
you think of, I mean, I can't even, like, could you imagine? Like, I can't even imagine what that does to you.
Oh, that would mess you up because there's nowhere in the Bible anywhere that says, and it talks about Satan a lot, that Satan's left-handed, that he hits the golf ball from the opposite side.
But it was different. It was, I was not right-handed. I was left-handed, and we are not a majority. And so you just have to laugh at that. And you also have to laugh at the accessibility for people who are different. I would ask for a calculator that I could run left-handed, and ask, well, do you need an accommodation? I'm left-handed. I need a calculator. So again, having to learn the right-handed things. And I remember a boss many years ago, I would run a calculator with my left hand and write with my right hand, and sometimes would change it up, and he would stand at my office door and just go, you ain't right.
You ain't right.
It's like, well, you adapt. Adapt.
Well, it's one thing to be, what is that, ambidextrous when you can naturally use, but it's another to be forced to. Like, wow. Because I remember when my son was young, he would use his right, but then he would use his left. And so the teachers were actually like, don't force anything. It will come about on its own. And he's fully left-handed. But for a long time, he would use both. And so it's one thing to know that you're like left-handed, but made to use your right. Like, oh my gosh, how uncomfortable that would have been for so long.
That's why I'm just crazy, nuts. I have not a clue. Out of my brain controls me.
Oh wow!
Oh, yeah. Who's up next? Are we still in open free space time or?
Yeah, we are in open free space time, and I'll probably play a few videos and get those rolling, because then in about 22 minutes, well, I'll probably run. We're at 8-hour mark, so I'm gonna stop this one and re-go again so that we can stream both to Facebook and YouTube. but at 8 hours it cuts off, and we're at 7 hours and 38 minutes. So my next guest is coming on, I think, from Uganda at 5 a.m. our time. But I have some videos that I felt really important to share, because I wanted these individuals to be a part of it in some way still. And they were part of the Surrender to Rise virtual event that we did.
Wow.
And so I'm going to play their videos, and they'll be part of this when I cut the recording out and stuff.
Well, I'm going to be bailing out, but let me take this moment to have a commercial break and talk about Surrender to Rise.
Yes.
The King's Edition, which I am part of, that the books are in and we can start ordering. So if
I'm ordering one, Coach.
What's that?
I'm ordering one from you. I already have the Queen's edition.
Nice.
Yes.
Well, then I'm sure it's when they go through me, I'm going to give an autographed one that I will say something within, the wherever I might sign it, based on what comes through me at that time, because we all have feelings about, and that would be I would like that to be my very first one. So that'd be pretty cool. But let's talk about they're out. And if you would like one, please get a hold of Elena or me. It's amazing the stories that are in there. It's ironic that the very first one with the Queens, even Elena had mentioned this. There was like 9 altogether, counting you. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there's only 6 in the King's edition, but the book is a little bit bigger. That means the guys talk a little bit more than ladies, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. The guys had a lot to say. So
amazing stories.
Well,
Yeah.
And you'll have to look at my book. I'm in the Born to Risk edition 1. And edition 2 is getting ready to come out, and I am going to Philadelphia to do the launch, since I could not be there last year for my book launch. My niece cannot, she's in the book, she cannot be there this year, so I'm going to go represent her.
Nice.
So,
nice.
Yeah.
And so your niece is in the 2nd edition of Born to Risk? Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah, her story is amazing. She jumped from a moving vehicle trying to commit suicide.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
she's a powerhouse. Yeah, look her to pieces. And I'm bringing her with me. We're doing a flat Lindsay. If you've ever heard of Flat Stanley from the kids, you need to research it, because you don't have time to hear the story. I'm taking Flat Lindsay with me, and I even do coaching on carrying around flat people and how much power and confidence that gives you.
Oh my gosh, I got to research this. Yeah.
Look up Flat Stanley.
So with that being said, I'm going to humbly go out, because I have a double header today, and I've got to get some sleep. And then the dog is back on the bed.
Yeah.
He decided that he's going to come and spend some time with us. So he's in here now, and I'd like to put him to sleep so I can get some sleep. And then I'm not sure if so. Do I set my alarm for 6:15?
No. Nope. We got Junior from Surrender to Rise. He's gonna come on at that time, because he couldn't make it this evening, but I really wanted him to be able to come on as well. So he'll be on at 6:30 a.m. our time, but then I do have a 7:15. I mean, but it's all 15-minute, like, because we're kind of full again, and so 15-minute little increments here and there. So
well, it works, because this knucklehead's going to be up when the sun starts coming up. He wakes up and he starts making his Shiba Inu noises.
Yes.
And then I got to get up and take him for his morning walk. So I'm going to bail out. It was nice meeting you, Tish. Let's get together. Let's talk story. And see if we can't come up with a date. What's that?
I said, yes, sir. And I went, no, yes, coach.
No, coach. Yes. And I'm glad you said that, because you're absolutely 100% right. Although my stepdad was the type of man that he was, I learned a lot from him. He taught me manners. He taught me respect. He just showed it to me different.
Yeah.
Put it on me a little different, to where I am that. And people will say sir to me, and I'll say exactly what I said. Please don't call me sir. Call me coach, or call me Charles, or call me whatever you want. But you've gotten past it. And then yours was, I was right. Yes, absolutely. When you're given the okay to not, but prior to, without a doubt, you show respect to those that you're speaking to, until they give you relief that you don't have to do it anymore. So, yeah, I appreciate that. I feel the same. So, as
Fun.
Yeah, we call this the late night party.
Yeah.
The late night party.
I am never up this late. Trust me. This time she's coming in from the office, getting ready to go into bed, but then she turns the TV on, and she says, "Is this too loud?" No, it's all good. I'm used to it by now, because now she's got to wind down for another hour or so before she finally goes to sleep. So I'm gone at this time. I'm out of it.
Yeah.
But it's been really nice being able to. It's like 2 hours and 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
Oh, this has been amazing. I love this.
I hope that I hope that whoever watches this, and they watch it through, there's going to be segments within the time period that certain people are going to be on that they want to hear. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we are now in the early AM, where a lot of people are asleep. We may have some people in. I don't know how many, but we may have. But if people that really want to catch up are going to catch up, and they're going to want to watch. I'm hoping that they watch segments of what we've discussed over the last 2.5 hours, because it's been meaningful. There's something that you can gather from that, and that's the whole purpose of this Christmas in July.
Yeah.
Sending hope, and hope is things that we talk about. How we can hope to change our lives in a positive way is huge.
Yeah.
And so I hope that people that do chime in get something out of this, because I didn't get all this in I shave it all off and it keeps coming back. That means I got a lot of wisdom and knowledge for almost 70 years old, and I like to share it. So
Okay.
I appreciate the time. As we say on the island, a hui ho kako, until we meet again.
Until we meet again.
All righty. Good night, sweetheart.
Good night. I'm in the other room. Coffee's on. The snacks are still in there. The meatloaf and that is in the oven or in the refrigerator. So if you get hungry, everything's already pre-made. Okay.
All righty. All righty. Good night.
Good night. I'll see you in a few hours.
All right.
And you know what?
What?
I love you.
I love you too, sweetheart. Go get
I
some
love
sleep.
you, Coach.
Get some sleep.
Yeah, aloha. Take care.
Okay.
Oh,
what a sweetheart.
my.
Yep. So that's what you got yourself into, Tish. Staying up on with the late night crew.
I am a late night person, so you're getting ready to play your videos, and
Yep.
I'm excited to see those.
Yep. What I'm going to do is probably go ahead and end this stream, because we're under 8 hours, like till the end. So I might as well just get it reset, and then it'll just be done, and then rock and roll. So I'm gonna probably shut her down, bring it back up, and then play my song, and then we got some recordings, and then it'll be morning time. So
Awesome.
yeah,
Thank you. I had the best time.
it's a good time, isn't it?
Yes, and your husband is precious.
Yes.
But you already know that. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I look forward to talking to you, later, and catching at the end if you can tomorrow, but if otherwise, get some rest. So.
Yes. All right.
All right. We'll see you.
Good night. Bye.
Bye. Bye. All right. That's so awesome. I don't even know who we might still have there. I saw Roxy Wellness Group, the Passionate People, but that was like half hour ago. So I think we missed her on YouTube. But so here's what we're going to do, guys. I am going to end the stream, and then we're going to come back on and reset the stream, because we are officially, let's see, if it's going to be 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We're about 7 hours or so. So I think we'll be, let me see. I don't want to reset it too early. Oh no, I think we'll be right on. All right. So I'm going to get off here, and then I'll be back on in just a moment.